Alright. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Yeah! Welcome back. Glad to have you. How you doing? We're going to be continuing, give you 1 second, it passed. Hello, Cuddlin. How you doing? Let me just, start the game up. If I remember correctly, missed the start of this, Shadowrun game. Basically, the starting of this game involves us getting a message from somebody we haven't heard from in a very long time, Mr. Raymond Black. Our character's adoptive father. So we went to Hong Kong to go help him out, because he requested some help. We arrived to find our character's brother, Duncan Wu, waiting for us there. Specifically because Raymond Black hadn't met him at the designated spot. Did you watch the things I sent you last time? I believe I did. Yes. The PC building ones, yeah. We quickly got surprised by a bunch of Shadowrunners, but they didn't last long. The craziest patch on TikTok. I see. A whole chicken. I can see that being done. Yeah. Lord knows I could probably pull that off if I was hungry enough. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Hello. This tall, lanky Hong Konger regards you with a sickly smile. He holds a smoking cigarillo limply in his fingers, and he is surrounded by drones. Smooth jazz plays on tinny speakers. Horns and all. What the hell? That's gonna cut you up on the inside. Jesus. I'm Crunchy E. No deals for outsiders. Move it along, beautiful. Move it along. He lazily waves you off with his cigarillo. He turns away. Move it along, stranger. Move it along. Okay. So he's not interested in selling us any drones, unfortunately. Ah, well, we can deal with it. I don't know how the hell people can do such ridiculous things like eating frickin' raw metal. Well, not raw metal. Refined metal and glass. It's wild. You two can bunk here for a while. She nods with her nose towards a hatch. You've each got a head to take care of your necessaries. Try to knock before you enter someone else's, okay? This game is incredibly atmospheric. Raymond Black didn't meet up with Duncan Wu, our character's brother here. Jail lipstick, Jesus Christ. Oh, the most you have to worry about with that is, chemicals, but... Jesus. The Shadowrunners we met at the spot, including Gobbin and Elizabeth here. Well, half of their group kind of got shot in the head with, high-caliber sniper rifles. As well as Duncan Wu's, partner, as he was Lone Star. We had to make a quick escape, from which we learned that, hey, the Hong Kong police want our heads. Preferably blown to pieces, like they did with, the various Shadowrunners that, we met up with. And we wound up working for a triad manager by the name of Kindly Cheng. A bit of an asshole. Seriously. I know the drill. Wu turns to you. Stinks of fish. Just like that place we squatted at on Leary Avenue back when we were kids. The one with that Aslan family and their dog. You hated that dog. He kept digging out my food stash, no matter where I hid it. He'd find it scarfed down a week's worth of grub. He wipes his nose with a gloved hand. Still, it was sad what happened to him, and the family. No one should go out that way. He stretches. Oh my god, she ate a cat. Jesus Christ. Why would you eat a whole animal raw? I don't get it. He stretches and his spine pops like a handful of firecrackers. I think I've been up for something like 36 hours straight. He drops his arms, and this has been one shit stain of a day. Time to end it. The orc turns to you, raises an eyebrow. Anything you need before I leave it to you? Is it just you and Isabel living here? Yeah. Goblet's mouth screws up a bit. Now the nightjar and gut shot are gone, it's just us. Unfortunate. The squeal of metal grinding on metal. Oh damn, I'm simping again. I can see why you would simp for Henry Cavill, yeah. Not my type. Given I'm, you know, ace, but... I can see the aesthetic appeal. The squeal of metal grinding on metal rips through the boat. Sounds like it's coming from the level below. And the creepy Russian guy renting the engine room downstairs. Nothing to worry about. He mostly keeps to himself. She checks her PDA. He'll stop soon. He's usually quiet by now. Henry Cavill can do that too. He seems pretty chill. The thirst is intense. Is there a place for my stuff? Yeah, check the locker over there. You can stash your stuff in it. No one will touch your things in there, and it's a lot bigger than it looks. Ah, I see. How do you get your hands on this place? How do people like us get our hands on anything? We found it. You found it empty? He sweeps his eyes across the cabin. The doubt is plain on his face. Somebody abandoned a prime piece of real estate like this. She shrugs. Close enough. It was full of BTL junkies when we came across it. They were completely wigged out on some multiplayer cyber game. I'm not sure they ever chipped out of it. Fair enough. Not my thing, but fair enough. They were completely emaciated, stewing in piles of their own shit. Their eyes had sunk into their skulls. Pretty gruesome stuff. They racked up a killer score, though. True, they had the moves. Should have hung an IV while they were playing, though. Turns out nutrition is important. But what happened? Did they die? She shrugs. Nitro ran them out. Not sure what happened to them after that. Anyways, it's ours now. Auntie Cheng says so. All but the engine room, you mean? Right, everything but that. Auntie rented it out from under us. That must have pissed you off. She shrugs. Whatever, we weren't using it. As long as our downstairs neighbor keeps to himself, he can have the lower level. Especially if it keeps Auntie Cheng happy. I'm gonna grab some sack time too. Good, you look like you could use it. We'll go see Kindly in the morning, figure out our next move. Gamers, man, different breed. Man, they didn't even have the poop socks set up, so... Not sure they were very skilled, you could say. And there's our stash. Excellent, we can access all of our gear here. Not bad, not bad. That's Duncan's bunk room. Cool. Hey, I got some things I gotta take care of here. Let's talk later. I've been pretty well. Yourself? Hopefully it's been calm over the past few days. Oh, Jesus Christ, look at this place. What's up, Isabel? Wow, that looks like a Decker's wet dream right there. Come back later, I'm busy. That's clearly, yeah, Gobbet's room, with the rat statue. Hey, Seattle, I'm not really in the mood to hang out right now. Heavy stuff going down, you know? I'll be fine, but for the time being I'd rather be alone. We'll talk later. Yeah, I've been mostly trying to, like, upgrade things in the background, make it a little bit nicer to watch. I've been setting up a little bit of a Discord, but I'm still trying to, like, get it into the right sort of look and feel and all that sort of thing. I'm trying to make it a decent server to actually enter, at least to start with. The cot in your cabin is neatly made, with crisp-looking sheets and an insulated plastic blanket. A fine layer of dust coats the surface. It's been a long time since anybody slept here. Fair enough. You climb into the cot and worm your way under the sheets. They've been starched stiff as boards, but you've slept beneath worse. The lice and bedbugs that plagued your old prison cell are mercifully absent here, and the salt air is fresher than the rancid stink of the Redmond Barrens. The moment your head hits the pillow, exhaustion sets in. You can barely keep your eyes open. Sleep washes over you like a warm bath, and everything goes black. These games are great, I gotta admit. I was not expecting such quality when I first started Shadowrun Returns. Also, they brought in cutscenes. There's actual story cutscenes now. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay then. Hello, Kowloon Walled City. The dream is suffocating. The shifting tunnel of glass and steel, the towering silhouette of dark majesty, the shadowy doorway, and the teeth. They snap at your heels as you claw your way back to consciousness. You open your eyes to Duncan looming over you. He shakes your shoulder roughly. Come on, wake up! We gotta go talk to Kindly. The others have already left. Was I drooling? That was one rough night. Let's go over your shoulder. Cocks a thumb at the hatch. We gotta go. I've been trying to wake you for a while now. You're thrashing around in your sleep. Thrashing around? Glad you did. I was having one hell of a nightmare. He reaches up and rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, I didn't sleep well either. I had a bad dream last night too. Is it the same thing? Okay. He doesn't know. He shrugs. I never remember my dreams all that well. It was probably motion sickness, not used to sleeping on a boat. I woke up a little while ago and hit the head. Then I came back and woke you. You doing okay? I'll survive. His fingers hit a knot. He winces. But man, nothing's gone right since we stepped foot in this country. I'll tell you something though. This is after a full night's sleep. I don't believe Ray's dead. The only thing we saw about Ray getting killed was that there was a firefight. But that doesn't guarantee death here. It's possible. It's probable. But it's not open and shut, you know? I hope you're right, but I gotta say, it doesn't look good. I'm right. Think about it. That statement from the cops on the newscast could be fake. Ours was. I'm really confused. Well, by all means, ask any questions you like, my friend. I'd be happy to answer them. And that surveillance footage? We never saw Raymond get shot. The camera was hit by stray gunfire. His passion is intense, but contained. Focused. Raymond's alive. I know it. You make a good case, Officer Wu. He smiles. His teeth are white and straight and perfect. Should have been a detective instead of a headbuster, right? His smile fades. We are looking into... Okay, so. Upon arriving in Hong Kong, after being called in by a person we used to know called Raymond Black, our adoptive father, we quickly landed in shit, basically. Duncan Dame. He's not bad for an orc, right? Not bad at all. We quickly found that Raymond had not met up with us at the designated location. Duncan's partner, or rather training officer, I guess? So the sub part. The sub part. I'm not sure what you mean. Can you elaborate? God, I feel like I'm 12 years old again, squatting on a stinking trawler. My partner's gone, Raymond's gone, hell, I'm gone. I don't even have a name anymore. And I can't even go to sleep and hide it from it all without having a nightmare. Poor dude. Never subbed to you manually for a second month and I got a sub. I'm confused as fuck. I don't know, man. Either way, still glad to have you around. His jaw tightens and his teeth grind so loud you can hear it. What else is going to be taken away from me? You saw that piercing you got in Tacoma? I had to drop that. Hygiene issues. Wu struggles to smile. He fails. What the hell do we fall into here? I mean, what's coming next? In order to avoid getting caught by Hong Kong police, for some reason that we don't know, honestly, they have a all points bulletin out on us, basically a warrant for our arrest. And by arrest, I mean to put a bullet in our heads. So there's that. We had to burn our social insurance numbers. So basically make it so that it's as if we never existed. Just kind of, you know, disappear from the system. Sadly, we won't get our free healthcare. Yep. Welcome to Hong Kong. Isn't it obvious? Look around, we're sinless, living in the shadows, dealing with criminals. I got an email that I subbed to you for a second month I didn't. That's really weird. Do Twitch subs auto-roll over? I don't think they do. Do Twitch subs auto-renew? Most Twitch subs renew automatically, however subscriptions purchased with iOS sub tokens, Amazon Prime subs, and gifted subs do not auto-renew. Okay. Let's see. Sorry about the wait, let me just check this. When you purchase a sub directly from a channel, it will renew automatically without you having to do anything extra. This could be a good thing if you like the channel and want to build a sub streak to show support, but if you don't want your sub to renew automatically, this is how you turn it off. Click on your profile icon and then click on subscriptions. Go to the subscription that you want to cancel and click on the cogwheel. Now click on don't renew subscription. You'll then be taken to a new page where you'll be asked for a reason for unsubscribing. Select your reason and then click don't renew. A page titled subscription no longer renewing will appear and you have now stopped your sub from auto-renewing on that channel. And just in case you need it. Okay, that's a lot of text. Permit. Pixel auto. And there we go. Okay, it didn't fully pull up the link, but if you need instructions, there you go. Wu is silent for a moment. All I get is a blank expression. You're thinking of becoming a Shadowrunner. He says it without judgment, just a statement of fact. I think we already are Shadowrunners. I think. He stops and crosses his arms, considers. I think this whole thing has been a blur. I haven't been able to really stop and think for a second. That's really funky. But you know, I appreciate your support either way. He shakes his head slowly, lets out a groan. This isn't the way it's supposed to be. I'm supposed to be a cop. You get to keep your gun, that's something. And I want a pony, but we play the cards we dealt. That was then, this is now. He drops his hands. He drops his hands to his hips and takes a couple of deep breaths. That's right. That's right. It's like Ray always said. Shut up, Duncan and Axel, do the talking. Life is improvisation. When the winds of change blow, some people build walls, others build windmills. Yeah. He chuckles, finally. Raymond never said that. It was our housekeeper, Mrs. Maloney. Oh yeah, right, never liked her. She had a tattooed on her back, right? How do you see it? Don't mess with me. You know I've got anger management issues. He checks his watch. Goblin and Isabel left a while ago. We should get going too, see what that trial lady has to say. Oh, you're gonna get to meet Kylie Chang, the asshole. Cool. Kylie Chang is the person who helped us burn our sins. Call that how you, take that how you will. Mahjong parlor. She's set up in a bit of a mahjong parlor. I'm not really sure what the hell's up with a mahjong parlor, but you know. Whatever. It seems to be some sort of gambling hall. Hello, Strangler Bow. Kylie's place reeks of stale cigar smoke and fresh urine. The clicking of mahjong tiles is strangely absent. In his place is a low murmur of laughter and an air of eager anticipation. All eyes are focused on the groaning figure kneeling bloody and bound at the feet of Kylie Chang. She beckons to him with her finger, and he struggles towards her, the loud rustling of the plastic tarp crackling under his knees as he moves. His pants are wet with fear. His settling torch lies on the table at Shang's right hand. Kylie Chang ignores the scene. She behaves as if all is right in the world. How did you sleep, my little ones? Like a baby. I'm still in the afterglow of our tour of the walled city. The triad boss's eyes turn to half moons of amusement. Afterglow, really? Oh? Why is that? She nods her head back towards the pillar of meat standing behind her. Then you should be delighted to say hello to your old friend Strangler Bow. He's here because of you. Well, that's absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. Just being here is support enough. Ah, very pleasant to see you again, Mr. Bow. It might have been a glitch. Bow inclines his head 1/4 of an inch. Well then, now that the niceties are over, let's get to the nasties. She indicates the kneeling man with an incline of her nose. Shitbird here is a plainclothes cop. Plainclothes cop. He snuck into the area last night while you were sleeping, hoping to find you and kill you before his competition got to you first. For the some manually, that's absolutely fine. Whatever your preference is. My men found him outside the trawler you were sleeping on. They saw to it that your rest was undisturbed and that the location remained a mystery. She nods her head back towards the pillar of meat standing behind her. You can thank Mr. Bow for that. So you're the night watchman now, buddy. Thanks. Thank you for guaranteeing your safety, Mr. Bao. Bao inclines his head 1/4 of an inch. He addresses the bloody man on his knees. Now, shitbird, tell my friends here what you told me. I don't know anything, I swear. We just got orders from last night. He pushes his head toward you and Wu from the floor, struggling to keep his balance. Somebody high up wants these two dead. The whole department is in on it. I don't know anything else. Someone from high up. The old woman lifts her foot, taps her chin with the two of her show. Ah, hi. Lifts her foot, taps his chin with the two of her show. I thought she was doing the full-on, the meme pose. God damn. That would be one hell of a flexible, mob boss. Hi. The cop looks up at her, looks around at the room filled with triad soldiers. One of them opens his coat and shows the cop something inside. He closes it slowly and winks. The cop drops his head to his chest. All the way up, all the way up. It's someone on the council. Someone on the executive council wants these two dead. Cheng spits on him with a sneer. Like your ancestors to the 18th generation. Give me the truth. That is a hell of an expletive. What the hell? The cop wears the spittle. He never lifts his head. It's the truth, madam. I swear it. Whoever it was labeled them as terrorists. We're to terminate them with extreme prejudice. Kindly Cheng shuffles closer to the kneeling cop, reaches down and strokes his head with her hand. Then she slowly digs her fingers into his scalp. She pulls back hard until his chin points high. The triad boss leans in close and searches his eyes with her own. I use that swear at someone. It's not a bad one. Rare swears are fun. That's all he's got. He lets go of his head and smooths his buzz-cut hair with her hand. For whatever reason, last night someone on the Executive Council of the Free Enterprise Zone ordered the Hong Kong police force to kill two nobodies from Seattle. I find that fascinating, don't you? Yes, but why the need to label us international terrorists? She strokes the policeman's cheek with the back of her hand. Her rusty voice becomes sweet as she explains the ways of the world. Propriety, my darling. When the government has someone gunned down, they prefer to make it appear justified. The people feel safer when their murders feel like part of civilization. Ah, yes, social murder. Social violence, I think, is the proper term for it. My, but you have definitely fallen into the deep end of the pool. So yeah, somebody from the council, apparently, whatever the hell the council is, wants us dead. We're having dreams about Hong Kong's Kowloon walled city, kind of turning into a weird tunnel of glass and steel. Here, Seattle isn't like Hong Kong. There, the megacorps control the government. Here, the corps are the government. The Executive Council is chosen by the Corporate Board of Governors. They're basically the legislative and executive branches of the Hong Kong government in one tiny package. 8 people call the shots. Neat and efficient. Apparently Cheng steps back from the cop and lights one of her thin black cigars. For the wage slaves and the civilian sheep, the corporations are a pantheon of gods who wield absolute power. She looks around the room. But not for us. The triad woman takes a long pull from her cigar and taps her ash on the kneeling cop's head. Who else knows about my guest visit to Hioi, shitbird? No one, madame. I hadn't called it in yet. I wanted the kill for myself. No one knows they're here, I swear it. She turns to her enforcer. Mr. Bao. Bao fiddles with the PDA in his meaty hands. He's telling the truth. No outgoing calls from on his PDA. Very good. Thank you, Bao. She nods at the cop. Thank you for your honesty. In one smooth motion, Strangler Bao produces a silenced pistol, fires it once into the policeman's head, and replaces it in his jacket. His face never changes expression. Looks like the triads can be just as efficient. Cheng takes a drag on her cigar. Yes, my darling. She balances her cigar on her shot glass, picks up some mahjong tiles, and begins playing with them absently. It is clear our friend Raymond Black was up to something involving the walled city. Something having to do with prosperity. And this executive council member wanted Raymond dead for it. She stacks her tiles one by one. Clack, clack. And now they want you dead for it too. Click. This plastic-faced man may show up on your door one day too. She knocks the pile over and it clatters to the table loudly. I have a proposal for you, my sweets. A smile lights up her dead black eyes. Work for me. With Nightjar and Gutshot dead, I find myself with 2 job openings. Fill them. I have need of deniable assets here. Players unaffiliated with the tribes who can take care of some of the more unsavory business needs about town. You've proven yourselves resourceful, and you have no existing connections here. That can be a positive in this line of work. See, Duncan? I knew it. He wants us to become Shadowrunners. Yep, you saw that coming. In exchange, I will keep you safe from pests like this one. She nods at the body of the floor, and the pool of blood on the plastic wrap continues to widen. We will have safe harbor here in my town, and a steady source of income. She picks up a handful of towels again. And while you dip your toe into the waters of corporate espionage, or organized crime, and clandestine mercenary actions, I will employ my network to find the plastic-faced man and gather information about Raymond Black. Where he's been, who he's talked to, who stood to gain from his death, what this prosperity could be. Putting out a lot of effort to help a pair of foreigners. Not foreigners, my sweet, valued business associates. I need to learn who killed one of my clients and then order the cops to execute my team of Shadowrunners. Her voice drops, and she becomes deadly serious. This is a brazen disregard of my power. Face dictates it must be confronted or I stand to lose everything. We're Westerners. Isn't that a liability in this business? Oh no, on the contrary. There's a good market for out-of-town talent that's just waiting to be exploited. Plus, you're unknown. A surprise, if you will. I find the right jobs for people with your talents. You do what our clients cannot do for themselves. I take a finder's fee, and a small percentage of your earnings. You make a lot of doing very quickly. It's all very civilized. She leans in. Work with me. Allow me to help you make money. Let my network work for you, and help you find out what you've gotten yourselves into. Without my help, you won't last a day out there. You are completely out of your depth, I'm afraid. You need a partner. Kindly Chang will be your partner. Wu's hands go to his hips. He drops his head and shakes a little, amused. It's just like you said. Shadowrunners. Glad I had some time to think about it. Process. He grips the back of his neck, squeezes hard, rips his hand away. Fuck it. I'm not a cop anymore. That guy's dead. He nods. The decision's made. I'm in. What about you? You know... I think Duncan's right. I'm gonna call this twist. I'm gonna call the twist that Raymond is alive, but he's either stuck with the cult or brainwashed into it. Raymond is still alive. I'm sure of it. So I'll run the shadows as long as Auntie Cheng keeps up her end of the bargain and helps us figure out what really happened to him. Then I'm gonna find my father. Then it's done. He is now open to you. She gestures to her lieutenant, who raises a finger to her ear and whispers into her sleeve. First order of business. Crunchy E here has already chosen a street name. She turns her attention to Wu. But Duncan Wu doesn't exist anymore. You'll need one too. Wu sighs. Yeah, okay, I'll think of something. Kaba runs her cheek against her rats, a glint in her eye. I think we've already got you covered, gun show. She turns to Isabel. It's, doesn't it? Indeed. I knew that was gonna stick. Even the game characters are a little, thirsty for Duncan. It has stuck. Gobbet, Isabel? We'll handle this the same way we did with all your previous work. She didn't say Nightjar. All the jobs I line up for you will be sent to your computer on the squat boat. She's pointing at you. My computer? I'm not the leader type. You are now, by process of elimination. She points to the little decker. Isabel isn't the leader type. You got that right. She moves her finger to the orc girl. As for Gobbet, let's just say Gobbet doesn't have a head for business. Not my thing. Then she rests her finger on Wu. And then there's Gun Show. She wiggles on it. Just aesthetically? Fair enough. Nothing wrong with being thirsty for the appearances of it. That is absolutely fine. She wiggles her finger. The jury's out on Mr. Gun Show. Meaning? Her response is direct, straightforward. Meaning there's a lot going on within that head of yours right now, and I'm not sure I can trust you. So I'm in charge because of the worst. The best of the worst, there we go. I'm in charge because the best of the worst. Oh, my sweet, don't put it that way. She opens her arms. You're the most equipped for the role. He's making sense. You're the right person for this. I had a handle back in the barrens. Crunchy. Guess it's time I dust it off. Okay then. Wu shakes his head, eyebrows raised. Gonna be rude calling you Crunchy again. Haven't called you that since we were kids. Goblet looks from Isabel to Wu to you. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. I have heard about demisexuality, but haven't actually met somebody that with that sort of how do I put this? Orientation, I guess. I don't know how to properly put that. Yeah, no, orientation works, I suppose. I have the feeling we're gonna get to know him pretty well. Gobble looks from Isabel to Wu to you. I guess this is our new crew. The rat on her shoulder scurries to the top of her head for a better view. Welcome to the shadows. Fair enough. Kindly regards it coldly and lifts one hand in a dismissive wave. As much as I love your company, I have business to attend to. Clear the hell out of here and go get settled in. There we go. Now we can... I think we can buy a drone now. Crew advancement available. As you lead your team through the shadows, your companions will continue to develop and learn new combat skills. Clicking the icon in the lower right-handed corner of the screen will open the crew advancement menu. When this icon is highlighted, one or more of your companions is eligible to learn a new combat skill. At each advancement level, you may choose one of 2 possible combat skills for each of your runners. Choose wisely. Not bad, not bad. Can we talk with Reliable Matthew? Smooth jazz, okay. The salesman smiles indulgently at you. A tall, lanky human of clear Cantonese ancestry. He's wearing a cheap suit and limply clutching a smelly cigarillo. He adjusts his tie with exaggerated nonchalance, languid, ostentatious, like an American casino promoter. Hey there, beautiful. Look, welcome to our little floating heaven. You've got a discerning look to you. What brings you to Reliable Matthew's Robot Bazaar? He taps Ash over a bulky cleaning drone beside him. Not waiting for an answer, he continues. Perhaps you're looking for a hexacopter as a guide to Hong Kong, or a little handheld tarantula beauty to brew your tea. You're Reliable Matthew. That's right, Reliable Matthew Sean at your service. He extends his hand to shake. The odors of peach-scented moisturizer and stale tobacco smoke wash over you. How about it? Pleasure to meet you. Always, always. Welcome to our little patch of peace on the river. I think you'll really love Hioi. It's just a fantastic place. Well, now that you're acquainted, maybe I can brighten up your day a bit. What's on your robot list, friend? I'm interested in your combat models. Reliable Matthew looks over his shoulder at the security drones, some heavily cannibalized in the corner of the yard. He returns back to you with a nervous smile. Funny you should ask. I've just gotten a Doberman that I'm selling at an incredible bargain price. Shall we take a look? Incredible bargains, huh? They fall off the back of a truck. Let's look at the security drones. All of them. An old Lone Star hover drone, a Strato 9... Oh, we got a few Strato 9s. Drug mules. A mobile pharmacy, stocked to the brim with drugs and a dart launcher. Medkit on wheels is the runner's best friend in the heat of a firefight. A Doberman. We've gotten some good work with Doberman done, so there's that. A small variant of the classic Doberman. Its turret has been modified with a burst fire for short-range skirmishes. Hell yeah! Cargo carrier. Ballistic nylon street clothes offer a bit of protection. Ah, I see. A cargo carrier could be useful. Why not? And a drone repair kit just in case. You never know, you know? We got a friend! Now we don't have to shoot. We can just tell it to shoot. Yeah! Like the old song say, a droney day is a happy day. Happy little Doberman. Have you seriously been calling me beautiful? You know I'm beautiful. I hope I don't offend. I just can't help it. To me, everyone's beautiful, baby. I back at you, beautiful. Uh-oh, a person after my own heart. This bitch flipped toast with a screwdriver. What the hell? Why would you do that? Incredible bargains, huh? They fall off the back of a truck. Are you implying that they're stolen? If so, you're mistaken. He smiles indulgently as if you just said something in an alien language. This merchandise is provided only by trusted suppliers who certify the authenticity and workability of their goods. I don't furnish manufacturers certificates, but all the providers are really top-shelf guys. Really beautiful people. Otherwise, no one would carry their drones. I mean, why not? Gender is a spook. We might as well go with, we went with male last time, we might as well go with feminine this time, you know? Do these suppliers certify the untraceability of their goods? Absolutely! He proudly taps the As Technology logo emblazoned on a housework model beside him. Most of them are genuine knockoffs. Any IDs are stripped, but most of them were never registered in the first place. Oh my god, because of the screwdriver. The screwdrivers are just really, really small spatulas. I mean, clearly. Same shape, right? Where do those trusted suppliers get them? Where do fans, prawns, and soy chips come from? Or Lucy's lovely textiles? Or the electricity for the lights? Reliable Matthew sweeps his arm expansively at the heavens, trailing a stream of blue cigarillo smoke. Where do we get this glorious bluebird sky? Screwdrivers are screwdrivers. Matthew takes a big breath, staring rapturously at the gray clouds. He looks back down at you. His expression goes flat. He shrugs limply and speaks in monotone for a moment. The smugglers and fences. I don't know where they get their drones. You too as well. Wait, I just realized all of his sale signs are on tiny drones. That's glorious. Nice. Can I be a supplier if I have a spare drone? Well, it's a very exclusive process. You need to be a member of the community in good standing, have good references, and pass a background check. He smiles widely. His eyes seem to twitch over you nervously. Or, if all you have is the drone, I can work with you. I think I understand the situation. Fantastic! I like to make sure all customers are thoroughly informed and feel completely comfortable with their purchases. Goodbye, Matthew. God damn it. We have a friend now! A helpful little friend. A sneaky little friend. What the hell does Jin sell? As you approach the small landing, you see three men, two elders and a younger man, hunched over a go board. The juxtaposition of the two white-haired, white-bearded men and the black-haired man is almost comical. Together, the three resemble the small black and white stones of their game. Matthew? Yeah, I could see that. Despite the variety of ambient distractions, the three men remain acutely focused on the game. One of the elders, a round-faced man with a beatific smile, carefully picks up a black stone and places it on the board. His opponent snorts. A small smile flashes across his long face. Almost carelessly, he snatches a white stone and deposits it on the board. The smiling man groans, and the long-faced one proceeds to collect several black pieces off the board. You got me there, Jin. He laughs. A pleasant, full sound. As it trails off, he spots you watching the game. A broad smile brightens his cheeks. You had a whole raw fish dipping in him. Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous. Some fish scales are actually designed so that if you swallow them and they try to back out, they will actually tear at the skin. They are very dangerous if you don't properly scale those things. Why, hello there. Something you need? The long-faced man gives you a cursory look and continues to collect black stones. Just a Gakushu. It's your turn. Don't mind me, I'm just watching the game. See you around. Jin waves you off. Yeah, sure. Goodbye. Yeah, fair enough. We don't really have much more business here. We don't have the Nuyen to spend on more gear. But we do have a little friend now, so we can go through through ducting and all that. Where the hell does this hatch go? Oh, it goes down to this dude, Ractor. It's oppressively hot down here, and the air is full of synthetic odors that grab you by the sinuses and refuse to let you go. You can smell engine grease and melting plastic, ionized air, and lead solder. A quick scan of the room tells you why. The downstairs tenant has converted this place into a machine shop. Metal fabrication tools and duroplastic extruders line the walls, and a pair of heavy industrial manipulators hang from the ceiling. A man in a black trench coat stands with his back to you, staring at a monitor mounted above a sturdy workbench. He addresses you without turning. I was wondering when I'd meet the new neighbor. His voice is pleasant, cultured. There's a hint of Russian accent there, but it's buried under layers of nuance. Please stay what you are. I'll be with you in just a moment, and unless you fancy a unplanned trip to Chrome Alley, don't touch anything. There are all manner of tools in here that could take your hand clean off. Take your time, I won't touch anything. Ah, you're very kind. Thank you. Try to see what's on the screen. The feed on the monitor looks like some sort of design software. You can see what appears to be a slim, spidery appendage in orthographic and perspective views. Very good, yes. That's coming along nicely, very nicely indeed. He turns to you, smiling, and for the first time you can see his face. He has broadly handsome Slavic features and a chiseled jaw. His eyes are like flecks of ice. So sorry to have kept you waiting. Crunchy, no problem, don't worry about it. You're too kind. Now, tell me, what can I do for... His eyes trail off as a flash of motion catches his eyes. With an alarming speed, a sinister-looking drone sculls out from under the work table. Its movements are surprisingly agile and fluid. The machine rears back menacingly, spreading its forelegs in a clear sign of aggression. A little drugged up. He's a little, spacey. The man's smile tilts, and his tone goes apologetic. Please don't mind the drone. He can be territorial. But so long as you remain civil, he will not bite. Our team did him dirty. What the hell are these little tubes, though? That's what I'm wondering. Maybe some sort of, like, Decker implant? He extends a hand. Simultaneously, the drone relaxes into a neutral position, lowering its killing legs. Reactor. My mechanical counterpart here is called Koshai. Slap him 5, sup, man. By all means, ask away. If I know the answer, I will gladly impart it. Do you have a chisel jaw? Hell no. I definitely do not have a chisel jaw. It's a very, soft, round one, I think. Plus, it's usually, obscured by facial fur. I'd kill for one. Well, I'm sure surgeons can help. Oh my god, he's even got the little butt chin there. You can see the line right there. It's not a Senator Armstrong style chin, but it's a very short one. It's more like fur than a proper beard, you know. Shake his hand. A pleasure. His hand is rough and abnormally warm to the touch. He shakes your hand with a solid grip. I am very pleased to meet you, my friend. In a community such as yours, it's important to be on good terms with one's neighbors. Agreed. Speaking of which, I'd like to ask you some questions if you have the time. He glances at the bracer on his forearm. A technical display winks to life, then gutters out. Very well. This morning's casting should still be cooling for a few minutes yet. That's time enough to talk. What do you mean, this morning's casting? What did you mean? Exactly what I said. A casting that I made of a new locomotive assembly for Koshai. A locomotive... Oh, moving. Romance options in this game? I don't honestly know. It's not exactly made by the people who are behind... What was that game? You know what I'm mad about? I'm not sure. You're designing drone parts in here. A biomimetic design, as you can see. This one is inspired by the walking legs of a decapod crustacean, the mangrove crab, to be specific. Flash games are dead and have been... Yeah, they are. What the hell is a mangrove crab? Oh, okay, I see what it's going with. Mangrove crab. Ah, chunky legs, cool. Gotcha. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you can still play Flash games to some extent. As long as you download the game itself, you know? That's fascinating. And will this new leg assembly make your drone more effective? That remains to be seen, but there is more to life than combat effectiveness, is there not? By fabricating new components for Koshai, I unlock options, different ways of being, even the failures, and there have been many, have value in this context. How do you learn to do all of this? More training and experience than I care to mention. I used to love the Last Stand franchise. I don't think I've ever played that Flash game, but fair enough. He offers you a wry smile. Drone architecture was once my profession, you see. Now it's more of a calling. One that I'm free to pursue, now that I've freed myself from the shackles of corporate servitude. I don't know how to play it anymore. You can download the Adobe Flash Player and download the files of the game. Then you can use the Flash Player to play the game. Yeah. It's doable, just, you know, a little harder to do with it no longer native to the actual websites. Or web browsers. There we go. Koshai is an interesting name for a drone. Yes, I suppose that it is. Not many riggers would name their most prized possession after a villain from a fairy tale. A nod to my heritage, I suppose. Who the hell is Koshai? I don't know how to play it anymore. Yeah, I know. Koshai! Often given the epithet the Immortal or the Deathless, is an archetypical male antagonist in Russian folklore. The most common feature of tales involving Koshai is a spell which prevents him from being killed. He hides his soul inside nested objects to protect it. Otherwise known as Koshai the Deathless. So he's a warlock, got it. Yes, I know the story you're talking about. His smile whines, oh? How marvelous! I hadn't thought it to meet anyone versed in the Russian classics here in Hioi. I've studied, if memory serves. Koshai the Deathless was an immortal villain and kidnapper of women. He nods. Indeed, he was those things, but it was not Koshai's misdeeds that drew me to the name. What do you think about open relationships? So long as everybody in the relationship is cool with it? I mean, who am I to say no to it, right? I suppose there was the notion of immortality through cleverness that resonated with me. There was something to be learned from that, I was sure. And so, when it came time to name my beloved creation, that was the first name that came to my mind. Is your drone deathless like its namesake? I personally couldn't, but it's okay for some folks. Yeah, if you can manage it. It's gonna be harder than most relationships because you have to balance more people's needs and all that, but... Or at least I assume you have to balance more people's needs. But there's nothing inherently wrong with it. In a manner of speaking, I suppose that he is. I have redundant copies of every piece of his architecture, and his core programming is stored in a disk in a secret location. Should he ever suffer critical damage, I can easily bring him back. I had a plan, once, to automate the self-repair process. I must confess, it was really quite ingenious, but alas, my research was lost. One day I will reclaim it, and Koshai will become as deathless as the stories claim. But it will not be today. Well, polygamy is just the extension of polyamory, right? Yeah. Yeah. Are you Russian? I don't know. He nods. You have a good ear, I'm impressed. Yes, I grew up in Nizhny Novgorod. Novgorod? Went to school there, started my career there in the industrial sector. A fairly common story, I'm sure. Fair enough. Fair enough. But I have also traveled a great deal, and in doing, I have absorbed a number of other languages and dialects. How many languages do you speak? Counting Russian and Cantonese? 15. He shrugs apologetically. It shames me to admit that I'm only literate in 12, however. What the hell, Raptor? His brow furrows. Koshai takes a step forward. I assure you, I am not bragging. In truth, I have never much cared for what anyone else thought of my abilities or accomplishments. I am quite self-sufficient in that regard. If I tell you that I feel ashamed, it is because I do. When knowledge eludes me, I take it poorly. His shoulders relax, and Koshai adopts the same posture. The curse of perfectionism, I suppose. Got some interesting machinery here. Don't usually see that outside of corporations. He smiles. The same could be said of many in Hioi, I'm sure. This is a smuggler's den, is it not? Our entire economy is based on people having things that they shouldn't. Is there a particular device that interests you, out of curiosity? Saw this YouTube couple talk about their relationship. One guy was so hesitant to talk about it and let the other guy talk all the time about it when it came to hookups with others. Fair enough. Is there a particular device that interests you, out of curiosity? Robotic arms that you got over there. They look like something taken from an automotive assembly plant. His smile flashes brilliantly in the light. Good guess! That's precisely what they are. They fell off a boat, you might say. They weren't cheap, but I acquired them and I had them mounted to the walls of my shop. I simply had to have them. Yeah. The return on investment has been dramatic. Yes, they're cruder by far than the Waldo devices they use in my professional life, but they still do the job and they are mine. He gazes lovingly at the industrial arms, still smiling. They have increased my fabrication capabilities nearly tenfold, and that, to me, is worth any price. Yeah. Well, you know, not everybody's comfortable about talking about their, personal proclivities, I guess. If you catch my drift. You said that you used to work for a corp. Whose payroll were you on? He sighs. That is something of a sore subject. My departure was involuntary, you see. I did not part ways with my employer under the best of terms. I'll tell you that I worked for Grishin Avi Corps, but you'll forgive me if I don't want to go into detail. Well, that's unfortunate. Hopefully they hash it out and talk properly about the subject then, right? Communication is especially important in any sort of relationship. Especially if you got a lot of people in there, you know? Keeping all this machinery running can't be cheap. How can you afford it? Freelance. At the risk of sounding immodest, I've commodified myself rather well. There are always corporations in need of design consultation. You'd be surprised by how lucrative such work can be. There's always other work that I can turn to in a pinch. You know. Ultimately, it'll be up to them to talk it through, right? You said they did other work besides consulting. Care to tell me what kind? He pauses, and for a second something flashes in his eye. Gaucher lowers his body into a crouch. A rather personal question, wouldn't you say? Then we're having a personal conversation. Indeed we are, but even in personal conversations, certain topics can be held off limits. Truth be told, I don't feel especially comfortable discussing my side work with relative strangers. Suffice it to say that my freelance activities often fall on the illicit end of the spectrum. It's okay, I'll drop the subject. Perhaps. He glances at the display on his bracer again. Now, will there be anything else? I have to get back upstairs. Very well, come back anytime. It's pleasant to have someone to talk to. Plot twist, he does porn. Not just any porn, no. He isn't the actor in there. It's his drone. That's the plot twist. Alright. We should probably go hunting around for lore knowledge. Somewhere hidden in the back, he's got some sort of, anthropomorphic fox drone. That's completely anatomically correct. Wu's cabin appears to be the only clean spot in the bolt hole. His equipment is neatly laid out on his bedding, grouped by type, arranged just so. He's currently in the process of cleaning his weapon with meticulous care. Well, that's that, I guess. We're runners now. I forgot to ask about benefits. Think we get medical and dental? He stops for a moment, stares at the weapon in his hand. Damn, I don't think we took the brochure. We'll have to ask for it the next time we have an audience with our Chinese syndicate crime lord. He looks down the barrel of his gun, blows into it. Bad idea, Duncan. You look like you want to talk about something. What's the topic? I want to talk about Raymond. Okay, shoot. What do you think is going on with him? I don't know. He was clearly obsessed with the walled city and whatever prosperity is. He sounds like a sleepwalker trying to stumble his way through a dream or something. A sleepwalker who hires Shadowrunners. From triad bosses. Raymond was smart. Smart as hell. I'm sure he had a reason for using Kylie Cheng as a fixer. You never know. There's people who pay good money for a weird robot like that. Why do you think he came to Hong Kong? Well, he's from here, right? It sounds like I had unfinished business that I need to take care of before... Think he's dying? Maybe. Just something to think about. Did he say anything about me after I left? You know Raymond. He taught us what he wanted to teach us. Told us what we want us to know. Everything else was met with a wall of good-natured silence. This is fucking RPG Cyberpunk 2077. Yes, but unlike Cyberpunk 2077, which is entirely cyberpunk, this game has magic, elves, dwarves, orcs, all that sort of stuff. Hell, we got into the, our first mission for Kylie Cheng was to go deliver a message We got into that person's hideout by asking a ghost what the password was. He used to say, "You are the master of the unspoken word, Mr. Wu. Once it is out of your mouth, it is out of your control." So no, after you left, he never said a word about you. Not a word. Let's talk about something else. How about being Shadowrunners? What's there to say? I worked my ass off to pull myself out of the gutter and make something out of my life. I did what it took to earn my bronze, and now I'm a mercenary hiding in the shadows of a foreign country, doing dirty jobs that the corps need to keep off the books. It's the reverse of everything I ever wanted. You seem to be taking to it pretty damn well, so let me ask you something. You said you thought that Raymond was alive too. That we'd run the shadows until we could figure out what happened to him. Was that true? Jesus Christ, nice ghost. Do they know Casper? No. But they know what it feels like to be lacerated by a bunch of gang members chasing after him because he failed to pay protection money. And then dying in a alleyway in Kowloon Walled City. Damn. This is all about finding out what really happened to Raymond. Wu nods, clearly satisfied. Good that we're on the same page. I feel better knowing that. Can't get that dream that I had out of my head. You said you had one too, right? Yeah, yours sounded like a nasty one. I don't remember much about mine. I was pretty creeped out by a run into the walled city. Between that and all the drama, I'd be surprised if I didn't have a nightmare. Was the walled city in your dream? Of course the walled city was in my dream. It was a nightmare, wasn't it? Gives you a lopsided grin. Was it in your dream too? You gotta go to bed now? Well, thank you very much for stopping by. It was nice talking with you. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. Try not to dream of weird cults and walled cities. Farewell! Enjoy the rest of your game. Well, I will do my best. I'll be here voicing things with silly voices. Sure looked like it. I'm not sure I'm surprised. The walled city is more than just another slum and a sprawl. Hell, it is a sprawl. Of course we dreamed about it. The feeling I had there has stayed with me. It felt thick, heavy, and I got this overwhelming feeling of, I don't know, wretchedness, I guess. Gonna try to dream of Henry Cavill? Well, I wish you all the best. What do you remember about yours? Just little snatches of things. He puts his hands on his hips and concentrates. The walled city was breathing. It had teeth everywhere. There was a tunnel that was so bright that I had to shut my eyes, and Raymond was there. He was either kneeling or laying down, I can't remember which, but he was crying. That's what made me wake up, the sound of my father crying. Did it feel any different from other nightmares you've had? Okay, bye! See you around, cuddling. He takes his time, thinks about his answer a bit before he responds. You know how sometimes you'll be mad at a friend in a dream and then wake up still mad at him? Then you treat him like you did something wrong when you see him? It kind of feels like that to me, like I dreamed I was swimming towards a bright light and when I woke up, I was out of breath from the effort. Let's talk about something else. What's your opinion on Kylie Chang? I'd say she's got us right where she wants us. Right under her thumb. What do you want me to talk about specifically? What do you think she wants from us? As long as her network keeps delivering information about Raymond, I don't care. At least, for now. We need to stay with her. We have no other connections in Hong Kong. Without her, we're dead in the water. You think we can trust her? Probably not. A triad boss and underground fixer. No, I don't think we can trust her. But as long as we all share the same goals, we should be okay. Makes sense. As long as we serve her interests, she doesn't have a reason to screw us over. Exactly. It's simple. She provides jobs, we do jobs. She gets info about Raymond and that plastic face man, and we figure out what the hell is going on. Figure out what's going on, she doesn't end up in the trunk of a car at the bottom of the river. Everybody wins. Well, what about this plastic face man? Creepy dudes are nothing new to me. Even well-dressed, creepy corporate dudes. Between the gangers we grew up with and the shit that I've run into as a cop, I've seen all kinds. I just want to know who he is and who he works for. We should keep an eye on Bao. We should keep an eye on everybody, and that guy is definitely no exception. I've seen plenty of cold killers in the Barrens, and plenty more since I joined Lone Star. This guy's the real deal. I'm not sure if he even knows what the word remorse is. You should steer clear of him. I'm just trying to watch your back, since you don't appear to be doing a very good job of it. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about Goblin and Isabel. They seem competent, considering how young they are, but then again, they sound like they've been taking care of themselves since they're pretty young. The three of us worked together well in the walled city. Based on that, I bet the four of us would make a solid crew. Do you trust them? Or as I trust any runner, yeah. It's like Raymond used to say, trust and verify. They haven't given me a reason not to trust them, so until they do, I believe what they say and keep my eyes open. We'll talk later. Later's good. I want to do some cardio, work off some steam. Then it's rack time for me. You should do the same. A couple push-ups will do you do. A couple hundred push-ups will do you good. I could bust out 200 in my sleep. Here is an eyebrow. I'd love to see that sometime. But for now, you should clear out. I want to get started. This cabinet isn't big enough for two. We're just collecting all the lore, you see. Hello, Isabel. Isabel's cabin is an exercise in controlled chaos. Her living space is utterly dominated by an enormous jury-rig computer. Serpentine cables snake from component to component, tying dozens of obsolete terminals and cyberdecks together into a single colossal machine. This is my personal machine. If you're looking for your mission computer, it's downstairs. She doesn't bother looking up. You can see that she's elbow deep in the guts of an obsolete cyberdeck, one of a half-dozen that have been wired into your computer with braided cables. Actually, I was hoping to talk to you. Got a second? There's a long pause, then she chirps out a response. We're talking now, aren't we? I guess so, yeah. Can I ask you a few questions? She leans in, scrutinizing the innards of the obsolete deck. Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. I've been having weird dreams recently. Her body goes still. Yes, I think everyone has. Me too, I've been having horrible nightmares. I know, it happens more often than you'd think. She tilts her head in the direction of the walled city. This kind of mass psychosis was common where I grew up. Everybody got it. What is it? What's causing it? I don't know. Slowly she begins rummaging through the guts of the obsolete cyberdeck again. I don't think that I want to. What machine you're working on? Care to tell me about it? She's my pet project. I call her the Octopus. She waves a hand at the tangle of thick power cables that radiate out from the machine's central core. You might be able to guess why. Impressive work. How well does it perform? She's a monster. She yanks a fried chip from the deck's motherboard and neatly sets it aside, then fumbles into a nearby bin for a replacement. An absolute beast. What's this thing made of? Whatever I could find. Busted terminals, obsolete cyberdecks, aftermarket memory from Maximum Law's dumpster. Scavengers would kill for this stuff in the walled city. But out here, people throw it away. She chuckles to herself as she eases a card into an empty expansion slot. Most deckers are early adopters. They buy whatever's newest, shut out huge amounts of Nuyen in hopes of riding the bleeding edge. Stupid. It's an arms race. Deckers do what they have to do. They do what's easy. Throw money at the problem. Amateurs. For a quarter of the price of that whiz-new cyberdeck, I can have 5 of last year's model, and after I've finished daisy-chaining them together, the machine that I bought will run circles around your store-bought wonder. Makes sense to me. Good. That's a good sign. Shows that you're thinking clearly. Frowning, she yanks a stick of memory from the old deck. So, was there something else that you needed? What about your portable gear, your cyberdeck, software, that kind of thing? It gets the job done. Might not be top of the line, but I'm comfortable using it in the field. If you should happen to come across any more advanced hardware or software, either on the job or on the discount rack at Law's Techno Palace, I'm not above taking donations, but barring that, I'm fine with using what I've got. Your call. Can we talk about the ambush? I'd rather not. I lost friends there. Duncan and I didn't come out of the attack unscathed either. They shot Carter down, same as your friends. Was she your friend? You didn't seem that close. He returns her attention to the octopus, turning her back on you. I'd like to get to know you better. Tell me something about yourself. Something? He pauses for a moment. Okay, I don't like small talk. Does that count? Sure, it tells me that you don't want to be social. Yeah, of course. Don't want to talk, don't want to talk. Thanks for not pushing it. It's nothing personal, I just don't think I'm a very interesting person. That is absolutely incorrect. Everybody is interesting in some way. Everybody. Doesn't matter how mundane or boring you think you might be. Any thoughts about that last run? I wasn't there, remember? So for me, I was pretty much like any other night. I spent the evening tooling around on my octopus. Anything else you wanted to know? You don't like talking about things other than a computer very much, do you? There's a long pause before she responds. When she does, she sounds vaguely hurt. I prefer not to. Nothing personal, it's just the way that I am. Nothing wrong with that. I just want to know who I'm running with, don't you? Yes, you're still a mystery to me. There's a long pause. I don't like mysteries, but I do enjoy solving them. She turns, gives you her full attention. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask you a question, something personal. After you've given me an answer, you get to ask me something. Think of it like a game of questions. We take turns until one of us wants to quit. Deal? Deal, you go first, ask away. She studies your face. We'll start off easy. Tell me what you really think about Duncan. I love and respect the man. He's family. She cocks her head inquisitively. I heard how you abandoned him back in Seattle. If that's love, you've got a funny way of showing it. Well, you answered my question. I guess that makes it your turn. How long have you been running the Shadows with Gobbet? How did you and Gobbet meet? Where did you learn to deck? I get the feeling she's not going to want to talk about the walled city. How did you and Gobbet meet? Her brows furrow, and after a moment she screws her eyes shut. We met as kids, in the walled city. My prison was her playground. I'm sorry if that was uncomfortable for you. No, it isn't that. I'll be fine. I just have a hard time remembering those days. My childhood is kind of a blur. She shifts her gaze to the octopus. And that will make it my turn. She pauses, considering. So tell me, what was your connection to Raymond Black? Benefactor and mentor. I respected him. In that case, my condolences. It's always difficult to lose someone who you respect. Your turn. Ask me a question and I'll give you my answer. How long have you been running with Gobbet? Oh, Shadow with Gobbet. That's a good question. I guess about 4 years now? A decent stretch by anyone's reckoning. And that brings us back to my turn. She gestures back at the cabin walls around you. You enjoy it, don't you? Living like this, working the shadows. It's a survival, I do what I have to. Enjoyment doesn't come into it. She blinks. We may have more in common than I thought. Your turn again. Go ahead and ask me something. Where did you learn to deck? The Whampoa. I lived there for a while after escaping the walled city. The people there were difficult. We didn't get along, but it was a great place to learn. My turn again. Her head tilts as she studies your face. And I think... my last question for you. You're stuck here. Marooned, you and Duncan both. He's obviously unhappy with the situation. He keeps going on about the things they left behind, but... what about you? Is there anything that you want to get back to? Nothing worth mentioning. Truth be told, I'm enjoying the change of scenery. Nothing? There isn't anything about your old life that you'll miss. I don't know whether to envy you or feel sorry for you. She glances down at the clock on her desk, an antique model with physical hands that looks like it was wrenched out of a submarine. Frown spreads across her face. Shit, it's even later than I thought. I've still got a long way to go before the octopus is fixed. She begins to turn away, her attention fixed on the stack of partially disassembled cyberdecks right in front of her. And forgetting something? She stops in place, fidgets. If you've got another question, go ahead and ask, but be quick about it. You need to tell me what you can about the walled city. Her voice goes cold. Why? Because Raymond Black wanted to go in there, and somebody destroyed my life to keep him from doing that. Her cheeks flush, just like they did the last time. She averts her eyes. No, I'm sorry, but no. Later, maybe, but not now. Alright, Isabel, maybe next time. Blinking, she turns away and buries herself in the octopus's splayed innards. Please excuse me, I have work to do. Okay, so she's very sensitive about the walled city. Noted. But we did get some interesting information from her. Gobbet's nest is exactly what you'd expect. Piles of clothes on the ground, and overflowing garbage bins surrounded by stacks of instant noodle packets, and towers of tinned oysters. Avant-garde posters haphazardly thumbtacked to the walls, overlapping in some places and peeling in others. Feels a lot like an art school dorm room. Gobbet reclines in a corner, cradling a bowl of soup in her hands. At her feet, a cast iron pot simmers away on an electric hot plate. The contents are typical Hong Kong comfort food: chicken-style soya broth, elbow macaroni, tinned ham, and a heaping scoop of egg-flavored mycoprotein. As you wind your way through the piles of dirty laundry, Gobbet slowly lifts her head from her bowl to acknowledge you. Hey, Seattle! She chews on the words along with a mouthful of cheap pasta. The corner of her mouth curls up in a half-smile. How's tricks? Things have been better, things have been worse. That's the attitude. Very stoic, very strong. It's downright inspiring. She skims an oily slab of faux ham off the top of her soup and pops it into her mouth. Oh, you want to tell me what you're doing in my bedroom? I assume you're not here to admire the view. Have you had any nightmares recently, like bad ones? Her jaw stops working mid-chew. Slowly, she nods. Yeah. Yeah, I have. We all have. Everyone in town. Me too. And Isabel. We both just had the same nightmare. Let me guess. You saw the walled city, a black whirlpool, and teeth. Thousands and thousands of teeth. She holds up a hand. You don't need to answer. I already know that I'm right. Because I just had the same dream. Creepy, I know. Her voice goes quiet. The dreams are coming from inside of the walled city, I'm sure of it. All of the negative energy pent up in there, all that pain and anger and poisonous chi, it's leaking out. And while we sleep, it's getting into us. If you're you think that this is a magical phenomenon, then? Yeah, I think it is. Want my personal opinion? The walled city is cursed. Deep down, I think that everybody knows it, and we live in its shadow. That's bound to mess with your head, you know? And it is, but they're just dreams. It's not like they can hurt us, right? Neither one of us isn't terrified by this. She tries on a smile, fails, and does her best to laugh it off. Don't worry, Seattle. We're fine here, but let's talk about something else, huh? I don't like thinking about the walled city very much. Too many old fears and bad feelings. Oh, you decided on the name. Gobbet, anyway. I didn't. She pops a noodle into her mouth and chews. My mom did. You aren't using a street name. Isn't that dangerous for a Shadowrunner? Nah, not really. I'm sinless. There's no electronic record of a girl named Gobbet even existing. Only thing that could really threaten me would be, say, the HKPF attaching an APB to whatever file they do have on me. That would be terrifying. I'm glad to see you're keeping a sense of humor about it. Yeah, well, if you can't laugh about this, what can you laugh about? If you're up to talking about it, I would want to go over the ambush back on the docks with you. Yeah. She nods slowly, frowning. Yeah, I figured you would. That was a hell of a thing, right? I'll go a little further than that. It was a clusterfuck of epic proportions. She nods. Yeah, that it was. Nightjar and Gutcher were two of the strongest men that I've ever known. Quality Shadowrunners, both of them. I watched those two fight through situations that kill anyone and come out on top. And how did they go out? She mimes holding a rifle, making a show of peering down the scope. Bang, bang, dead, dead. No blaze of glory, no final speech, just extinguished. Smashed like bugs. They went quick and clean. We should all be so lucky. She shakes her head from side to side. No way, not me. When I die, I want to know what's coming. Just winking out like it was the worst thing I could imagine. Even a drawn-out, painful death would be better. At least I'd have time to say my goodbyes. I guess I can see that. Of course you can, because I'm right. You don't want to go gentle into that good night any more than I do. She plunges her spoon back into the bowl, sloshing ham-scented broth up over the rim. Nightjar and Gutshot, they never got the opportunity to choose. It's fucking depressing. Kara didn't get to choose either. She went down on the alpha strike just like your teammates did. Yeah, she seemed like a good woman. Tough, skilled, light on her feet, but in the end it didn't matter, because some asshole with a rifle made a decision a half a mile away. He falls quiet, staring into her soup. Got us out of it, though. We're all still alive because of you. She absentmindedly raises the bowl to her shoulder. A rat crawls over the slope of her back and lowers its head to lap at the broth. It was more rat than me. She's the one who grabbed me by the gut and led us to that sewer entrance. All that I did was follow. I'd like to learn more about Rat. What the hell is a totem animal? What kind of totem is she? She slips thoughtfully at her soup. A clever one. She's got me out of more trouble than I care to mention. Got me into a fair amount of it, too. But I can always count on her to leave me out of hot water when I need her to. I can feel it in my belly, you know. Sort of a tugging sensation. I've long since learned to follow it. I wasn't aware that totems took such direct control of their shamans. Usually they don't. Me and Rat, we have a sort of special bond. She takes care of me, and I've always done my best to take care of her. Another pair of beady eyes blinks up at you from Gobbet's hip. A second rat scurries up her shoulder to join the first. And to pamper her earthly children, like these two. Meet madness and folly. Are they just normal rats, then? I thought they might have been spears or something. Nope, just rats. She brushes her fingers across the white rat's mottled coat. Don't trust follow, she bites. How did you come across them? She raises an eyebrow. I looked outside? I mean, they're rats. Hong Kong isn't experiencing a rodent shortage or anything. They just pick them up off the street. Yep, think of them as rescue vermin. You could probably do the same if you wanted to. It's easy, just walk into any alleyway in Kowloon after sundown, Stick your hand in the first dumpster or storm drain you come across. Keep fishing around until you touch fur. That sounds like a really bad idea. Yeah, in retrospect, it might have been. She continues to brush Folly's coat. The creature chirps happily at her touch. Odds are about 50-50 that you get your hand chewed off. I probably feel bad about that. You always let your rats drink out of your own bowl? She shrugs. Sure, why not? We're all a part of the same nest. Makes as much sense as anything else, I guess. Of course it does. Besides which, I get shot at for a living. I've got bigger things to worry about than a few stray hairs in my noodles. Seem pretty comfortable with all this. Been running the shadows for a while? She dips her chin. A long time. Started when I was just a kid. Yeah, I gather you've seen a lot of action then. She rolls her shoulders. Plenty. Been in more firefights than I can count. You're pretty new at this. You and Duncan both. It shows. She takes a moment to study you. Slowly her mouth tilts into a smirk. What you need is a wizened mentor. An experienced runner from whose experience you can benefit. I'm thinking that might as well be me. You aren't wizened. Back in Seattle, you couldn't even order a drink without a fake ID. Keys the device, and I don't see Isabel volunteering for the job anytime soon. You're in? Good. Starting next time you visit, I'm going to teach you all about being a Shadowrunner. She stifles a yawn. You're going to benefit from my bountiful experience. Wait and see. I'll be looking forward to it. The gobbet stretches, stifles a yawn. Her rats scurry from her shoulders down to her hips. She taps the simmering pot on the floor with her boot. The soup inside has been reduced down to a thick, viscous gravy. You know, this has been a nice chat and all, but it's getting late, and I still have the rest of a hot pot to power through. So without wanting this to get awkward, say no more, I'll get out of your hair. Yeah, you too. Gobbet seems nice, but we got a mission to go to now. Finally, we're getting some action, you know? We've gone through all the chatter. We got our Doberman following us around. Pretty good. Your workstation and mission computer. The cool blue tones of the workstation's main menu fill the screen. A blinking message in the upper right corner notifies you that I have 6 unread messages. Open the jobs directory, access the Shadowrun BBS. Shadowrun connection established successfully. Link strength 100%, spoofing is on. Group info null add-on. Welcome to Shadowland. Post-pay data for sale. Attach data to escrow account. Data will automatically be sold to the highest bidder. Both parties will remain anonymous throughout the transaction. Post exotic animal dealer contacts. Posting successful. Posting will remain active for 2 days. Relevant keywords. Misconnections. You rappelling down the side of an unnamed luxury hotel in a ball gown on Monday night. Me admiring the view from the 28th floor urinals during a private soiree for an unnamed corporation that I was infiltrating. Our eyes met briefly before you dropped out of sight. Your long dark hair come loose from your chignon, framing your beautiful flushed face. I'll never forget it. You're carrying a duffel bag bulging with stolen prototype weaponry. Oh, I feel to see until that goes with it. Can we connect? Very funny, Blackjack. I'm sorry the job went sideways. I got trapped and had only one way out. Red Queen. Blackjack, we were supposed to have each other's our backs. Just wait till you hear the way out that I had to take. Red Queen. We gotta lay low for now. Why are we posting about this on a public message board? Is it fitting? Terrorists in Hong Kong. Been hearing some buzz about some mainlander terrorists that showed up in Victoria Harbor and had a shootout with the HKPF the other day. Anyone heard anything on that? Dong Zhang. Ming Pa, wharf rat, said there were 4 of them that got away. 1 elf, 2 orcs, and a dwarf. A troll, an elf, and a human were all killed on the scene. Word is that they are members of the White Star out of Henan. Coming to start trouble against the Executive Council. Heaven shot. It looks like there's a 50,000 new... Wait. Only 50,000? That's insulting. What the hell? We should be at least 500,000. What the hell? Seems pretty nervous about letting these bastards walk freely around the streets. Freedom Cowboy. You think they'd actually pay out to somebody like us? Not a chance. You walk in there to claim the reward, you're getting thrown in a hole with them. The HKPF doesn't keep promises to the sinless. Gonna hurt to try. Why do you have to be such a downer? Heaven shot. Freedom Cowboy. Because I know the police. They're all dirty, they're only in it to protect their paychecks, and they don't give a damn about anybody else. Believe me, I'm just looking out for your best interests. Dongjong, like you and your triad, looked out for my brother. You know he's still paying for his reconstructive surgery, you bastard. Freedom Cowboy. If a man wants to keep his teeth, he should pay what he owes, rather than pull a gun on me. Simple as that. Poetry slam. Okay. There are no rules and there are also no prizes. Oh my god. How long do you think we can keep this going before the trolls show up or our sysadmin shuts us down? Why don't they shut us down? It's a free board. We can be poetic if we want to. Just trust me, it happens. For some reason, these things always draw the worst sort of attention. Are you going to give us a poem or are you going to stand around complaining why you can't? Alright, I got one. Wait for it. Synth muscle, smartlink, snow boosters, cyber limbs, all fall to grenades. A little musing on the transience of life in the shadows. Very nice, sir. Huh. Not bad. When the long shadows fall in Hong Kong, neon lights pierce the coming night. Tread with me, the velvet blackness, let no lamp shine on our deeds. That one's entitled Our Hour. That might just have been the most pompous thing I've ever read. Try this on for size. Lasers are red, shadows are black, with a man on the street, you'd best watch your back. My poem wasn't pompous, you uncultivated rube. It was homage to Wang Wei, the famous Tang Dynasty master of the Weizhou form of poetry. It's traditional, unlike that ridiculous limerick that you posted. Now, I don't think you have to take the word slam quite so seriously. Hey, you people know the rules. Poetry slams have been out of bounds on this BBS since the Laughing Man debacle at 55. If you want to sling your fancy words, do it on a different forum. I'm shutting this thread down. The Laughing Man debacle. Told you. Red Walled City. I've got a courier job next week that's supposed to take me to the Walled City. I'm from Kuala Lumpur. I've never been to Hong Kong, but I hear that place is dangerous as hell. Is there anything I should know? Oh, you've got nothing to worry about. It's just a low-cost housing development full of hard-working people. Here, take a look at this news report. A short trid clip begins playing. This is Sunny Chung of Horizon News. On today's Sunny Side Up, the Kowloon Walled City, a blight on the free enterprise zone, or low-cost housing for the economically disadvantaged. We'll introduce you to some of the hard-working residents, how they live, and how they contribute to the growth and prosperity of our city. A montage sequence begins, showcasing the destitute poor of the Walled City going about their daily lives. The shots have been carefully chosen, showing only smiling and productive residents. A stark contrast to your own experience inside it. Many residents of Hong Kong regard the Walled City as a place of no return. For outsiders, it's a last stop on a long road to homelessness. Rumors abound of feral ghouls, unsafe living conditions, and triad extortion. Yet when we went there, the reality is far different. What we saw will shock you. Citizens of Hong Kong working and living it just like the rest of us. Their apartments are small and their shops are modest, but the people who live there wouldn't be out of place anywhere in the Fez. Citizens like shoemaker Chow Sang Sui. The scene cuts to an elderly man in a closet-sized stall filled with shoemaking equipment. He smiles broadly at the camera. Oh, I love it here. We have a community, you know? We're like family. Maybe we don't have as nice a view as they do in Repulse Bay, but I can't imagine living anywhere else. It's not paradise, no, but it's my home. I grew up here. How could I possibly leave? The camera shifts back to Sunny Chung, who now stands in front of one of the entrances to the Walled City. Contrary to popular opinion, the Walled City serves a vital function. The poor and downtrodden find a home in the Walled City, a community where they can have a voice, can work, and even prosper. Far from being the eyesore that the video suddenly stutters, freezes, and ends. Okay, I've decided to cut the rest of that crap. She keeps going on about what a good place the Walled City is and how we all need it. Don't buy any of it. It may not be hell, but you can see it from there. Freedom Cowboy's just trying to get you in trouble. So, how do you know the real story? Because I grew up there. You know what it's really like? It's eating old broth made from rat bones because there's nothing else. It's watching neighbors sell their 5-year-old son to organ leggers so they don't starve to death. When you die in the Walled City, your neighbors cheer because they'll get the clothes off your back. I wouldn't wish the Walled City on my worst enemy. Okay. Open the jobs directory. View all pending jobs. Back to root. Inbox for new messages. Okay. We got a few missions to go to. Okay. Welcome to Hioi. From Kindly Chang. Friends He, on behalf of your friends at the Hioi Chamber of Commerce and the Swift Winds Mahjong Parlor, I welcome you to the community of Hioi and to our new business venture. I've already lined up 3 jobs for you. The details of each are contained in a separate computer message. Remember to check your messages often, as I will update you with new opportunities as they occur. Mission computer. From Isabel. Hey, Crunchy, I've set up your mission computer to automatically collect and collate news reports, information, and media that might be of interest to you. Some of the keywords I've got it trolling for are things like Raymond, Duncan, Walled City, etc. I've also passioned a permanent link up to the Hong Kong shard of the Shadowrun's BBS. It's a great place to connect with other runners, sell pay data, get news from the street, and so on. Don't be shy about taking a look. Resources. From Bao. I have been instructed to inform you of the various suppliers present in Hioi. Auntie Cheng has cultivated a commercial district of well-stocked and trustworthy vendors. Whoever you choose to do business with, you'll be in good hands. Ermine Cafe at Club 88 is an excellent resource for acquiring additional weapons, should you require any. If you're in need of magical supplies, go to the Parlor of 5 Phases. If you desire training in the Path of the Adept, seek out Spider Shen. She can help you, as well as supply you with any close quarters weapons that you might desire. Chrome Alley can supply you with cybernetic enhancements and medical supplies. The proprietor, 10 Armed Ambrose, is a cyber surgeon of some repute. Law's Techno Palace is a Wampoan-run supplier of the local decking community. Places hard to miss, just look for a sign glowing in the sky. If you need drones, Reliable Matthews drove up Bazaar is your best bet, and I pity you. Best of luck in the shadows. As fresh meat, you are likely to need it. Alright, let's check out the serial killer. I've got a problem, Kunti, and you're going to help me solve it. I do a lot of business with the Wampoans. If you're not familiar with the term, I'll forgive you. You are an outsider, after all. The Wampoans are a tribe of techno-fetishists and deckers who've taken up residence in the Wampoa Garden area of Hong Kong. They make and trade high-tech goods to people from all over the world. A lot of new yin passes through their pasty little fingers, and I make a lot of money brokering deals between them and the smugglers here in Hioi. I've hit a snag, though. The Wampoan elders, their council of leaders, are being eliminated by a serial killer. They've asked me to dispatch someone to get to the bottom of it and stop the killings, and they're not taking their goods through my turf until I do. So you're going to be my proxy, dear. I don't care how you do it, but I need those murders stopped. The Wampoans have a delegate here in Hioi by the name of Maximum Law. Speak with him if you wish to know about Wampoa. He's got a big mouth, but he knows very little of importance. Don't expect much from that half-empty bottle of vinegar. You get your ass down to Wampoa Garden and talk to the elders. Lie, cheat, and steal if you have to, as long as they're convinced that there won't be any more murders. I want my cut back, and I want it soon. Take the run. Good. I'll tell the elders you're coming. They don't like outsiders, and they might shoot at you if I don't warn them that you'll be arriving. There we go, we got a job. Go to Wampoa to track down a serial killer. Well, it shouldn't take us long. We need to talk with Wampoa, what was his name? Law, there we go. Maximum Law. Overhead, a gigantic hollow sign shines like a searchlight, screaming its message through the dim light. It hums and flickers, sputtering like an old engine. Fierce electrical crackles sporadically burst out of the sign's emitter, stabbing your eyes and filling your ears with static. Under the baleful glare of the sign, the rusty mini-barge's deck is stacked with electronics. Dilapidated stereos share space with crisply boxed servers. Ranks of discs and memory chips fill display cases padlocked under plexiglass. A short human in his late 20s stands in the middle, hands on his hips, talking loudly into the air. Bulky virtual reality goggles cover his eyes. A data jack cable runs from his temple down his stained t-shirt to a beltload of clearly home-built computer hardware. No, I'm telling you. His voice is shrill, clipped. Nobody uses KM3s? Like, nobody. They're shit. I don't care what Deng says. If Shiawaze SRP uses KM3s, they're stupid. Hey, flesh is rolling up. I gotta go. He turns to face you, goggles blank and enigmatic, blinking with tiny lights and wrapped in duct tape. He points at your PDA. I ripped that PDA. You work for kindly. His lips work impatiently. Yo, what do you want? You provided this PDA? Tell me about it. It was a Fuchsia Zero Star 3. They use a Scarab chip, which is good, but the motherboard is wet noodles and sprouts. I pull out the tracker's installed encryption. Now it runs on the Wampoa virtual network. The corpse and cops can't crack it, can't track it. Well, thanks for the PDA. He shrugs dismissively. It's what we do. This is Law's Technology Palace, satellite territory of Wampoa. You step on the boat, you're in a sovereign state. I represent Wampoa here. I'm Maximum Law. He draws himself up proudly, setting his hands on his hips. The Maximum Law, yo. You got a tech problem? Boom, I solve it. You need software? Boom, done. Don't waste my time. So you got any business in Wampoa right now? If not, keep moving. Found this while poking around in the walled city. Worth anything? He scans the chip's casing with a handheld optical reader. Yo, that shit is banned! Lifted off some Yellow Lotus. They traffic this shop, this stuff. Delimited sim chips, full sensory experiences. Looking for a buyer? I can make it happen. How's 120 new yen sound? Take it. Hope it finds a good home. Well, yeah, I'll sample it first, but those Calhoots can send you for a trip. Don't worry, I can handle my Sims. That is an amazingly ostentatious son you got. Yo! Maximum Law looks up at the gigantic blue-white letters with deep satisfaction. It's pretty boss. Must cost you a small fortune. Whatever, I'm not paying for it. Half of Hioi gets his juice from a private tap on a big Mitsuhama DC cable under the river. Mitsuhama's like... His voice winds up into a mocking line. Oh, let's run 2 million volts from the coal fusion plant to the island under the river. Those slum monkeys can't tap an underwater cable. Idiots. You know who built the tap that builds electricity off the cable? Whampoa. You know whose barge holds the transformer? Mine. Maximum Law thrusts his fist high in the air in sign of victory. Cheap power for all and a whole lot extra for me. Behold the lighthouse of boom! Why are you wearing VR goggles? It's not VR, it's augmented reality. We're pioneering it. Little cameras, matrix overlay. I can support a 3-dimensional HUD and sub-windows with live multiple feeds. Huh. Okay then. I've got a command shell open right now. I've networked with 5 guys. Law taps his goggles. Wave of the future. Augmented reality. I hear a lot of corps are experimenting with it, but not in such a socially invasive way. Yeah, Shiawaze, Fuchi, Renraku, a couple others. Law waves his hand dismissively. Some of us take a look at what they're doing. Their whole approach is flawed. They won't get anywhere. You looked at everything multiple megacorps are doing. Yep, corps can't think like us. They have paper tigers, and inside all that money and organization, their systems runs by idiots. Their coders lack perspective, no complexity of thinking. The system prevents it. Law says it with supreme confidence. A statement of perfect fact. Boom! This guy's got some energy to it. Looks like you've got some dangerously exposed wires over there. Yo, what are you, my mother? Law regards you with skeptical disgust. Those wires are fine where they are, high and dry. They're only a problem for someone who does something stupid. I'm running a high bandwidth tech operation. Do I look like I have time to tape copper and sip tea? No, I don't. Law wraps his knuckles fiercely on a clear top case full of buses, cables, and cable harnesses. These are the only wires you need to think about. Here for tech, show me what you got. Ah, so here's where we get our upgraded stuff. I see. Decrypt, suppression, blaster, degrade, firewall, killer. Shield, slow. Not bad, not bad. Tell me about Whampoa. We're pretty much the best, yo. What do you want to know? Law folds his arms impatiently as if he's irritated by your request, but he can't quite stifle a proud grin. Just tell me about the tribe, generally. Who are you guys? Law smirks. You really are new to the Kong, aren't you? We're the Neo Matrix Collective. We run the Hong Kong Data Haven and the Kong Shadow Nets. We are the Kong Shadow Nets. Outside the corporate nets is the rest of the Kong. In those shadows, you'll find threads of golden light like a vast spider web that carry information. Those golden threads, and that web, is Whampoa. Law gives a curt, virile nod. My buddy Redstorm wrote that. Pretty wicked, huh? Anyway, we're bleeding edge on the path to the singularity. We're doing things no one else is doing. Anywhere, except maybe Denver or Tokyo. Our homeland is the Matrix, and we're building a society of truth, and expertise, and information. You seem very outspoken, less modest than the many Hong Kongers. Is that travel? I am more outspoken, yo. I don't need the meat space rituals. Modesty is inefficient. He shrugs dismissively. Is that a one-poem thing? For those of us who are most dialed, maybe, we're post-cultural. Law sweeps his hand around, gesturing at the surroundings. I hardly see any of this meat space. Our meat space headquarters is a big 20th century ship that's totally awesome. Whatever, it's just meat space. Whampoa is bleeding edge on the path to becoming the singularity, and in the singularity there's going to be nothing but straight-up truth. Law punches his fist down at the ground, striking a majestic pose like a Tridio barbarian. Boom! Truth! What's a Whampoan doing on Kindly's turf? Are you a liaison? What am I doing here? Law seems shocked at the question. I'm an ambassador! I broker Whampoa's services to Hioi. Emissaries like me are all over Hong Kong, tying it together in an invisible network. So, you work with Kindly doing tech for the Yellow Lotus? Well, I do some work directly with Kindly, but my focus is more the street level. We're all part of a big machine, each piece playing its critical role. As is so with any highly evolved machine. Exactly, that's why nobody messes with Whampoa. Boom! They provide any technical services for Hong Kong's poor. Sure we do, we run pirate networks. Our services are way more than most ordinary people want, though. You can get prepaid bandwidth with a corporate carrier for fractions of a nuyen, but you're selling your soul, they monitor it. If you want to operate unmonitored by corporate algorithms, you gotta fly through the Whampoa network. It's the only place to be. Wampoans are coders and deckers for criminals, is that right? We do tech for anyone in the Kong, outside the corporate umbrellas. Anyone can use our networks. If they pass our vetting and can pay for what we bring. Plus speaks without a shred of irony. It's mostly the extra legal element that needs our skill. I understand someone's killing your elders. His face goes grim. A red light blinks on the VR goggles. The lens whirs quietly, focusing in on you. He grinds his teeth audibly, radiating nervousness and intensity. Yeah, shit's crazy. Full-on medieval. I can't talk about it. It's a tribal matter. Controlled information, right? We're gonna solve it. That's all outsiders need to know. Actually, I've been contracted to help the elders stop the murders. Wow, really? We're pulling in outsiders? He shakes his head in disbelief. Oh, I should have seen that coming. What the hell are you doing here? Go to the garden and help stop that shit. Then come back and tell me what's going on. Everybody's guessing, the elders are being quiet, and the rumor hub is going crazy. Outsiders don't understand us. Maybe you can if you're really smart. Like in a whole different world than most people. Like, I'm seeing 3 streaming videos and live network stats in my goggles right now. Time's wasting. Law kicks one of the bins at his feet. The sea of electronic parts within it rattle loudly. You gotta buy something. See ya, Law. Well, let's go help him out a bit. Hopefully we can, deal with this problem sooner rather than later. I do like how we can choose our missions now. That's always nice. Let's head to the Wampoa Gardens. In addition to your team, your fixture has access to a small network of mercenaries in the Kowloon area. These runners appear below your core team on the runner selection screen and can be hired on a mission-to-mission basis. As you complete missions, both your team members and the available mercenaries will periodically gain access to new equipment and abilities. Any new items, spells, weapons, or weapon abilities that runner gains will automatically be available for their use the next time you take them on a mission. Oh no, we got our own team. Look, I don't mind it, but no. Having extras is nice, but zero cost, you know? No cost to us. Wampoa Garden, a carnival of chrome and neon, rife with every manner of technology and artifice one can imagine. The entire area has the feel of a night market, save that chips are sold in lieu of steamed buns. And the vendors hawk the latest drones rather than folk art. Something stalks these streets, hiding just out of sight. It stalks the Wampoan elders, the leaders of the band of tech-savvy squatters that have claimed this neighborhood as their own. The streets smell of ozone and fear, and those Wampoans you pass in the MTR station have a haunted, furtive look in their eye. While the killer has struck only at the elders this far, it may only be an matter of time before ordinary residents are menaced as well. What the hell is that? Oh, a mini grenade launcher. Cool. That should be good. That should be fine. Let's take a look around, shall we? Karma! Yes, please. We'll spend our karma right now. 7 karma, eh? Not bad, not bad. Yeah, okay. Body. Don't really need any of that. Dodge would be nice to have. Throwing weapons. Aim throw. Increases throw and blade chance to hit. Okay, then that's cool, but no. Alright, I think we're good. The streets of Wampoa Garden are slick with rain, glittering under the neon glow of myriad signs and holographic displays. The sky reflects the same glow, painting the white apartment blocks a sickly orange of sodium streetlights. The smell of grilling meat mingles with the other rarer scents, ozone, engine oil, and high-tech fabrication facilities. Despite the hour, there are plenty of people out and about. You can hear the calls of street vendors and touts, urging people into their stores. Isabel wrinkles her nose, scowling darkly. She wraps her arms tightly around her chest, staring off into the distance. Is there a word for feeling nostalgic for a place you can't wait to leave again? I don't miss this place, but I miss the feelings I had when I lived here. Saudade, maybe? Isabel shakes her head. No, that's not it. It's close, but... lets the sentence trail off into nothingness, clamping her mouth shut for a moment. Isabel sighs heavily. This place seemed like heaven under the walls, after the walled city. Like the whole world had unfurled in front of me. Anywhere I turned, there was the promise of a good life. Turns out this place was just as crappy as everywhere else. Everyone was still in it for themselves. Gobbett claps a hand on Isabel's shoulder, who flinches and pulls away. That's a great life Pleasant is. I'm serious. At the end of the day, life's a raw deal. You got yourself and a handful of friends, and that's it. Nothing else. Duncan casts a sidelong glance at Isabel and Gobbet, shaking his head. You got some strange ideas about life. Sure, life's a meat grinder, but come on, there's gotta be more to life than just surviving. Does there? What makes you the authority on that? Isabel waves a dismissive hand. I'm done talking about this. Anyway. Isabel turns towards you and points down the street to your left. We're looking for the Wampoan elders. They're gonna be in Wampoa itself. That's the big ship down the street. That's the mall shaped like a bow, right? Isabel nods, lips pursed. That's the one. Somebody thought it would be clever to make a uniquely shaped mall. I see. Jesus. No kidding. Is there anywhere else that we can go here? See if there's anybody who's seen something. You know? I guess not. Well, we'll go in there right now. Maybe we can find him. What the hell? Huh. And this orc woman is festooned with small circuits, tiny TRID screens, and speakers. The TRID screens display snippets of TRID broadcasts from every corner of the world. The tiny speakers play counterpoint with a susurrus of voices speaking Sparthiel, Punjabi, Kazakh, and other languages. Her expression is haggard, and she fidgets with her fingers as you approach. Welcome, welcome to the Wampoa, my friend. I'm Elder Ng. These elders, Tang and Yip. Ng gestures to the elf and a human, who each incline their heads respectfully. Thank you so much for answering our request for help. We had nowhere else to turn. Least I could do. Under Tang's skin, glowing tattoos writhe and change shape. Tigers become cranes and move on to dragons. We're under threat. One by one, we elders are being hunted by some monster. As you may have noticed when you arrived, there's been another killing just tonight. Eep crosses his solid chrome arms. Holographic readouts dance constantly over their surface, displaying diagnostic information about their state, operating temperature, server pressure, and a variety of other minutiae. He looks past you towards Isabel. The prodigal daughter. Returned once more. I didn't expect to see you back aboard the Wampoa in my lifetime, Isabel. When you disappeared, Elder Yetund was very put out. I'm glad you're still alive. When you chose to walk your own path, I was disappointed, but I still understood why you had to leave. Eep pauses, tasting the air as he chooses his next words with care. I hope my lessons have helped you prosper. Didn't expect to be back either. Work takes you places, though. Isabel shrugs. A moment later, she places a hand on her pistol. Eyes trained on the Eep's shoes. I don't cart this around for fun, Eep. The lessons kept me alive. Isabel blinks several times, and then looks up at Ng, her expression clouded. Where is Yetund, anyway? I expected her to be here. Ng, I guess? Shakes her head sadly. She reaches a hand towards Isabel, who shrinks away from it. She's dead. So are Gan and Nakamura. And Tong was killed just tonight. So much blood. You have to stop this from continuing. Isabel's expression remains impassive, but her knuckles grow white as her hands ball up into fists. That's what we're here for. We'll stop the killings. Thank you, Isabel. Lifts a hand, wiping away her tears from her eyes. What can you tell me about these murders? They started 2 weeks ago. The first to go was Gan. We found him in his apartment, eviscerated. Swallows, grimacing at the painful memory. He'd been torn apart. His head had been ripped completely off, and most of his skin flayed away. There was so much blood it took us a week to clean out his apartment. Tang nods, running his palm over his forehead. The rest of it been the same. Always a night, always dismembered. Each scene is like a nightmare. Every time, nobody has seen anything. It's like a ghost. What happened to Tong? The same thing that happened to the rest of the victims. Evisceration and dismemberment. We sent a guard to keep people out of his shop, but he let you in. When did he die? Sometime early tonight. He locked up his shop, but Eep stopped by to ask him about some skill chips he had. The door is unlocked, and inside... lifts her hands helplessly. She opens her mouth, but no words come out. Seeing Ng's inability to continue, Eep takes over. Looked like a bad horror sim, just like all the other murders. It had to have happened after sundown, because I saw a shop was open when I was on my way to get some noodles for dinner. Why didn't you call the police? I wonder why. The Hong Kong police force isn't welcome here. They've tried to force us out several times before, or come hunting for someone to pin a crime on. We do a lot of favors for local gangs and triads, handle their matrix security, fix up the gear, and make sure they have access to the Hong Kong Shadowrun sub. We're too valuable a resource for them to lose, so they protect us when the HKPF or anyone else decides we're an easy target. They handle our physical security, and we make sure to send the message via the Matrix. Last time the HKPF made trouble, we started airing the assistant chief's dirty laundry over the Trid. They got the picture and backed off. Have you made any enemies lately? Ming shrugs helplessly. Not that I can think of. We keep to ourselves. We buy and sell technology. We're not mercenaries or criminals. We're merchants and decos. And even if someone was cheated in a deal, this kind of response is unthinkable. Whatever did this, it wasn't human. The violence and savagery. It's a monster, whatever it is. Plenty of metahumans are monsters too, and just because it's horrible doesn't mean it's supernatural. What do the Wampoan elders do? Isabel snorts derisively. They make the rules, and kick people out who don't obey them. They're a bunch of petty tyrants, that's what. You're being unfair, Isabel. Our laws are for the good of the community. Hang turns to address you. We keep the Wampoa and its residents safe. We review trade agreements with outsiders to see if they're good for the community. We provide a guiding vision, like a town council. But really weird. Bows her head and spreads her arms wide. Our ways may seem strange to you, but they have sustained us for many years. I do not expect you to understand. I am the invoker of sprites. I commune with the spirits of machines, ask them for blessings, and pass those blessings on to the people here. I heal the sick and ensure the feng shui of our habitat is as good as can be, given our confines. She's a shaman, that's all. She's just got some kooky spin on it, claims her tome is some kind of all-encompassing machine god that lives in circuitry. Isabel pats her deck, looking at Ng. Ancient gods and ancestors are one thing. My deck? It's mine. I built it. The only spirits it's got in there are the ESPs I loaded up with. Ng gives Isabel a look of deep sadness. Just because you cannot touch or see a thing does not mean that it does not exist. Just because you do not believe in it does not mean it does not protect you from afar. I can't touch programs either, but at least I can prove they have an effect on the physical world. Your superstitions are just that. Bullshit. Isabel glances at you, jerking a thumb toward Tang. This guy treats drones like the living things. What exactly do you do, Tang? Tang extends his arms, palms up, as you watch the tattoos therein shift into complex mathematical formula. I am the first and glorious servo. I study patterns, repair machinery, and teach others how to attune themselves to the wonders of automation. The blessed Autofab is my shop and purview, where we make the drones we use and sell. As for me, I serve as the resplendent voltage spike. He smiles crookedly. That means I shoot people who try to screw with us. It's a fancy title for head of security. It might be wise to ask the residents of Wampoa Garden if they've heard or seen anything. After you've gone to Tong's sensory carnival, they may have seen or heard things we have not. Good to know. God, my body is not used to talking this much. Gotta admit. But hey, whatever. Still pretty good. Let's see what we can find about this whole murder mystery here. I mean, we did that quite a bit in the previous game, so I don't see why we can't do it here. You know what I mean? Porter Lamb, at your service. The elders told me they'd be coming. Can I tell you about what happened to Tong? Just the basics. Well, nothing's basic about this. I've seen people shot, stabbed, beaten to death. Hell, I've even seen a corpse that was so dry and desiccated I could have sworn a vampire got to it. None of that's got anything on this. Brace yourself and go on in. Okay. Tong's Sensory Carnival looks like a scene out of a B-grade slasher sim. The cloying scent of incense hangs thick and pungent in the air, emanating from the small shrine in the back corner of the shop. Unfortunately, it does nothing to cover up the reek of death and clotted blood. Despite the ragged remnants of Elder Tong littering the floor, the rest of the shop appears to be in good order. At least at first glance, nothing is broken, tipped over, or otherwise ransacked. As you're about to step further into the room, you glance at the ceiling and walls. The blood from Tong's body is not just confined where his remains lie. Drying blood is spread about the walls and ceiling as well. Jesus Christ. Tong's body is a ruined mess. The destroyed ruin of his face is barely recognizable, and what is left of his body could be best described as savaged. All of his limbs have been torn off, and a pile of flayed skin lies next to the remnants of the Wampoan's elder. Wampoan's clothing has all but been reduced to rags and tissue by cuts and tears, apparently sustained during the flaying. At this point, the only thing holding what's left of his body in a semblance of human form is the hair-thin fiber optics of his cyberware. Gobbet puts a hand over her mouth, speaking in an uncharacteristically serious tone. Sweet heaven. I haven't seen anything like that since Auntie Wong tried to stash some credit sticks in a devil rat's nest. It takes a lot to turn my stomach, but we sure have a winner today. This is seriously messed up. I'll second that. This isn't a murder, this is more like, I don't know, a feeding frenzy. If it weren't for the skin, I'd say Tong stepped on a goddamn mine or something. Well, let's examine the body, shall we? Aside from the tremendous trauma the body suffered, there's no evidence of a struggle. No subdermal bruising marks the muscles, aside from the torque points where the limbs were torn off. The coagulation of blood on the body's lividity marks a time of death between 2 and 4 hours ago. The knife marks seem methodical than they did at first glance. There's been no care to try and preserve the skin as any kind of whole, but it was removing it in a fashion similar to filleting a fish, the path of least resistance. What's more, some edges of the flayed skin are ragged, as if cut by a claw rather than a sharpened blade. There's also a deep, razor-sharp cut to the base of Tong's neck that doesn't match any of the other wounds. The spine has been severed between the 5th and 6th cervical vertebrae. The wound is consistent with a single blow from a sharp-bladed weapon, giving the trauma across the rest of his body. This is almost certainly the first wound he suffered. Seriously? Someone killed him and they just spread his parts all around? That's horrible and disgusting. I'm gonna hold out hope that he didn't feel any pain. Have Gobbet sense the body. You're the boss. Man, this is gonna be unpleasant. Gobbet closes her eyes, taking a deep breath. After a moment, she opens them again and makes a strange grunting noise. There's no fear here, no anger either, just this kind of satisfied feeling. Tong never saw it coming, and whoever did it was professional about it, which is pretty odd, because nobody's professional about eviscerating a body, as far as I know. It was a hit? I don't know why the killer was after Tong, but it definitely wasn't any kind of mindless creature, or even someone particularly passionate. It was someone who planned this and executed it. I was glad about it. I don't know, it kind of feels like it was just business as usual. Leave the body alone. Alright, so we learned some stuff. First and foremost, he wasn't killed by an animal, clearly. He got hit on the neck pretty quickly, and that killed him pretty much instantly, I assume. They then flayed him and spread out his body parts to make it look like it was some sort of animal attack. The walls are covered in splattered and smeared blood, most of which has hardened into a crusty, congealed paste. Thick tracks of it run laterally. It looks like the blood has been deliberately smeared. Hey, I don't know a whole lot about science or all that, but I know what blood looks like when it hits a wall, and this isn't natural. Somebody deliberately smeared blood all over these walls. So it looks like it's got paint trails? It's because somebody used Tong's parts like a brush. So they painted his walls with blood. Why? Do I look like a psychologist to you? Maybe because they're a freak. Maybe they're one of those 6 serial killers who sees their murders as art. I got no clue. All I know is what normal blood looks like on a wall, and this ain't it. Some people have a bad grasp of art. I knew this guy in Kwantung who used to make music out of stray radio static and panic button calls. Called it Crisis Wave. It was awful. Huh. They are trying really hard to make this look like it was some sort of feral animal or something. Let's see what's in the safe. Tong's desk drawers are open, and the safe that's built into one side has been opened. There's no sign of tampering, and the green light next to the word unlocked is blinking. Whoever that opened the safe did it with a key fob. Inside are several blank cred sticks, but no sign of any with money on them. Looks like someone looted his stash. A guy like this wouldn't keep only empty cred sticks in his safe. No kidding? Bathroom's immaculate, and the drains are tiny. Whatever killed him didn't exit through here. Yep. This is a Yamaha 95000V SimSynth, a device for mixing and mastering SimSynth chips. Several drive bays are empty, and all the chip jacks are empty, but the screen is flashing a repeated error message. Warning. Requested files cannot be found. Please return drives to bay and try again. Banging away at the SimSynth's keyboard, you manage to suspend the drive error warning for a time. Digging into the guts of the machine's recent files, you manage to kick it into diagnostic mode. While it's not as good as having access to the full system, maybe you can learn something anyway. Yamaha SimOS 5.23 system diagnosis checks. Memory okay. Drive error. Assist bus okay. Beginning core done. Please wait. The long debug spew that scrolls across the synth screen is filled with numbers indicating recent files, play lengths, keyframes, and assist peak levels. Based on the numbers you're seeing, Tong's SimSynth has been hacked to remove the peak controller levels from the chips he's been burning. The required operation to make BTL chips. The delta wave outputs for these chips push them dangerously into brain-burning territory. The file catalog for the high peak BTLs indicates all the files and burned chips should be stored on the missing drives and whatever was in the empty chip jacks. Somebody's cleaned out Tong's BTL stash. Okay, so they probably did it for the BTLs. That's what we're working with right now. All the money in BTLs they could get. It looks like somebody has went through Tong's things. Has anyone else been inside? Not since I've been there, but before Eep found him? Could have been anybody, really. Eep had a key to his place, but the lock's total crap. Anybody half decent at cracking mag locks could have gotten inside. What's missing? BTLs, hard drives, and cred sticks all missing. Sounds like the killer looted his place to me. All this talk of monsters. Yeah, sure, there are scary things that go bump in the night, but most of the scary bumps are here from handguns and gangers. What do you do around here, Porter? It's a catch-all category, I guess. I work for Elder Eep. It's a bit like being a deputy. I make sure people don't break the rules. Protect people who need protecting. Mostly just do whatever Eep asks me to. It's a pretty quiet job these days. Today's not one of those days, though. I also handle a lot of maintenance. I don't actually do the repairs, but I got most of the keys. Makes sense. Makes it easy to ensure only the authorized people get into sensitive places. Electricity goes down, I let in the electrician who fixes the wiring. If it's clogged, I let in the drone guy who opens it back up. How about you, Zippy? The orc is busily snacking on a steamed bun. As he approaches, he wipes off one of his hands and sticks it out toward you. Hey, stranger, nice to see you. Zippy Toe Tag, at your service. I like in Wampoa Garden. Nice to meet you, Zippy. Nice to meet you, too. Listen, I know it's a little forward of me to just say hello and whatnot, but I'm interested in giving you a hand, if I can. Zippy gestures expansively at the squalid, neon-lit streets of Wampoa Garden. This is my home, at least for the time being, and I'd like to stop these killings. You never met this before this, but I know exactly who you are. You're my replacement. That was how my autopsy was left of Elder Gunn and Elder Nakamura after they got ripped apart, but I didn't want to dig any deeper. So since I don't know you, and I can smell a Shadowrunner a mile away, you've got to be the outsider they asked to stop the killings, right? Zippy tilts his head back, obviously pleased at his amateur deduction. There he is, dude, that's right. See, I have good eyes. A lot of good eyes, actually. If you're in the market for replacements, only slightly used, and they only come from certified donors, I swear. A hearty belly laugh erupts from the orc, and he slaps on his thighs in elation. Man, I kill myself. Very funny, you stand-up comedian? With jokes like that, are you kidding me? I'm one of the only trained surgeons around here, and I keep the other Wampoans healthy. Gotta practice on the road. Blind Chen's a pretty good cyberdoc, but he's basically an implant specialist, and that's it. How do you end up here? I did my residency back in UCAS. Could have become a real MD, too. Things hadn't gone south for unrelated reasons. Zippy opens his coat, revealing a cyberdeck. He pats it proudly. I also deck a little, but I'm better at slicing skin than IC. Wampoa Garden seemed a good fit for me. Must have a lot of customers. That's the chip truth. I have to charge to cover my costs and eat, but it's damn near free service. There's always a waiting list, but it's good, honest work. I like helping my neighbors in the community. We all look out for each other. Somebody messes with one of us, they mess with all of us. That kind of community is as rare as gold these days. How many places have an ethos like us? Not the damn corpse, that's for sure. I've lived a lot of places, done my fair share of shadowrunning, but this place is special. It's been a long time since I really felt like anywhere was a real home. Zippy looks off past you, toward the Wampoa Garden streets. His expression goes wistful, like he's remembering something from a long time ago. I'm sure I'll move again, but not for a while. I'm not done with this city or these people. Is it fairly peaceful around you? For the most part. Other than these killings, we don't have much by the way of problems. We do information security for the Triads. That makes us fairly impervious to anyone who wants to start trouble. Anyone starts something, we hit them in the Matrix, while our Triad friends hit them in meat space. Some small-time gangs have tried pushing in here before, but they backed off when they figured out they weren't just picking a fight with Tang and his guys, but with both the Red Dragon and Yellow Lotus. They got the message real quick, what was left of them anyway. Let me ask you about Wampoa. Sure thing! What do you want to know? What are your thoughts on the murderers? There's a sharp intake of breath as Zippy shakes his head. Pretty gruesome business. Gan died from a broken neck. Looked like someone had wrenched it around. His arms and legs were cut off, some skin played away too. Nakamura had his teeth ripped out by someone with pretty sharp teeth. First I thought it was a devil rat, but the teeth marks were all from something with a humanoid jaw. I didn't look at Yutund, but from what I saw at a distance, it was the same story. Didn't see much point since I'd seen it twice already. As for Tong, report told me it was Gan and Nakamura all over again. You take a look at him? Same as that. Damn, I like Tong. The BTL business is unsavory, but the man had to eat. His regular Sims were great. Generally, all-around nice guy. Friendly with everyone, never had anyone mad at him. There ain't no justice, let me tell you. Looks like Tong was killed by a blade, not a broken neck or a bite. The zippy recoils, shuddering against the rain. What kind of blade? Was it a knife, a sword, maybe an axe? Dunno, but he was hacked at the back of the neck. I don't like that at all. Zippy shivers, looking warily around. This whole affair has got me on edge. People dying is nothing new, but the flayed skin... Ugh. After a moment, Zippy composes himself and looks back to you. Sounds possible. Now, whoever's been killing the elders is trying to muddy the waters with all the blood and gore business. This is the crime of an intelligent, careful killer. Be careful, this investigation might take you somewhere very unpleasant. What can you tell me about the elders? Well, they're an eclectic bunch, that's for sure. Where to start? Ng's the spiritual leader here. She's the voice of the Lampones, I guess. A lot of her close friends are really more followers, since she's something of a priest from the machine spirits. Maybe it's a cultural thing for people who grew up here, but it's never called to me. Still, she makes a damn fine pot of tea. Keeps the muscle. Has an encyclopedic knowledge of cyber and bioware. Definitely a good guy to have watching your back. Not too friendly, but you know how it is. You get a lot of cyber, people start wondering if you'll tear their arms off. Zippy makes a chopping gesture with one hand. He's got moves straight up Blood Carnival 3, The Reckoning. Terrible movie, but great fight choreography. What about Tang? I don't know much about him, but I think he's got some kind of fetish for automation. Found him cooing over some trids of automated delivery drones in a warehouse once. Works with drones. Has a shop called the Blessed Autofab. He's raving about the efficiency of the movement patterns or something. You already know about Tong, ran Sims, BTL skill chips. Gan used to be a city planner before he had a nervous breakdown and got involved in statistical analysis. Zippy pauses to collect his thoughts. Nakamura came here from Fukuoka and was interested in entertainment. Trid mostly, spent a lot of time analyzing subliminals and ads. Then there was Magpie. She was the chief decker, hot as hell against IC and built her own hardware. Salty old woman, though. Never met anyone who was quite as shrill or nasty when she was mad. And she was mad most of the time. Wait, nobody mentioned Magpie to me. When did she die? She didn't. Maybe a month ago she just up and disappeared. Went to her shop one day and she just wasn't open. Nobody's seen her since. Kind of a pain in the ass too. She showed me some new analyze software she'd pick up. I've never heard of Magpie either. She must have been one of the newer Wampoans. If she was the Decker, she would have been replaced. She would have replaced Otto Gao. No surprise there. Gao was older than Qin Shi Huangdi's Terracotta Warriors. But when I was learning from him, he could barely get out of bed. Still fast as hell in the Matrix, though. How can he be new and an elder? Isabel rolls her eyes. It's a stupid name. It doesn't actually have much to do with time spent in the community. That has something to do with it, sure, but it's mostly about how skilled you are, how good your connections are, and how much you can help everybody else. Should have called them experts or something. Bingo! That's exactly it. She was only here for about 3 years, but she knew a lot of people all over the Matrix, in Shanghai and Beijing, all kinds of places. That plus her skill meant she was a shoo-in when Gao died. Why would she disappear? No idea. One day she was here, the next, poof. At first I thought she was just on vacation, since she had mentioned wanting to see the Kingdom of Hawaii someday. The Kingdom of Hawaii. But it didn't feel right. She would have at least told me she was leaving. Seems mighty suspicious to me. Nobody else seems to care what happened to her. Probably because she pissed them all off so bad. Well, odd for her to just disappear, don't you think? Of course it's odd. She owed me lunch too, and she was the sort who paid her debts promptly. You might want to check out her shop. It's all locked up, but the other elders have a spare key. Couldn't hurt to have a look around. Even though Magpie was also always butting heads with the other elders, they wouldn't have any reason not to let you in. What did they argue about? Magpie and the others never saw eye to eye. She was contrary for the sake of it, whereas the rest had a grand vision for what they wanted this neighborhood to become. Magpie just wanted to deck. She was only an elder because they needed someone with her matrix chops. The last big argument was between her, Ng, Eep, and Nakamura. It was over something relatively trivial. I think Nakamura wanted to expand the pirate trade business into the Matrix, and she just absolutely refused. Huh. Why does she refuse? She does something about not using a valuable bandwidth for trivial entertainment bullshit. Anyway, we went from there into this rant about how she wasn't going to let Tank expand his drone business any further, because it would get too much Megacorp attention. They accused her of blocking them just because she could, which is probably true. Lots of screaming. No wonder they were mad. Yeah, you're telling me. I like the old coop, but she was a handful at the best of times. Everybody needs their matrix skills for the businesses to run properly. There are the other deckers, me, say, or Mode Nebby. Jnebi? But she had the infrastructure. If their project didn't interest her, she wouldn't even give them the time of day. She's a real hardhead about having her time wasted, but she figures if she's not interested in something, it has no value objectively. Kind of a major blind spot, if you ask me. Could he let me into her shop? No, can do. Not because I don't want to, but because I just don't have the key. I have to get it from Eep. He's taken all the Matrix infrastructure maintenance since Magpie disappeared. Magpie disappeared. He's not as good at it as she was, or as I am, but they're not going to let anyone who isn't an elder take care of that kind of critical stuff. Well, we're going to need to get in there. See what's in there. What's going on, you know? I don't think it was Magpie, though. Doesn't seem the type. Why didn't you tell me about Elder Magpie disappearing? Why would we have? Her departure from the Rampones isn't related to your investigation. It happened before the killings began. I'm certain she's just off sulking somewhere. No doubt she'll come waltzing back next month, all full of attitude that life dared to go on without asking her permission. If she does, we'll welcome her back. Despite our problems with her behavior, her skills make her extremely valuable. I've taken over maintenance of her Matrix infrastructure in her absence, but I'm nowhere near her level. The best I can do is ensure nothing breaks down until she returns. I'd like to take a look around her shop. You have her key. Yes, but there's a lot of sensitive equipment in there, including our community servers. We don't let anyone who's not one of the Wampoan elders in there. Why would you need to take a look around there? Magpie's automated systems might have access records for the wreck killer's wireless devices. If I can get a dump of the access logs, I might be able to find the killer. I was under the impression that the killer was most likely a monster or an animal of some sort. All the bodies have been marked with biting claw marks. Are you suggesting that we're dealing with something sentient? That seems unlikely. Kong wasn't killed with teeth or claws. He was killed with a bladed weapon. Tang cocks his head, confusion washing over his face. A bladed weapon? How do you know? Spine was severed between the 5th and 6th cervical vertebrae. Scoring on the bone would indicate a knife or a sword. Tang looks to Eep in his mouth twisting down to a grimace. This complicates things. Take the key then, but don't break anything and don't shut off the servers. Was there anything else? There we go. We got the key. Now to check out what the hell's going on. How about you, Rainbow? This woman... This woman sports brilliantly hued hairs that shifts colors, scintillating with every passing moment. She's powerfully built, a natural athlete. Or someone who works out a great deal. Notably, a large shotgun rests on an arcade cabinet next to her. She affords you a short glance as you approach. When she speaks, you note a particularly lyrical accent to her voice. Something I can do to help you there, friend? You're throwing off my game. I'm trying to beat my best score. Tank Warrior Ropa. I haven't seen one of those cabinets in years. The woman's mouth twists up into a wry grin. Hey, me either. Managed to find this one near by accident. But I heard the music and thought, hold on there, Rainbow. You know that tune. After a few moments, Rainbow's game is suddenly over. Her tank obliterated by a barrage of air-to-ground missiles. She hisses her breath in through clenched teeth. Piss on your ma. Right robbery that was. Right then. Rainbow shakes her head and turns to face you fully. You don't seem like them Wimpoans. They're all a mite touched, yeah. Maybe you are too, but you don't advertise it like they do. What's your story? Looking into the murders that have been happening. Ah, that's some nasty work. Bodies hacked up, chunks bitten out of them. Make sure you're loaded for something big and ugly, that's for certain. Where are you from? I can't place the accent. Born and raised in Dublin, down on the banks of the Liffey. Spent most of my early life there, working security on sacred spaces. You know, historical sites or undeveloped land. The green movement was big in those days. I was a bit like a park ranger, but sure didn't it beat some dead-end desk job. Spent a lot of time around country Dublin and Wicklow. Always loved animals, and I found out being a ranger put me in close with them. It was a good time, yeah. Making sure that budding new species like the bogies and centaurs didn't upset the ecology of Wicklow National Park much. Also kept the nastier bits like the Each Yuzg. What the hell is the Each Yuzg? Each Yuzg. A water spirit in Scottish folklore, known as the Each Wisp in Ireland and Cabila Ushte on the Isle of Man. Usually takes the form of a horse, is similar to the Kelpie, but far more vicious. Ah, so it's a mean horse. And eat whiskey? Isn't that a demon horse? Ah, that's right. They're cannibal horses, basically. Nasty buggers that drag people into bogs and drown you. Sometimes people call them kelpies on account of the water plants they pop out of. Anyway, as I was saying, problem was I started to develop this wee knack. Just a small thing. I keep magic from working when I'm around. Spells don't go, spirits fall apart, and the critters get real feisty, yeah? To make things worse, this is around the time Liam O'Connor threw his coup and formed Tir na Nog. With all his fancy talk about elves and ancient magic, it was a bit scandalous to have a woman guarding ancient sites that wasn't just mundane, but also kill magic around her. So I got fired. You're older than Tir na Nog. Bang on, and I don't look a day over 25, do I? Rainbow flexes one arm, grinning widely. I am Irish, not one of them noggins. Back of punters, a lot of them. Always going on about their ancestral lands and the glory of the past and all that bullshit. I saw them kick dozens of old Irish families off their land just because their ears weren't pointy enough, or they didn't meet some stupid arbitrary criteria of old nobility. Here's that kind of thing that brought back the IRA, just like in the battle days of the Troubles. Ah yes, the IRA. The skivers in the new tier didn't pay for the land they took. They just had a pack of bullies with guns. Rainbow scrunches her face up into a disgusted sneer and mock spits at the ground. I've always been sympathetic to the little guy in a fight. They offered to pay for my help, so I said yes. Simple as that. So he became a terrorist. Don't be so dramatic. They fixed me up with Cyber Stitcher and gave me a lot of the kit I've got on me now. In exchange for going overseas to work for them. Smuggling, running guns, making contacts in Europe. Same kind of shit all revolutionary groups do. Seeing as how my own fam got kicked out of their house, I was glad to do it. I still do work for them these days, but there's a lot less of it. Lady Day cracked down on dissonance, but good. What are you doing in Lampeau Garden? Me? I'm a big game hunter these days. I get into strange places, look for some kind of paracritter I've not seen before, and then I put a bullet in it. Only the nasty ones, though. No point in hunting a talus cat or such. What the hell is a talus cat? Talus cat. Felis mutabilis, creatures of two forms, a small tabby house cat and a fast, powerful plains cat, resembling a cheetah with tabby markings. The large plains cat form is apparently an illusion, but it also confers magically enhanced strength and speed on the talus cat, making it an effective hunter. Oh, okay. So it's a funky, magical cat, specific to Shadowrun. Only things like gargoyles, bargas, whatnot. All the work I did with them in my youth does a great job of keeping me alive. I was out in Jakarta last year, hunting one of them Indonesian vampires. You ever heard of them? Call them Layak or Penangolans, depending on who you ask. Their heads and guts come out of the body cavity and they fly around like a giant messy pile of pasta. Rainbow bares her teeth and pantomimes floating around. It took me a solid 2 months to track her down, but I did. Once the job was done, I asked myself, okay, Rainbow, where's the best place in East Asia to find some action? So Hong Kong it was. All the chi what sits here mean a bigger concentration of odd critters that you usually find in a city. Been spending a lot of time down in the storm drains these days. Heard rumors of a rat king down there, where a mess of devil rats get all tied together into some kind of big, awful rat beast. Tracked it down. I haven't tracked it down yet, but I figure it's only a matter of time, yeah? He passed the barrel over shotgun affectionately. Okay, then Rainbow. She seems like fun. Hunting down the big things. Welcome to Min Wong Matrix Materials, aka MVMM. What can I get you? He sells some okay stuff. Some okay stuff. An Explorer USB is consumable, huh? Okay then. I guess that's for when you want to delete some things real quick, you know? Make sure they don't get up to any sort of funky business. Demergo. This man has a tired, world-weary demeanor about him. His eyes track your movements with a penetrating, critical precision. Something about him, the lines about his eyes, perhaps, makes you suspect he's seen a lot of terrible things happen. There's his cup of cheap soy calf as you approach. Let me guess, you're the freelancers the elders are paying to look into the murders around here. Not a bad look. Eh, not bad. How do you know? You got the right kind of eyes? Like you're looking for something. You don't seem to trust anyone. Outsiders don't generally wander around Wampoa Garden without an escort. Locals don't make them feel too welcome unless they've been invited. There's only one reason to be inviting Shadowrunners out here. Call me Demergo. I'm not one of the Wampoans, but I've been here long enough that they don't think twice about me being here. Demergo drains the last of his soy cap into a large gulp. So what have you found so far? What's it to you? Professional curiosity. I used to be with the New York Police Department as part of their Thaumaturgical Research Division. Part of the CSI branch, except I did the magical investigation while the other guys pulled prints and checked blood samples. Demergo tosses the soy cap cuff toward the nearby garbage can. It bounces around the rim and rolls inside. When I hear about shit like this happening, keep my ear to the ground. Old habits, you know. So why aren't you investigating it? Eldering asked me to look into the killings after the first murder. She couldn't afford my fee, though, so I took a pass. It's not just the money, either. Demergo shudders, folding his arms across his chest. You see that stuff day after day, you pay a price. It eats away at you. You know what it's like to feel all that sickness and anger every day? To be asked to pick up a murder weapon and relive somebody's death? Feel it going into your neck, pleading in the voice of a dead woman for a killer to spare you? These days I'd rather interrogate the living, thanks. That sounds awful. Awful. It's more than awful. Like a goddamn nightmare is what it is. One I couldn't wake up from after a long time. Sometimes you have to cut and run, start fresh. At least now I can pick my own jobs. I can read objects. It's called psychometry, a little trick I managed to pick up. I don't really know how. I hold something. I can tell you what happened to it, who owned it, how it killed someone, if someone loved it, or was afraid of it. Useful, but it'll tax your heart. And before you ask, no, I'm not going to read anything you find. I already told him I didn't want any part of this. You want advice? I'll give you that, but I'm not getting drawn in further than that. So aside from that, is there anything I can help you with? Tong wasn't afraid when he died. He was caught by surprise. Demergo arches an eyebrow. That's not what I would have expected. With the amount of mess of each scene, the victim should have been left behind a hell of a lot of fear and pain. Are you sure? Very sure. Tong died tonight, so the astral signature hasn't had time to fade. There's only a sense of perfunctory accomplishment. And it sounds like this wasn't a crime of passion. Planned attack would have that kind of resonance, in my experience. It's possible that the gore shows to throw off anyone looking for the actual reason. Demergo closes his eyes and nods. Yeah. If I wanted to kill someone and get away with it, I'd try and point the finger at some kind of monster. Demergo opens his eyes and smiles a thin, humorous grin. Basic Investigation 101. It's usually the simplest explanation, but don't discount the other possibilities. Think the mess wasn't incidental? It's a possibility. Ask yourself this. If the mutilation happened after Tong's death, why would a killer perform that kind of ritual? Serial killers who engage in that kind of ritual don't feel perfunctory about it, in my experience. It tends to feel more like they're taking communion. It's a religious or sexual feeling most of the time. This didn't feel that way. I don't think the killer is actually pathological. Killed by a bladed weapon. Single strike to the back of the neck. That's a precision attack. Most knife fights end up with a lot of shallow cuts and blood all over the victim and attacker alike. If Tong was killed by a single strike, he definitely wouldn't have seen it coming, and you can bet your Lazanuian that whoever killed him is highly skilled with a blade. That says to me that the attacker is either a professional hitman or a practiced serial killer. It could be both, too. Assassins don't tend to be the most empathetic people. Demergo considers this information for a moment before speaking up again. Was the attack a thrust or a cut? A slash. If the wound was a thrust, your attacker was using a knife of some kind. Anything over about 10 inches would be pretty hard to thrust with at that kind of angle. The neck's too high for a longer blade. If it's a slash, you're looking at a sword or cleaver attack. Both of those are popular with the triads. They make an awful mess and send a message that they're not to be trifled with. Can you tell me about the Wampoans? Don't know much. Even though I've been here almost 2 years, I'm an outsider. They don't really accept anyone who's not as much as a tech nut as they are. I'm just the crazy mage that lives down the road. Demergo pauses and looks off into the distance as he collects his thoughts. Eep's got some heavy-duty cyberware. Basically an enforcer for the rest of the council. Doesn't seem to set much policy. There's a shaman that worships machine spirits. It's all a bunch of hokum if you ask me. Magic is magic. Whatever you want to call the source is fine by me, but don't ask me to believe in the great spirit of electronics. As for everybody else, they tend to be an okay bunch. Bit strange, but that's fringe culture for you. They scrounge tech, rebuild it, sell it off. Some of them even have their own auto fab shops. The stuff's pretty high quality, too. People from all over Asia come to shop here if they need something rare or unusual. Tight-knit little community, all things considered. But you know about the murders. So a couple of weeks ago, Hunter Gown was the first to go. That's when Ing asked if I could look into them. He was ripped apart, arms wrenched out of their sockets, skin flayed away with a razor-sharp knife. The rest have been the same. Or whatever did it. Sure didn't care about it being a clean death. Demergo lowers his voice, leaning in toward you so that only you can hear. Funny thing is, the Hong Kong police force was out here a few weeks before that. Maybe a month ago, tops. I know that doesn't seem like much, but the Wampoans don't usually let the police in here. That by itself is odd enough, but it gets even stranger. The officers were loaded for bear, too. Big guns and heavy armor with NBC seals. In the works. Non-something or other. Not sure what the hell NBC means. I went into the parking garage near here, and there was some kind of gunfight. Never made it back out. When backup showed up, the Wampoans chased them away. Or they let cops in and chased them away. That's exactly the kind of question you should be asking. And the others refused to answer when asked. Mergo shrugs. Go take a look for yourself. If you want. Watch out though, a gang's taking up residence in there dealing drugs and BTLs. They call themselves the Red Spear. Not too violent if you don't push them, but be careful what you say. Ada. Parking garage. This dumpy looking man is busily hawking a variety of grilled spherical treats of various sizes. Some are sold individually, some are skewered on sticks, and some are packaged up in sets of 4 or 6. The sign on the front of the cart reads, Kaita's 1 yen yatai. A cacophony of small trid screens are attached to the cart, each playing a different trid show. Interested in some dango, takoyaki, maybe a nice nikuman? That's a pork bun with a Japanese twist. Any kind of tasty Japanese treat you can imagine, I got it. Maybe some curry fish balls are your speed? Kaita will give you your heart's desire, providing that desire is on my menu. Let me have some dango. Your wish is my command. Kaita deftly pulls one of the dango sticks out of the cart and drops it onto the grill. The small robotic arm slides out from the cart and begins turning the stick into the balls of rice flour or toasted brown color. Lifting them from the grill, Kaita dips the entire stick in a tub of sticky brown sauce before handing it to you. Oh, that's, I know that sauce. I've made it before. I don't know what it's called. I don't remember, rather. It's mitarashi sauce. That's what it's called. It's, brown sugar, soy sauce, and a little bit of cornstarch. It's really interesting. The snack has both a sweet and salty flavor. Yep, that'll do it. Reminiscent of sesame seeds and soy. The balls inside are pleasantly warm and surprisingly chewy. A bit like eating raw dough, but without the attendant chalky taste. Kaita leans back, studying you intently. The trib projections from his car cause his face to be lit in a constantly shifting array of rainbow hues. So what brings you to Wampoa Garden, my friend? Somehow I doubt it's just the street food. Looking into the killing of the Wampoan elders. Kaita shivers, wrapping his arms around his body. I've been hearing a lot about that. Haven't looked too closely, though. It's none of my business, you know? What can you tell me about the people here? Deckheads, deckers, riggers, trade pirates, everything in between. If I had to define this place, I'd say it's Asia's mecca for people like us. As for the elders, I can give you the basics. I'm a small fry, so we're not exactly on social terms. Some kind of crazy tech witch. Okay, we know that. Summons up spirits and casts spells and works as the spiritual center of the tribe. A lot craftier than she seems, too. She has this mother to everyone act going on. But I've watched her manipulate people into doing all sorts of things they wouldn't normally do. And they thought it was their idea the whole time. Magically, you mean? No, I don't think so. She's just really good with people. Eep's a killer, addicted to cybernetic implants. He always has to have the newest and freshest gear. The funny thing is, I've never seen him fight. I kinda get the impression he's a coward. He'd rather let one of his buddies handle a problem than do it himself. What I know about Tang is that he loves drones and does a little decking. Frankly, I find him kind of boring. All he talks about is neural networks, dark knowledge, and evolution of machine learning. Like I said, boring. So, what is with all the Trid screens? Kinda beams and gestures excitedly at them. You like them? I love Trid operas. Chinese, Korean, Japanese, Indonesian, doesn't matter. This way I can watch all my favorite shows without missing a beat, and I can work at the same time. Pirate Trid is my other business. I rip the streams in the Matrix, tap right into the corporate feeds, and resell them on chip out here. His face falls a bit and his enthusiasm wanes. I wish it could pay the bills, but my food cart's a lot better at that. I don't know why, but most of the other Wampoans seem to like Sim over Trid. No, where they're missing, though. One episode, 1,000 Cranes of Autumn, and they'd be hooked for life. I'm just at the part where old Rin has confessed her love to Takayama, but he's got to get his mech suit out to the front lines on Mars, so he can't be with her. Downright heartbreaking, I tell you. Sounds like an interesting show, alright. Eyes twinkling, Kaida leans forward in breathless excitement. Oh, you have no idea. 312 episodes chronicling a noble mech pilot and the tumultuous love affair he has with the space station governor's daughter. The pathos, the majesty, the Battle of Lagrange 1 spends 5 episodes just by itself. For some reason, I guess it just doesn't resonate with the wider public. I don't know why. Who doesn't want to see a Trid show about giant flying robots, love, betrayal, and spies? I've got to stop myself before I get carried away. Was there something else you needed? You got any thoughts on the murders? Yeah, ignore them. Kaida shrugs indifferently. I saw the crowd down at Tong's Sensory Carnival earlier tonight, but I didn't know the guy very well. I'm a Trid fan, but he likes Sims. Not a lot of crossover between us. So we still have to go into Magpie's place. Get an idea of what the hell's going on there. Streets are dangerous lately. An imposing troll stands in front of a stall overflowing with weapons of all sorts. Pistols, rifles, and even brass knuckles overflow onto the rug around him. Oh there! You look like someone who understands the value of self-defense. Breaker Hui at your service, and I can promise you, I can help you defend yourself. What do you say? Want to take a look? Tell me what you have. A shock glove, I see. Not bad, not bad. I'm looking for information. Yeah, tell me what you want. Maybe I can help you out. Know anything about the murders? Just that elders have been getting hacked apart. I've tried to stay away from it all. No sense painting the crosshairs on my own forehead, right? Troll shrugs indifferently. I'm nobody important, and I aim to keep it that way. What are your impressions of the elders? Can't say I associate much with them. They organize big trade deals with the Loho Jowa pirates, triads, and legitimate businesses. Tell us if somebody's been blacklisted and dispense justice when someone breaks the rules. Beyond that, they leave us alone, and I leave them alone. I'm just not important enough to register on their radar. Know anything about Elder Magpie? Never met her, thank God. She ran with the Deckers mostly, since she dealt in chips and software. Her she was hard to work with. I think the phrase I overheard was that she shrieked like a harpy with a fresh corpse. I don't know, you should ask Zippy though. He's a sharp one with the deck, so he'd know her better than most. Alright, aside from Tong, who slings the BTLs around here? Red Spear Gang. They run up in here sometimes, but don't cause any trouble. Guys, check out the parking garage south of here, though. They usually hole up in there. Step light, though. If they don't know you and you cop an attitude, they'll put you in the ground. Funny thing. I heard there was a shootout with some Hong Kong police in the garage a month ago. I was away in Beijing at the time, so I didn't see it directly, but everybody was talking about it when I got back. We don't let the HKPF in here most times. We shoot at them if they try. Every day they come in here, it's bad for us because they're always looking for a scapegoat. Why would the elders let them in? Nobody knows. The man in front of the stall is rooting through a box of music chips with the swift fingers of someone who knows what they're looking for. Behind him, a music player pumps out a constant stream of distorted, atonal music. The stall's proprietor is nowhere to be seen. Can you believe this? They've got 4 bootlegs of Echelon 60. They haven't really seen Ian Key's double chip show from Brazzaville, but absolutely 0 chips from Shotgun Bloom. This stall's stuff is purely second rate. Hey man, don't get down on Echelon 60. I saw them when they played at that unlicensed show at Old Choco Tart Factory out in Suwon. The show was amazing, even if the police had to break it up midway through the second set. And the music aficionado waves his hand dismissively. The show might have been great, but come on, Echelon 60's old news. They're already being mainstreamed. I saw a Trid ad for the new Mitsubishi Ostro scooter, and they were using main volt underbus as the backing music. Made me sad, I tell you. The Decker inclines his head politely towards you. Moj Nebi, at your service. Decker, technologist, music fan. You're not from around here, are you? You don't hold yourself like a native. Mo runs a hand through his hair, shaking the collected rain off of it. Thought so. What brings you out here? I'm trying to find out who's been killing the elders. The Decker pauses for a moment, face falling. Oh, that's a nasty business. I heard Tong died tonight. I don't know who or what they pissed off, but it seems like a really bad scene. I'm trying to keep my nose out of it. Still, I like this place. Is there anything I could do to help? What can you tell me about the Wampoans? Collection of freaks, geeks, nerds, and tech junkies. This place may look like a third world bazaar, but believe me, we have stuff here that's cutting edge in almost every field. Most swells with pride and plants his both hands firmly on his hips. Maybe it's not as advanced as the stuff the megas have in their development labs, but it's as advanced as anything you can find in a store. People come from all over the world to buy and sell here and work out deals for big shipments. We got contacts with every pirate and smuggling group in the South China Sea, and every major syndicate and gang in the Free Enterprise Zone knows not to mess with us. Not only are there a lot of us, nobody wants to lose what we're selling. Red Dragon made a play 4 years ago, but we chased him out. Mo gestures with both hands as if shooing away a bothersome insect. Screw off back to Home and Tin, and they've never been back. Good for you, that's how you survive. Thought about playing the angles. Yeah, it pissed them off, but then we sold goods to the Yellow Lotus at a discount. In exchange, the Yellow Lotus kept them off our back. You don't have to beat up the big guy to win, you just have to make some step back so the other big guy sees he's off balance. Stand-up fights are for the megas. We're about survival, just like everybody else in the shadows. Fair enough, buddy. Fair enough. Know anything about the murders? Trying to stay as far away from it as possible. I'm not connected enough to hear anything important. I don't talk about monsters just plain dark. I'm not afraid of monsters, but I don't want to get their attention. All I know is that a couple months ago we had Elders Nakamura, Yatunde, Gan, and Magpie, and now we don't. Heard about Magpie. Sounds like she was vicious. To be blunt, hateful, shrewish old badger of a person. There's always her way or the highway. She'd butt heads with the other elders over damn near anything. Last fight she had was with Tang over something or other. I guess she ended up throwing some of his micro-drones into a deep fryer and trying to kick his ass around the block. What was her line of business? Matrix gear. Her ship's called the Jackpoint. Not very imaginative, I know. She always had the hottest programs, best ships, and made some killer decks for anybody willing to pay her rates. Cost plenty of Nuyen, but she was one of the best in the business, at least in Hong Kong. If you want to know more about her, you should talk to Zippy. He's one of the only people around here who got along with Magpie. Probably found him by the NTR station. He loves the steam bun cart over there. That's your area of expertise! Decker! Okay, so he just... yeah. He used to be a company man for years, pushing code on their servers, smearing the little cyber pukes that would try to get into our secure systems. Made a pretty good living. At my own place on the 48th floor in a corporate skyscraper. Kind of thing the Sims teach you everybody reaches for. The dream life. How on earth to me? Mo chuckles, running a hand through his hair. Well, it wasn't so bad at the time, but in the long run I think you're right. I'm not as comfortable out here on the edge, but I'm a lot happier. Thought the company wasn't what I thought it was. Sure, they pay me well and keep me in creature comforts, but I accidentally looked over some misfiled reports while cleaning out a company data store. Turns out one of the company's security riggers had gotten drunk and blabbed about some project or other being over budget and behind schedule. That's not good. It'd be a fireable offense, right? Well... Mo purses his lips, his gaze going distant for a moment. I guess upper management was worried that info would hurt their stock ratings by a fraction of a point or two. So they fired a guy. With a .308 round. Right through their skull. Huh. That seems drastic. It may only have been fractions of a point, that's still tens of millions of Nuyen. I guess that went beyond a firing offense, directly into murder territory. What's worse, since I now knew about both the project and the murder, I could be next in the firing line. I knew it wasn't worth the expense to hunt down, as long as I kept my head down, so I came out here looking for like-minded deckers. Guess I ended up staying because I could get a semblance of community out here, and I couldn't get that many other places. Poor dude. Poor dude. Let's see what we can find here. Display case. We'll have a sort of chips, peripherals, and add-on modules for cyberdecks. They don't seem to be arranged in any coherent fashion and are spread out across the felt surface. Sift through the display case, searching for anything that might prove interesting. Strangely, it seems to be missing parts. Plenty of storage memory, active memory, and I/O handlers in the display case, but no MPCP or response increase chips. More expensive parts. Anyone trying to build a deck using one of these parts would end up with a glorified comlink. Gaba gestures towards one of the other displays, a pair of small cyber decks inside the locked case. Maybe Magpie took the chips when she left. Then again, if she did that, why did she leave the complete decks behind? Good point. The front of the server's case hangs open, the inner machinery quiet and without power. The clipboard is stuck to the side by a piece of duct tape. Its page is filled with a long list of programs and their prices. A quick glance over the program sheet reveals names like Bugs, 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 and Black Hammer. Undoubtedly, this was Magpie's attack program storage machine. Somebody's removed the drives, and it sure wasn't Magpie. Here, look. Isabel gestures towards the innards of the open server. Near the back, a solitary red light blinks. The main drives were disconnected improperly, but it looks like she modded the server to have a backup drive with its own battery-based power supply. If it was Magpie, she'd have taken that too. Crap, this is a Fuji XP1000. It looks like the battery power ran out a while ago. The XP1000s are constant write drives. They're dirt cheap and have a ton of capacity, but if they run out of power, they lose the data. Not going to be able to get anything off that drive. Okay. Search the bathroom. You search Magpie's bathroom. There's not much in here. A toothbrush, toilet paper, some hairpins, and a collection of cheap makeup. The combination bath shower unit Alvarez minor flakes of a dry, reddish substance near the drain. Blood. Dry blood. Prying open the drain cover, it looks like quite a bit of it was shed as well. Shit. Maybe Magpie didn't take a trip after all. With the amount of blood, I'm guessing someone killed her quietly and then drained her body in the bath. Make it cleaner to relocate. This doesn't seem to match the killer's other scenes, though. I'm thinking there's a lot more going on with these murders than we were initially told. First, they don't even mention Magpie to us, and now it looks like she's been killed? Something's not right here. Let's not mention this to the elders. If they're hiding anything, they might start cleaning up their tracks better. Huh. Magpie's desk is the kind of messy most people only associate with rats' nests, hoarders, and deckers. The surface of the desk is littered with cigarette butts, half-finished cans of soy calf, and scraps of electronics. A towering pile of empty instant noodle bowls sits next to it. The sides are emblazoned with Honest Wang's instant old-time ramen, and depict a line of top hat-wearing caterpillars dancing with canes. Hey, awesome! I didn't think anyone but me like Honest Wang's noodles. It'll like you've never tasted in a package of instant noodles, I promise. Gubba taps the side of one container. See, this one's cheese curry broccoli. Don't know why it never caught on, honestly. Duncan shoots you a sidelong glance, mumbling soda voice. Gee, who could pass up the delicious taste of cheese, curry, and freeze-dried vegetables? Cobbett seems oblivious to Duncan's sarcasm. I know, right? People out here have no idea what kind of culinary delights they're missing. Okay then, Gobbett. You gingerly root around the desk, doing your best to avoid the more disgusting piles and spills. It isn't easy. The desk's drawers are stuffed to overflowing with receipts, cigarette packs, optical chips, cables. Most of the contents are boring, useless, and disgusting. While searching one of the bottom drawers, however, a low-quality tin lockbox catches your eye. Someone has pried the latch off, leaving a ragged hole where a lock should be. The interior of the box has several sleeves for storing keycards, all of which are empty. A small notice taped to the interior of the box. Spare storeroom keys. The door is in the rear of Mrs. Yang's restaurant. Do not lose these. Only if I am not available to open the stockroom. A stockroom, huh? So who broke the lockbox to get the keys out? Well, whoever cleaned out Magpie's equipment. I'm thinking you're right. Whoever tore the latch off the box was in a hurry. Any elders could have cracked the mag lock without much trouble, and most regular Wampoans could too. This seemed like somebody who was tossing the place and wanted to get in and out as fast as possible. If someone was after Magpie's gear, her stockroom would be a gold mine. Okay. Who stole the lock room, or storeroom then? I doubt we can just jack into it. Can you tell me more about Elder Magpie? Some of Magpie's gear is missing. Who'd have interest in it? It depends. What's missing, what's still there. A lot of chips have been cleaned out and software too. There are some fully built decks that are still there. That doesn't feel right to me. When Poen wouldn't root through things. It's not our way. Any kind of stuff like that is taken very seriously, and nobody knows how to move chips is hurting for money. Even if they were, the risk is too high. For a small community, someone would notice. If I had to say, I'd say an outsider took her gear and has it stashed somewhere. Are there any outsiders who've been snooping around aside from us? Other than you? No. People do come and go from here every day, but nobody stays. They're only here for business. If whoever stole our stuff is here, they're in hiding. Come to think of it, Magpie did have a stockroom hidden in the basement of some restaurant around here. She was awfully cagey about where it was, though, and I never saw a key. Maybe the gear's down there. Ask you something else. Nothing else. Well, we got nothing else there. How about you, Porter Lamb? You got a key for that? What can you tell me about Elder Egg Magpie? Von Poen snorts, shrugging his shoulders. And she was a bitch? I never met anyone as deliberately contrary as her. Not much to say, nobody wanted to hang out with Magpie. Even though she was the newest elder, she acted high and mighty on everyone. She blocked deals and argued against Nakamura and NG because she could. How was she so contrary? Just her nature. Love fights and gossip. Any chance to cut somebody else down, she'd take it. Guess I always figured she had some deep-seated insecurities and covered it up by attacking other people. Well, thank you, Porter Lamb. We should talk with the detective here, get some information. Already, this is turning out to be an interesting little mystery. I get the feeling one of the elders wants people dead. Demargo's got himself a new cup of soy calf. He must run on that stuff. As you approach, he lifts and salute. Hey again! Any new developments you need my help with? We should probably check out the garage. Maybe there's a, yeah, there might be a key card down there. I get the feeling that might be a thing. We should probably check it out. Who knows? Maybe it's got something important. Probably got something important. Hello there, good sirs. How are all of you doing today? That's far enough. This lot's our turf. If you're looking for a fix, you're welcome to trade, but if you're not here for business, clear the hell out. If you try and wander around on our turf, we're gonna have to air you out. The woman hefts her weapon, tossing a nod toward the gangers behind her. What do you say? You looking for a little pick-me-up? A little nitro to give you some pep? Maybe you want some chips? Take that edge off? You want it? I got it. Gonna look around this garage? Are you deaf? What the hell did I tell you? No, you goddamn well can't wander around our turf. Never mind. What happened in the fight here? As far as I know, some police showed up looking for somebody. They got in here, all of them got killed. Whoever they were after was long gone by the time we showed up. Used to be a lot of Wampoans living here. They all cleared out, muttering about ghosts and shit like that. Anything else about the murders? Nothing much. I tell you what, though. I've got a guy named Kang. He was down in the storm drain system last week. Something was moving down there. Big too, man-sized, but it wasn't speaking any language Kang understood. Kid beat feet back here as fast as he could. Dumbass dropped his storm drain key on the way out, though. You want to go looking for whatever it was? You'll have to get a new key from somebody else. Kang stole his from a city worker. Who else might have a key? Guy named Porter Lamb. Gwen also mentioned some elf woman with crazy colored hair who managed to scam a key. He said she entered paracritters down there, devil rats and shit. Okay, we don't need to wander around their turf much. But you know, we may be able to find something down there. Oh no. Maybe. Alright, Porter Lamb. Get us down to the storm drain, please. You have a key to the storm drainage thing. Sure, why do you ask? Drop a gun down a grate or something? Well, I'm up the lead on the killer. In that case, take the damn key. You'll have to forgive me if I don't want to go down there with you. Porter peels an antique Yale-style key off of a key ring and hands it to you. Knock yourself out. There's an entrance up by the J Mountain restaurant. Can't miss it. Okay. Oh, there it is. Do I have some leads? Search the Wampoa Garden storm drains, search for the killer in Wampoa Garden, find a key to Maggie's stockroom. I guess Magpie's stockroom. Creepy looking place. Maybe maybe a key card from Magpie's storm drain fell down here. Despite the darkness, you can see something glitter at the edge of the drain. Looking closer, it appears to be a necklace chain of some kind. Become caught in the drain's grate, narrowly avoiding falling down the deep pit. Take it. Lifting the necklace out of the drain, you turn it over in your hand. It's a simple silver pendant on a chain. The silver pendant depicts a long-tailed bird in flight. A magpie. That's Maggie's necklace. As you round the corner, you hear voices speaking just loud enough for you to make out coherent sentences. The speakers are definitely not local. They speak with a slight Slavic accent, and their clothing is heavily armored. Around them are a number of crates and boxes, all mostly filled. It looks like the group is packing up. Yaroslav says the boat will be ready tomorrow morning. He's gotten everything arranged with the port authority. We moved the goods to his warehouse. He'll handle loading them onto the ship, and we can get paid right then and there. Nork spits on the ground. I'll be glad to be done with this filthy place. I will too. I hate having to hide in these damn drains. It stinks down here. I can hear the devil rats running down the walkways. It's a mess and it's disgraceful. We shouldn't have to put up with this bullshit. And Alexander still isn't back from this little trip. I'll have to leave him behind if he doesn't get back soon. No, Galina. Until Audrey says we're in the clear from the triads, we can't be seen with the goods on the street. They find us, we go back to Vladivostok in sausage casings. Those Red Dragon Mudaki don't screw around when it comes to protecting their turf. Who knows, maybe Alexander was stupid and they caught him. Either way, we'll have to lug his crap through the drains for a few clicks. Several boxes near the two women bear a distinctive label, a magpie in flight. The same emblem you saw stamped on Magpie's equipment in her shop. The orc woman sniffs the air suspiciously, and her eyes dart toward the dark tunnel you stand in. Before you have a chance to get out of sight, she locks eyes with you. Hi! Nork lifts her chin as she regards you, cracking her knuckles. What have we here? A curious little pest come looking for things that don't concern her. What do we do with pests, Galina? We break them, Vasilisa, and then we hammer a spike through each of their throats so anyone who sees their bodies knows not to meddle in our affairs. I suggest you stay where you are, pest. Wampoa and elders know I'm down here. You start a fight, you're going to have every drone and cyber junkie on those streets crawling up your ass. Some of the cockiness goes out of the Russian woman's eyes. She shifts back and forth nervously, shooting a glance at the orc. Finally, she lifts her shotgun, sighting along the barrel. You think we're afraid of those little worms? You think we're afraid of you? Don't make me laugh. We could be out of here before they even realize you're missing. Think those crazy chipheads will give a shit about what happens down here? I don't think so. Duncan sneers at them, spitting on the ground. Make a move, shithead. Give me a reason to put you down. You thugs think you're so hard I kill trash like you every damn day. I just want to find the person murdering the Wampoa elders. You think I give a shit about what you're doing down here? None of that concerns me, so why the hell should we let you live? Etiquette academic. Look around you. These storm drains act like resonance chambers. The exits on the streets will be like the mouth of a trumpet. They'll care if they hear gunfire on their turf. Galina laughs. You think I'm stupid? You think you can fast-talk me with some stupid? She's right, Galina. You know how sounds can echo through these tunnels? Shit. Galina lowers the shotgun, though her posture remains wary. You don't care about what we're doing. I have a job to do? This is incidental. So what do you want from us, then? You stole Magpie's equipment for a shop. Did you kill her, too? Are you kidding me? And risk the Wampoans coming after us? No. We heard she left, but her gear was still in the shop, so we liberated her. What's it to you? Doesn't matter to me. Do you know what happened to her? Like she said, we heard an empty shop was full of things we could fence easy enough, so we broke in and liberated anything we could sell. I have no idea what happened to her. I don't live in Wampoa Garden and I don't want to. You took her key cards, didn't you? Yes, we did. Alexander took one earlier. He said he wanted to sweep the stockroom, see if there's anything worth stealing in it. Vasilis tosses you a key card. We don't have time to wait up. If you see him, tell him to catch the hell up. Well, I was right. We'd find one of Magpie's keycards down here. Vasilisa grunts by way of greeting. You again. What now? Is there anything you can tell me about the murders that I might not know? You think we got all that? I don't even know there were murders if I hadn't bothered to come out to get some soy calf last week. None of our business and isn't our problem, and I like it that way. Okay! That's certainly something. Okay, so we need to go find Maggie's storeroom. See if we can find anything useful in there. Any useful information, you know? It's behind the Jade Dragon, wasn't it? Okay. Right, there it is. Let's see what we got here. Food. Despite the table's crude construction, an artfully laid meal awaits the owner. Several small dishes are filled with pickled vegetables, while a larger plate is arranged with long slices of raw meat. The meat is a pale pinkish white, like raw pork, and is covered in a light soy marinade. Poking at the raw meat, you discover that it's surprisingly tender. What's more, it has the faint aroma of marinade, as if deliberately prepared. Huh. Raw meat. The box is packed full of odds and ends. It nearly overflows with a collection of knickknacks, souvenirs, and other assorted personal effects. There is no rhyme or reason to the collection of items. They appear to have been thrown in haphazardly. Along with the contents are charms from various temples, a wooden mask and a paper fan. The wooden mask is extremely light. It's been painted a pale white, and the surface is almost as smooth as porcelain. Delicate features and lifted eyebrows are matched with bright lips and delicately carved teeth. The teeth have been stained a deep black. I don't know what that is. What's about the charms? Square cloth packets, each approximately 1 inch wide and 3 inches tall. They come in a variety of bright colors and are embroidered with characters for prosperity, peace, wealth, and protection. Inside each appears to be a folded paper prayer or fortune written in Japanese. Okay, so we got some sort of Japanese person hanging out here. Unfolding the fan, you tilt it up toward the light to examine it. The image depicts an East Asian city from the 19th century or earlier. Curved roofs at sunset beside a deep blue river. 2 ships sail down the river, which is in turn spanned by a long wooden bridge. In the foreground, laborers carry buckets along the shore, as a man on horseback rides in the opposite direction. In the distance, a pair of large red buildings dominate the city skyline. 1 large temple hall, and a 5-tier pagoda. As you step away from the box, you hear a slight click in the distance. The sound of the door's latch shutting. You're no longer alone in the storeroom. Who the hell are you? Standing before you is a man clad in heavy armor and bearing a katana on his hip. His skin is an ashen gray, his eyes dead white. His teeth are jagged and appear quite sharp. This is no man. This is a ghoul. The ghoul's blind eyes search back and forth as it regards you. It cannot see you, but you have a sense that it knows exactly where you are at all times. A hard gun. No doubt brought to bear against me by the Wampoan elders, a means by which they can lift the curse plaguing them. I salute your tenacity, but I wonder, will you hear me out before raising your weapon to kill me? You don't seem interested in eating me? Yes. I'm not only talking, I'm reasoning as well, and since you have not attempted to kill me, your own higher faculties are engaged. I'm a curiosity to you. The ghoul bares his teeth, breath rasping over them as he inhales. You wish to know not only what I am, but what I have done. As for who, you may call me Gaichu. I know who you are. You're the one killing the Wampoan elders. You're correct. I've killed all of the Wampoan elders to date, though only Elder Magpie was according to my initial plan. I regret the deaths of the other elders, but it was necessary. What does Gaichu mean? Harmful insect. It's the name I've taken for myself. Just the word is usually applied to pests, especially ones that drink blood, such as leeches and mosquitoes. The first character means injury or evil influence, and the second means insect or worm. This affair began simply enough. As you may surmise, I am not someone who can be seen in public without great risk. Wampoa Garden is an excellent place to hide. No police or triad presence, and minimal interest in things that lurk in the shadows. Unfortunately for me, Elder Ng discovered me through communion with her spirits. Rather than kill or chase me away, she came to me with a proposition. And the other elders were having problems with one of their number. An elder named Magpie, who had been holding many of their plans hostage and would not budge. They could not remove Magpie, however, because her services were too useful to the Wampoans at large. Offered me payment to dispose of Magpie, and I accepted. Wu shoots you a sidelong glance, tusks bared as he grits his jaw. Why the hell are we talking to this thing? There's a goddamn ghoul and you know what they're like. Really? Pray tell, what am I like? All teeth and claws and bad manners, I expect. Gaichu's tone is amused, despite the harshness of his rasping voice. Really? You want to crack jokes, you cannibal? Wu takes an involuntary step forward, raising his rifle. You're the kind of monster that devour a family just because it's convenient. Remember the 162's Crunchy? He's just like them. They were a gang, Wu, in the Barrens. Like, that makes a difference. Go on, then. Talk to the monster, but I'm keeping my finger on the goddamn trigger. I believe that we were speaking of the Elder's plans to have me kill Magpie. Surely you must be a little curious about that. You can clean up all of her blood. I found some in her drain. Ah, unfortunate. I thought that I was careful enough. Having it on my hands, I must have obscured my sense of smell enough that I missed the last remnants in the drain. I disposed of Magpie's body by emptying the blood in her bathroom. Then I cut her up into more portable pieces. Those were placed in a plastic tarp which I took to the storm drains and hid. Gaichu nonchalantly waves a hand, his tone flat and unconcerned. It's unfortunate, but my survival depends on consumption of raw metahuman flesh. Letting such nourishment go to waste would be a foolish error. But why kill the other elders, then? I contacted the elders, not in person, of course, and they arranged to exchange payment. I assumed that since the job was done, Ing would be a woman of her word. Baring his teeth, Gaichu hisses his next words across clenched teeth. I was mistaken. I arrived at the nearby parking garage the elders had told me about. They cleared out the other Wampoans under some pretense, so I'm not sure what ruse they used. The others never showed up. Instead, several members of the Hong Kong police force arrived. They were more heavily armed than usual, so I suspect they knew something of my nature. Right about the fight, you'd expect me to believe you took on a police squad and won? Of course. I've survived as a ghoul for some years now on the streets of Hong Kong. If that isn't evidence enough of my tenacity, I doubt any words I could say to you will change your mind. A betrayal of that sort I cannot stand. Not only was I not paid for my time and effort, the Wampoan elders treat me like a common animal, and I'm so much more than that. Reputation is everything, and I had none. I had hoped to build a network of contacts so that I would be able to continue finding work, but with that treachery, my hopes were dashed. I decided to become the monster that they feared. One by one, I have eliminated them. They know how to contact me and could have ended their nightmare at any time by making amends. I would have asked for more money, but I would have seized my hunt. Yet they did not. Instead, they contacted you. No doubt asking you to eliminate me where the police had failed. So I ask you, what now? What will you do? Will you attempt to finish what the Wampoan started, or will you treat with the same humanity I have shown you? Okay, well, what would you like to know? Did you eat the elders? Some of them, not all. My condition requires that I consume raw metahuman flesh. I do not require a great deal to survive, perhaps 3 to 4 pounds per week. Consequently, there is vastly more supply than demand. Why would the elders have killed you instead of paying you? A number of reasons. Notorious cheapskates will always try to save money when dealing with outsiders. It could be their natural inclination toward profit. They may regard me as subhuman, therefore unworthy of respect. It could be that they felt I was too dangerous to allow to live. It could even be that they simply did not like me. The result is the same, however. They reneged on our deal we brokered and attempt to have me killed. A message must be sent. Blood must be paid, as they have hired you to kill me. They have obviously not learned their lesson. If I let you live, what will you do? Kill the rest of the elders, and anyone else they sent to exterminate me. It is a matter of survival. Should I ever have the opportunity to work freelance again, potential employers need to understand the price of betrayal. These murders are my curriculum vitae in revenge. No? What then will you do? How will this story end? I got a job to... Well, okay. So we could either have a ghoul on our side, or we could kill him. I don't know much about ghouls, but from what they said, Shadowrun ghouls. They only need so much material. Metahumans infected by a virus known as HMHVV, specifically the Krieger strain. While they're not undead, they do exhibit the same vampire-like behavior. They must consume about 1% of their body weight in raw human flesh each week. They also have a mild allergy to sunlight that inhibits them slightly but does not harm them. Though they are physically blind, they are endowed with an enhanced sense of smell and hearing. They have an astral and physical dual nature that allows them to perceive the astral plane. Ghouls are especially sensitive to the presence of foreign substances within their bodies, which makes it difficult to use cybernetic implants on them. Their strength and body are greater than that of a normal human, but their intelligence and charisma scores suffer greatly. They're also completely immune to certain types of plagues. Some regress to a feral state after the change, while others retain their sanity. Those who remain sane often undergo extreme plastic surgery to pass for human, and usually replace their blind eyes with cybernetic implants to allow them to see. They have also created their own country in West Africa, the ghoul nation of Azamando, which isn't recognized officially by the UN yet, but by the corporate court. They also have geographically localized variants that create distinct ghoul subspecies, based not on metatype but on race. IIIA Sasabonsam, long-lived ghouls from Western Africa. IIB Busa, ghouls allergic to citric acid from the Philippines. IIC Gaki from the Japanese archipelago. Okay, so not necessarily evil, but they do need to eat metahuman. Raw metahuman. Come and work with me, I can be your face. A curious offer. And what of the elders? Will you allow me the satisfaction of killing them? I want to see what they have to say first. I will counsel you to not believe their words, but you have the sound of one who is wary as a matter of course. Very well. Let us wait until a little bit later in the night. Most pedestrians will be off the street, and it will be easier for us to approach the Wempoa without being noticed. Sounds like a plan? Mostly because I don't trust this ghoul, and it would be easier to take him out with a bunch of people rather than just, like, one or two. They're clearly capable of building cultures, if they have their own frickin' country in West Africa. Elder Ng. And this guy's got a drone. As you approach, Elder Ng's eyes widen, her mouth falls open, and the veins on her neck bulge. What are you doing? You brought this thing into our home! Quick, kill it before it kills us! Porter hefts his pistol warily, but is not aiming at anyone. Yeah, I have to say, this isn't a good idea. Why the hell is a ghoul in here, and why is it wearing armor? Calm yourselves, I'm not an it, and your elders know this, intimately. Gaichu bares his teeth in a rictus grin as he turns to facing. Good evening, Elder Ng. I can smell your fear. And I'm glad of this. It means you are learning the price of betrayal. Whoa, whoa. What the hell's going on here? Can someone explain to me why the ghoul is talking? The elders have been lying to the rest of the Wampoans. We would never lie to the Wampoans. Our role is to protect this community, not lie to it. What proof do you have to back up your claims? Or nods at the elders, looking back to you with a wary expression. I'm interested to hear what kind of evidence you have to support this theory. As far as I can tell, this monster killed Tong and the others, and that makes him a threat that should be eliminated. They died because they betrayed Gaichu rather than paying him. Oh, the elders hired Gaichu to kill Elder Magpie and make it look like she disappeared. You believe this vermin? This creature that feasts on metahuman flesh, that kills and dismembers our tribesmen. You're a naive and foolish person if that's the case. Ing spits on the ground in front of Gaichu. What proof do you have that Magpie is dead? Ing, please. In matters where an elder is accused of breaking our law, the other elders generally judge them. In matters where all of them have been accused, I am authorized to act as a judge. Make your case, Shadowrunner. There was a large amount of blood in her shower drain. So what? Perhaps she cut herself and watched the cut off. Or perhaps you're mistaken about it being blood. You're simply guessing as to what happened. That's true. It's a guess, and even if it is her blood, that doesn't prove that the elders hired this ghoul to kill her. Or he gives Elder Ipo a sidelong glance. The elders have always protected Wempoa ground to the best of their ability. I found Magpie's necklace in the storm drains. Or takes a moment to examine the necklace. He nods at you. This is definitely Elder Magpie's, but if you found it in the storm drain, that's suspicious, but hardly proof of its own. Of course it's not proof. The number of things lost down storm drains in Hong Kong must number in the tens of thousands per year. While unusual, it's hardly evidence of foul play. She hasn't been seen in a month. Not by anyone. She wouldn't just disappear like that. That may be unlikely, but it's hardly impossible. You haven't established that the elders were involved. All you've done is make suppositions about it. What proof do you have that we hired and betrayed this creature? I won't sit by and listen to idle accusations without any kind of concrete evidence to back it up. What about the fight with the Hong Kong police force? How do you mean? What does that have to do with the elders and the ghoul? You Wampons don't allow police inside the area. Why make an exception this time? The police were polite and asked our permission to enter. They were hunting a non-Wampon. That was reason enough for us to allow them in. Porter considers this for a moment and then shakes his head. That doesn't add up. Why would the police ask for us for entry now? They've never been polite before, and they've always tried to force their way in here. It just doesn't ring true. Did you ask them to come in order to hunt down this ghoul? Preposterous. Porter, you know what our community is like. We wouldn't lie over something like this. This ghoul has been lying the entire time, trying to cover his tracks. He's still brutally murdered several elders. That's true. Those murders were vicious and cruel. Porter fixes you with a hard stare. I don't see any way to explain that away. The ghoul is a monster for how he killed Tong and the others. Tong wasn't tortured. There was no astral residue of pain or fear. He didn't feel the blow. That's correct. I struck a single blow while his back was to me. His death was instant. Regrettable that he had to die for folly, but necessary to protect my reputation. Glares at Gaichu in stony silence before addressing Porter. You cannot believe what these people say. They are not to be trusted, and even if this is true, he still killed Tong. Porter looks back at Ng, his expression flat without emotion. Maybe so, but a monster would not take Tong's suffering into account. Maybe a killer, but he's not heartless. Tong's body was a mess, true, but he died quickly from a sore blow to the neck. It's kind of a retread of the previous one, but we need all the proof we can get. I struck Tong down with a single blow from my sword. The mess was made of the body was to send the elders a message. But I had no desire to make Tong suffer. At any time, Ng and the other elders could have made amends, and the killings would have ended. Instead, they hired a Shadowrunner to kill me. It's not about cruelty, it's about sending a message. That's not what I would have expected, looking at the body. Killed him before you dismembered him? That's right. I killed the other elders in a similar fashion. There's no cause to prolong their suffering. The message was for the living elders, and not the dead. If the elders wished to treat me like a monster, I would terrorize them like one until they paid reparations for their mistake. Come on, you can't possibly believe this crazy story. It's absolutely insane. The scene of Tong's murder was like the others. A deliberate sham. It was made to look more horrific than it was. I believe you. The blood smeared on the walls, the removal of his skin. That's a scene designed to evoke horror, not the scene of an actual fight. Elders, what do you have to say in response? This is a farce. We've dedicated ourselves to protecting the Wampoan tribe and everyone who lives in Wampoa Garden. Do you really believe outsiders are monsters over our word? We who have only tried to end the killings? You've been duped, Porter. You and this Shadowrunner. I concur. Porter, you know me. You know the kind of person I am. I won't be party to the killing of another elder. Can't believe we're even entertaining the notion that we have to defend ourselves. We should be exposing of this ghoul instead. If you think I'll forget this, you're sorely mistaken. I will not tolerate this kind of insult. Magpie's gear was missing. Obviously missing. Why didn't he tell me that? He would have had to have noticed, and Magpie's shop is locked up. Why didn't he want me investigating? Pure supposition. You think it's proof something that I didn't notice equipment was missing? Magpie's shop is always a horrible mess. Tang, you did a full inventory of Magpie's Matrix servers. You assured us everything was running fine, and you would be able to continue her work. I find it hard to believe you missed something as obvious as missing equipment, especially while searching your stock. I think we got Porter Lamb, and the elders are all too happy to have the Red Spears move into the garage, almost like they wanted to keep anyone curious about the fight away. That's right, Eep. You even told me not to go find out what happened with the fight. You said the Red Spear gangers were moving in and to leave them alone. Why would you tell me not to look into it? I was only trying to protect you from the Red Spears. They're dangerous, which is why I've wanted to deal with them directly. Alright, I think I have some idea of what's going on here. And? What do you believe the real story is? Gaichu seems to be telling the truth. Elders, too many facts don't add up. You are obviously hiding something, possibly a great deal from the rest of the tribe. I'm sorry, but I have to take you into custody until the community can decide the extent and manner of your punishment. Death would seem appropriate to me, especially given that they kept up this charade even to you, one of their most trusted citizens. Don't you dare talk to me like that, you disgusting beast! Eep begins to raise his weapon. Porter reaches out to stop him. Eep reluctantly stops. Eep, no. Don't make this any worse than it is. Porter turns to face you. Thank you. I'll make certain that justice is meted out. You're free to go, and I'll ensure payment is delivered to you, so long as you take Gaichu with you. I can't have you staying. I can't have him staying here. He'll be coming with me. Hopefully they get him out of power, because that is disgusting. As you exit Wampo into the sweltering night air of the Kowloon streets, Gaichu turns to face you. I confess, I am unhappy with the decision to allow the Wampoan elders to live. We should have killed them, if for no other reason than to maintain our reputation. That's why I let them live. That's not how we do things. Gaichu bows to you, head held very low. I can accept this. I am unused to working with Shadowrunners. I assumed you would see things as I do. Hopefully there's much I can learn from you. I will leave this place. I am eager to be done with Wampoa Garden. Yay, karma. We did well. We did really well. And now we have a new friend. Slightly rotting friend, but a friend nonetheless. Hopefully, doesn't set the other members off too much. Hopefully. Let's see what's going on down here. Get the hell out of here, you know? I imagine ghouls aren't very legal, given their, diet, let's say. The MTR rockets noiselessly back towards Hioi along the edge of Kowloon Bay. The black water glitters in the night with the light of 1,000 reflected storefronts. Gaichu stares sightlessly out the window, one hand pressed to the glass. The plot by the elders is exposed, and Porter Lamb is in your debt. You have a new ally, and the respect of the Wampoans. Sometimes, everything goes right on a job. You count yourself lucky this was one of those times. There we go. We have friends! That went well, I think. Now we just have to do the other jobs, I guess. Oh, Jesus. 8 karma. What the hell? Okay, sure, we'll take it, you know. Gucci Virtuex. Drone control seems like the best bet here. It just does. Strength, wisdom. That's willpower. Charisma. Huh. Dragon lines visible. Anything else we need? Not really right now. We don't really need cyber affinity. That'll work. That'll work. Steven Dynamite. Who the hell are you? A disheveled man in filthy rags tears on the sidewalk, wobbling on steady legs. His bloodshot eyes dart about desperately. Hello, Revenger Kindly. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. And the acrid sweet odor that wafts off of him buzzes unpleasantly in your nostrils. You okay, man? You have to help me, man. I need your help. No, I'm not doing too bad. I'm really enjoying this game so far. We're mostly just doing odd jobs at the moment. Getting properly, you know, acquainted with Hioi. Step back here. Say the magic word first. The man yanks you closer. Your eyes are watering from his pungent proximity. Still, you notice that his tattered clothing bears designer logos. Please, please take handsomely a message from me. Who are you and why are you touching me? Steven Dynamite. He nods eagerly, desperation in his eyes. A sluggish tongue wipes itself over the cracked skin of his lips. Look, you gotta help me. I've been poisoned. That crap that Lee sold me put bad things in my head. Whenever I close my eyes, I see dark, narrow tunnels, so many hands grabbing, razor-sharp teeth gnawing, and the children. Bad things in your head. Are you talking about hallucinations? The junkie stares into space. A faint trickle of saliva makes its way down his chin. Guess you tested negative for COVID? This guy. Hey, nice. Glad to hear you're healthy. Or at least relatively healthy. Not exactly, more like nightmares. They feel very real. Teeth biting, faces I knew. His trembling voice trails off. Whole nightmare thing has been going around. It isn't just you. No, this isn't that. I'm telling you, I was poisoned. I know it. You'll help me, won't you? Alright, I'll do what I can. And tell Lee what he's done to me, that I need relief. Tell him that I want off. What do you want? I want my money back. Okay, buddy. Sure. Whoa. We've been going through, doing a little bit of reading on the Shadowlands area. We recently encountered a person by the name of Rainbow, whose whole thing is that she hunts paracritters. She likes to go after like really big things. You again? I thought I told you to fuck off. Rise with Isabel and Gobbet. Yeah, those two drag some real prizes out of the river. You and Nitro to vouch for you. I'll consider giving you the time of day. Okay. Yeah, keep up with current events, do you? Nitro's dead. Crying shame if that's true, and I saw that one coming. So you just washed up with Isabel and Gobbet, huh? You know what that tells me? You're here today, but you'll be gone tomorrow. I'll keep my distance. Kindly vouch for me. Yeah, you just idle your engine there for a minute, and I'll check on that. I wasn't able to sleep last night, so I'm running 5-hour energy, Red Bull, and fumes. God damn! Well, you're welcome to chill here. Maybe it'll help you sleep a little bit. Hey, we can enter the clinic. Rome Alley. 10-armed Ambrose. This clinic looks like it just hosted a party. Spindly mechanical arms swinging from unobtrusive wall mounts, pulling down crepe paper ribbons, and scooping food platters and empty beer bottles into biohazard bags. A severely crippled Caucasian man sits in a wheelchair amidst the maelstrom of mess and robotics. He's in his 40s. Thick beard, tungsten earrings, beer belly, one cyber eye, both his legs are missing, one at the hip, the other at the knee. He has only one arm, and only 3 fingers remain on his surviving hand. His face and arms show the scars of reconstructive surgery. He grins wildly at you, regarding you with bloodshot eyes. He's clearly hungover. Hey, I'm Ambrose. He shouts cheerfully in English, his words pawing together in a loose Midwestern accent. They call me Ten Arms. Welcome to Kong, fellow Ukasian. He chuckles, his chest shaking with mirth. A Waldo arm springs to life and swings over to him. Its menacing metal pincer momentarily sets a cigarette between his lips, just long enough for him to inhale from it. Kindly says you're alright. What can I do for you? Your front door could stop a bulldozer. Why so fortified? Are you kidding? Have you any idea how much all of this stuff in here is worth? This is a high capital operation, and life's too dangerous for a guy missing most of his members, filling up smugglers and criminals. Let me tell you what, though. Someone busts in here, they're going to be in a world of hurt. Ambrose chuckles evilly. There's a lot more than pipes and wires up in the false ceiling, and I've got Kindly's crew and the Club 88 boys on the panic button. They know which side their bread is chromed on. Why, are you thinking of trying to knock me over? He laughs uproariously, but it's not clear if he's kidding. What do you do here? What do I do? Tune-ups and engine rebuilds on your ass. I do it all. First aid, second aid, surgery, cybernetics, obstetrics, euthanasia. I'm your one-stop shop for health and beauty. Okay, well maybe not beauty. You install me with combat wear? You know it. You got the coin of the essence. I'll trick you out like a bulldozer with ground effects and a turret. I'll get it all. Bionic limbs, wire reflexes, decorative wear, blood filters, synthetic muscle, bone lacing, grease bearings, ground effects, tight bolts. The full range of Chrome Alley services is something that I would like to keep beneath the HKPF's radar. I'll modify myself any reason I come around here if not for medical gear. Shoot, this is a friendly little neighborhood. I love it when people combine bullshit. Hell, I host birthdays. Ambrose's Spider Jones swings a bottle of coffee liquor over to his nose. He sniffs it gingerly. Nope, that's not good anymore. Full of spin cigarette ash. Seemed to always make me laugh. Thank you for that. Well, I'm glad I can help lighten your day, friend. But yeah, how are you feeling? Hopefully that illness is passing through, right? What sort of mechanical surfaces do you offer? Oh, nothing you'd be interested in. Right now I'm mostly doing engine mechanics and electrician stuff. I send maximum law and reliable Matthew any work they can handle. It's really just a hobby and service to the community. I make my nut with the clinic. Looks fondly over at the massive, partially assembled V8 engine occupying the operating theater. That baby's gonna be a goddess when I'm done with her. You're a doctor? Sure I am. I'm a rigger doctor, a rockter. Ambrose bursts into laughter and then stops and clutches his head. Oh man, I can't laugh today. Hard today. Too much partying last night. It hurts. I'm not board certified, but don't worry, I should be. I'm full on skilled. My work's a Yellow Lotus guarantee and precisely in accordance with World Medical Association standards. Good, but running on Red Bull and 5 energy. Well, you know, better than nothing, right? Everybody in EOA comes to me because I'm the only option. Ambrose chuckles delightedly. Very well, Rockter. Right on, let's get you tricked out. Unless you just want bullshit, which I'm down for too. You're from UCAS Midwest. How do you land in Hong Kong? Ambrose bites one of his nails and regards you with a hint of suspicion. Well, that's a long story. Kinda personal. Involves some jobs, a girl, a real good reason to leave Chicago, a whole shit ton of guns and money. Guns and money were involved. Sounds like a good story. Shadowrunning? Yeah, stuff like that. Ambrose smiles. He seems to warm up a little. I was a hardcore vehicle rigger back then, before Johnny Law cracked down on road rigs. Man, those were the cowboy days. Freaky as hell, but great to remember. Ambrose gets a wistful look on his face. We'd rebuild trucks in shops, reinforce the frames, bolt armor on, mod the suspension with robotics, drive them right through the front windows of buildings, and bash aside Lone Star cruisers on the way out. Good times. You do that in Hong Kong, you get auto barricades and a missile enema. Crying shame. Anyway, I need to get out of Chi-Town. Spread my wings. A nearby spider drone fidgets. You know how that goes. Are you following the news of the quarantine? Oh, yeah, there's the reference. Ambrose's face darkens. Yeah, I am. This terrible thing just happened there. My old hood is inside the containment zone. I'll get peeps locked behind that wall. I have screwed myself over because I may not be able to sleep today, maybe. True. There's always one way to fix a sleep schedule, and that's just keep trucking through it till you get to that point, right? But, I mean, only so much you can do about that. Hopefully that caffeine and Red Bull running through you calms down in time for bedtime, right? I heard it's a Vetus plague outbreak. Yeah, well, maybe. That's the official story. I don't know if you log into Shadowland, but people have been sneaking files out of the zone. There's some kind of crazy-ass giant insects in there. They're calling them bug spirits. Hopefully. Ambrose shakes his head sadly. Vetus plague, bug spirits. I'm not sure which is more scary. I'm gonna quickly look up what the hell a Vetus plague is. Shadowrun Vetus plague. Vitality-induced toxic allergy syndrome, most commonly known by the acronym VETUS, is an illness caused by a highly lethal, highly communicable airborne virus. 2 strains rampaged through the world in the first quarter of the 21st century, killing billions from initial exposure and subsequent secondary infections. In many ways, VETUS set the stage for the fall of the old powers and the rise of the new powers prior to the coming of the sixth world. VETUS becomes evident 12 hours after initial exposure. Following incubation, initial symptoms include fever, chills, and vomiting. If unchecked, it progresses into anaphylactic shock, with an increase in histamine levels causing bronchospasm and vasodilation. Most deaths occur from bronchoconstriction, leading to suffocation. Average individuals who are exposed to any strain of VETUS have the following approximate statistical likelihood of surviving, assuming drug therapies are on hand. Humans elves, 1 out of 216. Orcs, 1 out of 72. Trolls and dwarves, 1 out of 36. Humans and elves have a very high chance of being dead within 12 hours following initial exposure due to the increased likelihood of succumbing immediately to the induced allergy. Orcs and trolls, with their most robust or more robust constitutions, are much more likely to survive the initial onset, as are dwarves with their innate resistance to toxins and pathogens. A variety of treatments are available. Tetracycline was initially used against VETUS 1, but those gave way to more modern antivirals such as zeta interferon, and have some effect at hindering the virus by interfering with the reproduction of it. Subsequent strains are becoming more resistant to antiviral therapy, however. Antihistamines provide some relief to the symptoms. Magical treatment, however, greatly increased the chance of survival. It is believed to have been another factor in Amerind populations remaining unscathed from the disease. First Nations from remaining unscathed from the disease. There was also evidence that native folk medicines helped stave off the infection in Africa. Huh. So it's some sort of like a super plague. Oh, maybe it's The Walking Dead. Think about it. We got at least 4 HMHVV variants. I think it's only a matter of time until we get zombies. Ambrose gives a nervous shiver. The nearby robotic arms tremble briefly. I'd take zombies over these bug spirit things, tell you what. Hong Kong seems like a long way to go just to get a break from Chicago. Ambrose smiles, but there's a steely look in his eyes. Sometimes a guy just needs a change of scene. A girl was involved? Yeah, there was. He shrugs awkwardly as if to make light of it. His voice has a hint of strain in it. That's a story for another day. Hey, it's grand digging up the wreckage of the past, but time's wasting. I left Chicago, I landed in the Kong. After a while of running the Kong Shadows, I landed here, in Chrome Alley. That's really the gist of it. I better get back to running a living. Show me your services, my boy. Sure thing, tune up our spare parts. I like that. I'll take that V8 engine and a box of chocolates. Ambrose bursts into laughter. I like you. You've got good taste, but that engine is family. Seriously, what do you want? Let's see what he's got for cyberware. Scale wires, okay. Ares hand razors. Data jack we already have. A cross cyber spur. Huh. Transys neuronet skill wires. Satyr Krupp skill wires. Okay. Not bad. Bone lacing, naturally. An eye data jack. Not bad, not bad. Vision magnification. Fair enough. We don't really need that. Silver Tex. Ares dermal plating. I do want that dermal plating because that thing is going to be really handy. As technology cyberlight could also be useful. Goodbye, Ambrose. Because we need to make sure that we stay alive, you know? Examine the lobby. This electro-furnace room has been built out as a medical clinic and a machine shop. The air is alive with the rumble of the furnaces and the hum of cooling fans. It is sweltering. The front area is more like a homey coffee house than a clinic lobby. Comfortable old furniture, used digipads, coloring books. The wall opposite the boilers is cluttered with a mixture of photos and prints. Local artist work, images of military vehicles, off-road racing, Rube Goldberg machines, personal photos, old-time Chicago gangsters, the Desert Wars, motorized combat division. Glance around the clinic space. The work area looks more like a machine shop than a medical theater. A roboticized operating table and a hydraulic lift supporting a partially disassembled V8 engine occupy places of equal importance against the north and south walls. Prosthetic limbs are racked overhead like machine parts. A heavy lift hoist is clamped to an I-beam. An impressive home-built computer sits against the far wall. Several bulkier towers sit under the desk, fans whirring. It was more like a sysadmin's Decker service station than a doctor's terminal. The floors are scuffed concrete, stained with grease and old blood. The faint odors of ammonia, gasoline, and antiseptic mingle in the air. A large sign on the back wall reads, "Sanitary space, no spitting." How about the personal photos? Pictures are mostly of Hioi residents, holidays, and parties. 10-armed Ambroses in many of them. The vast scope of photos suggests that Ambrose must be acquainted with almost everyone in Hioi. I imagine so, given he's the local doctor. Still, not bad. Not bad at all. I think we should probably go with Spiritualist on Gobbet. Yeah. Spiritualist. That way we can get some, she's more of a, summoner type deal. Sabotage, augment weapon, mini launcher. Now fire remote mines, which can be triggered to detonate at will. Espionage gains the Tar Blaster 1.0 program. An upgraded version of Blaster that also sticks to enemies in place for one. Okay, yeah, we're going with Sabotage. How about you, Duncan? Lethal Force and Crowd Control. Duncan gains an assault rifle ability that fires a single shot of incendiary ammo, does an additional 2 damage, and pierces up to 2 armor. Crowd Control gains a rifle ability that does 2 armor piercing and imbalances targets, making them easier to hit on subsequent attacks. This ability cannot do critical damage. Lethal Force. And what about our weirdo here? Red Samurai and Ghoul. Gains a claw ability, rip. Does an additional 2 damage and 2 bleeding damage for 2 rounds. Costs 1 AP, cooldown 2. Red Samurai gains a defensive ability that adds +2 armor and +1 dodge. Not bad. I'll try to go to bed. I tell you if I pee blood or die of a heart attack. Goodbye. Thank you for stopping by, even if only for a bit. I hope you managed to get some good sleep in there. Goodbye, friend. Claim payment for our runs. What does Merchant Law have to say to us? He's got to have something, right? Maximum Law surveys the docks from beneath his meticulously patched tarpaulin. Goggled and belted with electronics, his arms folded, his expression stern, a sweat-drenched little king. His boat rocks gently. As he approaches, he looks sharply away and breaks into an awkward smile. Hey, I was hoping you'd come around. You got a minute? What's up? Kindly had Wampoa burn your sin. Word is you're doing work for her, not normal Yellow Lotus stuff. Law shifts from foot to foot. He fidgets with the hardware on his belt. Shadowrunning. Now an unusual asset. Wicked. Law says it distinctly in a hushed tone. Then sees to catch himself. He draws himself up to his full height. His usual demeanor of self-assurance returns. That's pretty ironclad. Pretty vicious if you do good. You'll be noticed. Listen, if you got info about runs, I can make it worth something. We on opponents call that kind of thing metadata. When Poe likes to get word on the street from the active operators. Huh. Doesn't want Poe's service to their clientele include not prying? It's not prying. Law speaks with authority. He thrusts his chest down and puts his hands on his hips. He's gathering information. The world runs on information. If you got metadata for me, great. If not, see if I care. Law looks out through the rain, across the rocking boats. He wipes his foggy goggle lenses with a rag from his pocket. His stomach gurgles loudly. Augmented reality goggles aside, this gig gets really boring sometimes. You ever want to talk shop? I'm here. Your elders hired a ghoul assassin too. I know! Those piss-drinking, pig-sucking. Law erupts into a torrent of livid, awkward profanity, some sort of pidgin of Cantonese and tech speak. He catches himself short, pulls himself back together and clenches his fists. You know whose fault this is? Ing. She always had it in for Magpie, because Magpie was a genius. That turbo-snorting woo-woo idiot and her lackeys almost destroyed the Wampoa network. He folds his arms across his chest. I hope they string the bones of those morons from the gutters with a bunch of monofilament wire from the blessed Autofab. Law pauses and looks over at you. I've heard all the rumors, but what's the full story? What do you know? We need to port this data out to the whole tribe. Before I go on, you seem fond of Magpie. Magpie was the best of the bunch. She was a wicked coder and a noble hot decker. Plus, she knew the infrastructure. Those of us in Magpie's bus maintain the shadow nets. That's what keeps Wampoa independent. Now we've lost Magpie and half the other elders. All that skill base is gone, all because Ing got a bunch of cruft in her boards. It was her fault, I'm telling you. He listens in prolonged silence as you lay it all out. When you're done, he shakes himself as if awaking from a bad dream. Whoa. Law seems stunned. For real? Man, this is gonna go down tribal lore. Here, this is a cred stick I keep on hand for when people have special information. Take it. You've earned it. I kinda wanna think now. And share files. Okay, so we can sell him tales about our runs. You gotta go? Okay. Watch your back and shoot straight and all. Law grins at you and dexterously flashes a hand sign that Shadowrunners give each other in holovid shows. I got things to do, too. Of course they have holovids of frickin' Shadowrunners. Of course they do. I'm not surprised. Two men in dirty synth leather jackets look up from the conversation at your approach. They both look haggard, their shoulders slumped with exhaustion, neither appears to have shaved this morning. What do you want? We're talking here. I'm new in town and figured you'd pay to make all the connections I can. A grim chuckle rumbles out of him. You chose the wrong day, stranger. We're moving further downstream and we're doing it today. Something wrong with this place. Too many bad dreams. I know what you mean. Van blinks. His expression shifts from guarded to curious. Did you dream it too? The long corridor and the thing with the ivory crown. Yeah. He licks his lips, nodding. Lots of people in town dreamed it, or something like it. From the folks I've talked to, there were a bunch of different versions. Some people turned away from the corridor and went down alleys, that kind of thing. I never set foot in the walled city before, stranger, so tell me, why the hell am I dreaming about it all of a sudden? I don't even know what the damn thing looks like on the inside. I think something strange is going on. looking magical, and the walled city is where it's coming from. It's a curse, nothing else it could be. Everybody knows that place is haunted, a living hell full of evil spirits and poison chi. If you're not careful, you'll wind up trapped inside with the rest of the human garbage. Oof. His companion cuts in. Catch a healthy whiff of alcohol in his breath. That isn't gonna happen to us. No way! Only the lowest of the low wind up in the walled city. So like he said, we're going further downstream. As soon as our things are packed, we're out of there. Damn right, this place is a dump anyways. Let's try our luck in Macaw. To hell with this place. Good luck. We could say the same to you. You're staying here in Hioi after all. Of the three of us, you're the one who's most likely to need it. Well, unfortunate. But you know, it is what it is. Maybe we can sell some information to our neighbor here. Maybe Raptor can sell some stuff. Raptor is important, I know that much. They wouldn't give him his own area if he wasn't. So what's up with that? Check your inbox for new messages. Artifact liberation, attending a party, Raymond's Black History, opportunity. About those dreams. Gobbet's face winks onto the screen. Her rats are perched precariously on her head, and she holds a laser pointer clutched between her thumb and forefinger. Oh, hey, Seattle. Hope I didn't catch you at a bad time. She flicks the laser pointer and her rat's head swivel to the right to follow the motion. Why did I just say that? This is a recording. It doesn't matter if it's a bad time. Well, anyway, I was thinking about the talk we had. You know, the dream talk about the nightmares and stuff. Another flick of the pointer, the rat's head's turned left and nose is twitching. I've got a friend here in town. She runs the parlor 5 Phases. It's sort of our local magic shop and talismonger. Name's Crafty. Flick. The rat's heads turn upward to stare at the ceiling. Anyway, she's smart. Really smart. Her mom was sort of a local authority on all things magical, and the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. If you want to ask anyone in town about those dreams, she'd be the right one to choose. She taps a button on the laser pointer with her thumb, and the little red dot on the tip goes dark. The rats immediately tackle one another, rolling off her head and falling out of sight. She gets up, her head rising out of frame. Anyway, just thought it might help. If I've already been talking to Crafty, please disregard this message. Alright, I'm out. Peace. Raymond Black's history. Duncan asked me to do some digging on my own into Raymond's history. I guess he doesn't trust Kindly Cheng to give him the full story. I can't blame him, since she'd hide things from us if it was in her best interest to do so. So I've been poking around various corners of the Matrix, trying to dig up what I can. Most sinners leave a data trail the size of an aircraft carrier in their wake. Working backward in time, Raymond starts out that way, but it slowly tapers away into nothingness. Sure, I can find some basic records in Seattle. Power, utilities, a couple of public discussion sites he signed up for. But the further back I get, the less I find. And the craziest part is this. Prior to 2032, I can't find anything at all. That shouldn't be possible. It's like Raymond didn't exist before then. I don't know. I'm going to keep digging, but it'll take me a while. I'll let you know when I get some news worth sharing. Three-phase bypassed. Yo, come see me if you have a chance. I have a trade opportunity, maximum. Done is what happens when I rain the fire. Ultrathon Visigoth, Judge of Titan. Okay, then. Huh. Attending a party. I need you to come to the parlor. A friend and business partner of mine named Dr. Shenyang has need of your services. Something about attending a fancy party in Repulse Bay. He's unwilling to give me the details. I think he wanted to size you up himself. Okay. Open the jobs directory. Let's claim payment for the Wampoa Garden. The Wampoans tell me that they've ousted all of their council elders. Something to do with you exposing their efforts to cover up their own mess. It isn't the resolution I expected, but I think it's acceptable. If there's one thing I don't trust, it's people who won't pay what they owe. Thankfully, the Wampoans are more reliable than Ing and her allies, and so am I. Your payment is attached. Okay. So we can just pick up all the jobs, basically. Artifact liberation. Welcome to the Shadows. I received a request from an archaeologist named Mr. Drake. He's interested in liberating certain artifacts from beneath a manor house located in Taipo. I've attached a copy of the video message they sent me. Okay then, Mr. Drake. The screen flickers a few times, and the email is replaced with the face of a stern-looking orc. Hello, Madam Cheng. I heard that you're a woman who knows how to get things done, especially with regards to things that aren't legal in the strictest sense. That's exactly the kind of help I'm looking for. Recently, a rich investor by the name of Liu Hua decided to expand his manor house on the outskirts of Taipo. Too much money, not a space for fancy parties. He had a snag with local government officials, however. They suspected the land his estate was built on may have pre-modern archaeological artifacts buried beneath it, all of them dating from the Song dynasty. Consequently, I was contracted as an archaeologist to oversee the excavations and ensure everything was properly recorded and cataloged. Sure enough, we were only a few days into the excavation when we discovered a series of tombs lying beneath the site. Discovered the tombs was far beyond anything Liu and I had expected. Several acres of catacombs at least, and untouched relics throughout. What's more, they're certainly older than the Song dynasty. They may even be from the previous cycle of magic. Before I could make a report to the Free Enterprise Zone authorities, however, Liu called in his allies in Tantien Incorporated. Liu sold the entire site to Tantien, and then leased it back to him because Tantien is considered to have extraterritoriality in Hong Kong. Local authorities were powerless to stop Liu from looting the tombs. He immediately began building a museum, if you can call it that, atop the site. He had the gall to call his museum the Emperor's Tomb. Can't you believe that? The odds of these being an actual emperor buried there are basically nil, but he doesn't care anything to sell a few tickets. Liu has it continue his excavations using Tantien contractors to expand the dig. What he didn't know is that I bugged his comlink before he fired me. Based on what I've heard, something strange is going on in the lower levels. Workers have been disappearing, only to be found dead several days later. Whatever is down there is too dangerous to be left in Liu's hands. Liu must have found my data line tap, though. I stopped receiving any information 3 days ago. The last thing I heard him talking about there were a pair of ancient texts that the workers discovered. Then, he issued an order that further excavation should be halted until he can secure the subterranean areas. I'm betting those texts are the cause of whatever's killing the workers. I have quite a bit of experience with these kinds of dangerous excavations, but an operation of this scale is beyond me. I need a team that's tough enough to get in and survive, aren't afraid of making a mess, and can get out with the books and whatever else they can carry. Beyond the 2 texts, I'm willing to pay very well for whatever other artifacts your team can liberate. The more valuable, the better. Don't worry, they'll be going to actual museums, not some rich playboy's mansion. I've got a second program in place that'll suppress the user's security system. The team will have to be careful, though. There are only so many alarms I can suppress. Go beyond that number and I'll scrub the mission. I've included a catalog of likely items to help the team appraise the most valuable ones. They don't need to be subtle. In fact, I prefer they make it look like a common robbery. Tell them to smash and grab what they can. Let me know when you find a suitable group of Shadowrunners. And there you have it. A nice, simple robbery. You think you can handle something that basic, do you? I have faith in you. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. I'll contact Mr. Drake when you're on your way. Excellent. I've attached directions to Liu's estate to this message. Good luck. Don't fuck it up. We got a few missions. We need to go to the Emperor's Tomb Museum to liberate some artifacts. And we need to go meet with Sheng at some point. How are you doing, Duncan? You enter Wu's cabin to find him moving through some sort of stretching routine. His muscles ripple as he flows tranquilly from one pose to the next. You look different. Do I? Yeah, like I flipped forward a few chapters instead of turning a page. I mean, you look like you, just... not the you I knew. I get it. You're you too, just a lot leaner. Wu looks down at his torso and chuckles. Remember how Lockjaw used to make fun of my gut? He used to call me Dunkin' Donut. He smiles, his teeth are perfect. I guess I got tired of that whole running out of energy walking up the stairs thing. Plus, I need to slim down to get into the academy. And once I get off my ass and start exercising, you know, really exercising, I found out that I loved it. It's the focus, I guess. I don't have to think about anything. I don't have to talk to anyone. All I have to do is concentrate on my form and count my reps. No matter what happens after that, I've started my day by accomplishing something. So what about you? How are you doing? About how you'd expect. Been better. I gotta tell you, you're pretty good at running this crew. There's something I still don't completely understand. He picks up an ammo box and begins using it like a dumbbell. What do you get out of being a Shadowrunner? About seeing the world how it really is, underneath the veneer. Most people don't want to see how the sausage is made. It's fucked up bad. You can see it right there from the outside. No need to look beneath the casing to see what's inside. You're not gonna like it. And even if you're the type that needs to know, the type that can't help but look into the abyss, what do you get out of it? Odds are I get nothing but a much shorter lifespan. The trade-off doesn't really seem worth it to me. At the end of the day, what are you? A Shadowrunner, a disposable asset, sinless. Slithering through the cracks of society, doing jobs that are too dirty for the corpse to do themselves. You don't even appear on a corporate balance sheet. Rumors can be more than that. They can move their own agenda. Fight the power. Never heard a story where a Shadowrunner did something other than kill someone, steal something, or perpetrate some other sort of shady shit. Well, good luck with that. Who watches? Waiting for you to say something. You thinking about getting chromed up? With cyber? He shakes his head. Oh my god, how many times are you gonna ask me that? You always have the best reactions. Who grins, his teeth are blindingly white. I told you one time, I was thinking about it when I was 13. Let it go, I'm not gonna pollute my body with that shit. You? I never know. I always thought I might go for it if you had a good enough reason. Just be careful. I've heard stories about folks who went too far with it, lost some of themselves. What do you think about that last run? Oh no. I had enough ghouls for one lifetime. The barrens were full of them. Remember what the 162s did to the Aslaner family that lived by the old town center? Remember how we found them? Not the kind of thing you forget. Tooth marks in the bones and all that. Yeah, made my stomach churn. Nobody deserves to go out like that. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever get comfortable with having a ghoul on our crew. Made sense to keep those others alive, by the way. A good call. We don't know anyone in this country. Seems wise to try and get some allies. Anyway, enough about that. Anything else? He rests his eyes on you for a moment, his face neutral. Yeah, I guess now's as good a time as any. You start. Well, maybe you decide to become a cop. Harp. I needed structure. Bad. You know that better than anyone. I was already hardcore when Mr. Ultraviolence. I'd do anything to get a rise out of the guys I was rolling with. Gouging eyes, inverting knees, curb stomping, that shit got me cheers. I was like a pit fire, bloodletting for the crowd, and I learned to enjoy it. I never learned how to block out the memories of the screams when I was lying in bed at night. The guilt started eating me alive, and then I was scared to be alone with my thoughts, so I tried to drown them out with all the things that you drown things out with. How bad was it? He lowers his head sadly. Pretty nasty, but that was before I met. When we squatted together and later when we were living with Ray, I was still a violent son of a bitch, but basically under control. That was because of you. You're the voice of reason and the brains. Me, the brains. Don't pretend you weren't the leader. You know how it was. When we ran the streets together, I was the muscle and you called the shots. You pointed and I hit. But later, after Ray got me some counseling, I realized I let you call the shots so that I wouldn't have to, because I knew that what I wanted was wrong. By following your lead, I was deflecting my own guilt onto you. I could just knock heads and walk away clean. You know, don't look at me, I'm just doing what I'm told. And then you left. Without you there, I knew that I was in some serious trouble. The poster boy for anger management issues. Raymond could provide a stable environment, a decent therapist, and money for prescriptions, but... You know Raymond. He's an egghead engineer with a philanthropic streak, not a drill sergeant. And a drill sergeant was what I needed. I needed structure and discipline in a way that he couldn't offer me. I needed a cage to keep myself in line. So, I found myself a cage made of rules and procedures and training. Lone Star. Raymond helped me with my application and provided a decent character reference. I got in and it helped a lot. Lone Star got me where I needed to be. Now it's all gone, and you're back. Seems like Carter's death hit you pretty hard. We'll continue stretching. Yeah, she was a good one. We're a real team. Joining Lone Star helped me in all sorts of important ways, no doubt about it. I really embraced being a cop, studied my ass off, but no matter how hard I worked, I was never more than a model cop with a brutal streak. There are plenty of assignments that are perfect for a big, mean orc like me. Assignments that would offend my need to hurt people, but I met Carter about a year in, and she changed things. She talked about values and goals and priorities and constructing the life that you want to live. It was a real trip. She's a good person. She's a cop, a partner, a mentor, and a serious badass when she needed to be, but yeah, she was a good person too. She kept me focused. When Raymond asked me to meet him in Hong Kong, I had a feeling I was going to wind up going off the reservation if I didn't bring Carter along. Now she's gone. And here I am. I say that you honor her memory by showing her how much you've learned. Wu's mouth drops open and then curves into a grin. He shakes his head, still smiling. I'm sorry, did you just give me sage advice? Sounds like you did some growing up on your own. You've been waiting a long time to ask me about the night left, haven't you? He chuckles and hooks his thumbs into his belt. I guess I have, yeah. That's about what you were doing before you got thrown into that core facility. You said you had a job that was too good to pass up. How'd it go? It was good until it wasn't. Not something I want to go into. Whatever you say. You ever think about when we were kids? He begins moving through some sort of pattern. Might be Tai Chi. I'd try not to. What are you talking about exactly? Lockjaw, Double Tray, those guys? You realize that old gang they were talking about were teenagers, right? Younger than Gobbet. Man, they felt so old back then, but Lockjaw couldn't have been more than 17 tops. And Double Tray was only 13 when... Who stops? Drifts off for a moment. How are you thinking of them? Just thinking about that thing DT used to say. Wu returns to his patterns. He manipulates an imaginary soap bubble between his hands. Improvise, adapt, overcome. That's how you beat the street. I remember Double Tray saying that. It was while we were living between the red-hot nukes and the 162s. Crazy-ass dwarf anarchists on one side and flesh-eating ghouls on the other. Those are the days that you long for? Just thinking about how it was the same now as it was back then. His raspy baritone fills the space between you, bridges it. Survive and watch each other's backs. Yeah, I know. Let's talk later. Well, later would be good. Don't get me wrong, catching up is nice, but I'm not used to being as social as this. It's one of the reasons why it was so nice to work under Carter. We both appreciated long silences. I'll clear out then, give you your personal space. Thanks, I'll bask in it. Oh, and a good talk. I'll catch up with you later. Now the question is, where's our ghoul friend, you know? Because we gotta talk with him, see what his perspective is. Hello, Isabel. Jacked into the octopus, her body sits inert, her breathing shallow. As you approach, an image blossoms onto the largest of the octopus's view screens. Hello down there! It's good to see you again. She smiles down on you from the monitor, her outlines scintillating with blue white light. She looks peaceful. At ease. Nice avatar, that's a good look on you. Isn't it? I spent months customizing this avatar. She feels more real to me than my own skin. You really feel at home in the Matrix, don't you? You look happy in there. I suppose that I am. It's a comfort thing. As long as I'm jacked in, I can be whoever I want to be. Whatever I want to be. Yeah, I feel that. Out there in meat space, I usually feel uncomfortable in my own skin. The avatar offers you a lopsided smile. I'd probably just live in here if I could. I've heard about deckers who've tried it. It never turned out well. Dehydration is a bad way to go. I know, and of course I was joking, but truth be told, I do spend most of my time out there wishing that I were back in here. You're a decker. You must know what I'm talking about. The freedom of it. It's hard to live in a cage of meat when you know how sweet it feels to leave your body behind. He pauses for a moment, considering. Then her avatar shimmers forward, filling the screen. A slight frown crosses her face. You know, I've been thinking about the question you asked me a little while back. The one about the walled city. The one that I dodged. It didn't feel like a dodge to me. Besides, the whole game of question things you already did in the first place. It was a dodge, though. I didn't mean for it to be, but that's what happened. I cheated you out an answer that I owed you. For what it's worth, I wasn't trying to do that. It's just that talking about the walled city is problematic for me. I understand. I grew up in the Barrens. I know how hard it can be to talk about this stuff. No, it isn't that. I'm not explaining myself correctly. It isn't that I'm tortured by bad memories or anything like that. The problem is that I can't remember my childhood. The walled city, that entire chapter of my life, is nothing but a blur to me. I can give you general information about life on the inside, but the specifics of my own experience are gone. What do you mean gone? Do you have amnesia or something like that? Something like that. The avatar fidgets on the screen. There are a variety of factors in play. The upshot of all this is that there are things that I can tell you about, but only a few, and only in bold strokes. Don't expect any personal stories. I couldn't share them even if I wanted to. So if that's okay with you, if you'll be satisfied with trivia and urban legends, then we can talk. Just say the word. Otherwise, Well, at least now you know why. Give me what you can about the walled city. At this point, anything helps. Alright. Avatar licks its lips. Nods. I can do that. Isabel's avatar turns, begins to pace on the screen, where she steps spiderwebs of light spread across the tiled ground on the octopus's sculpted matrix hub. When I think of the walled city, the thing that stands out the most in my mind is the legends, the mythology of the place. If I hadn't lived with them, I might have found those stories fascinating. A scintillating figure turns to you on the screen. Do you know that Kowloon walled city is supposed to be cursed? That's what the locals believe. Ghost stories and everything. Ghost stories. Isabel Avatar nods. Our own homegrown legends about things that haunted the walled city. Demons from another place. The Yama Kings. That would be derived from the mythological Judge of the Dead, I presume. That was where they came from, yeah, but the Yama Kings that we told stories about were their own things. Bastardizations of the original myths. Well, it'd be easiest to think of them like urban legends, or our own little pantheon of monsters and morality tales. The stories are still clear in my mind, even after everything that happened. Everyone in the walled city believed in them. You can get out of the walled city if you make a deal with Fu Mang. Cut the hearts from the 44 people closest to you and bring them to him, who will reward you with riches. Don't go under that arch, or Chan Ya will catch you. The avatar grabs at the air, its hands leaving glowing trails as they move. She'll rip out your teeth, tie your tongue in a knot, and make you a slave for eternity. We had Qi Shang, our own homegrown judge of souls. People would let themselves be flayed alive in hopes that he'd reawaken them in a better life. And we had Lam Vi, the Ebony Queen, who teach you to hide so well, they'd slowly mutate into a cockroach. The avatar cocks its head, smirking. A dismissive gesture. It's all bullshit, of course, but everybody in the walled city believed it. I wouldn't write the stories off so easily. Magic is real. Of course it is, I know that, but the Yama Kings can't be real. If they were, the body count in the walled city would be a lot higher. The Yama Kings are glorified kid stories. They're make-believe. A fiction that my parents and neighbors invented to excuse their own actions. I can't get ahead because demons are keeping me down. Woe is me, woe is me. It's almost embarrassingly transparent when you look at it. Lion V turning people into cockroaches is just a Kafkaesque trope laid onto a morality tale. Qi Shang? He's just an Anubis with a different coat of paint. And you know that archway that I mentioned? The one that Chan Ya was supposed to hunt? I knew someone who found it, but there was nothing on the other side but concrete. It's all superstitious drivel. The misery in the walled city isn't the fault of demons or devils. We created it, and we perpetuate it. We blamed made-up monsters for our own failings. There's nothing more pathetic than that. Sounds less like you're trying to convince me than it does like you're trying to convince yourself. I don't need to convince myself of anything. I'm telling you this for your benefit, not mine. Anyway, that's enough for now, huh? I'm sure that gives you plenty to chew on. My obligation to give you an answer is satisfied, I think. Let's talk about something else. Maybe these are childhood memories. I'd rather not go into it. It's personal. Suffice it to say that I never missed them. At least not until now. If you ever want to talk about it, I'm a good listener. Great, I'll keep that in mind. Any thoughts about that last run? She shakes her head. Nope, sorry. Jacking into the octopus's how I relax after a long day of work. Some people go to sports bars or strip clubs. I do this. As a rule, I don't spoil my leisure time with shop talk. Well, we're already talking shop, aren't we? There's a difference between the job and our lives. It's after hours and I don't want to talk about work, so if you wouldn't mind changing the subject. Anything that I'll... No, maybe I'll put some... Okay. After a moment, Isabel's voice pours through the trio speakers. On second thought, maybe I do have an idea. Are you open to taking on more work? Of course, kindly sending me new job offers all the time. This wouldn't be work for Auntie Cheng. Think of it as a side gig that you'd be doing for me. I think I've got a line on some software that could help us. I can't get to it on my own, though. It's a two-person job at least. What kind? Kinda hard to explain. It'd be easier for me to just show you, but trust me, it'll help. I have the run all planned out already. I've done the legwork, I know the location, I know the target. Just say the word and I'll send everything I have to your machine computer. You can look it over, wait, and decide what you want to do. Send the file. The Isabel avatar closes his eyes for a moment, then opens them with a smile. Done. You'll find the pertinent documents waiting in your inbox. If you decide to accept the mission, just check the box in the message documentation and it'll ping my comm link automatically. I'm sure that the briefing I sent you will satisfy your curiosity. Trust me, this is a good job with a solid plan behind it. You'll see as soon as you've read it. And speaking of which, you should go do that now. So no more, I'll go check it out. Fantastic, I can't wait to hear what you think. How about you, Gobbet? What do you got? Gobbet looks up from the dented tin of oysters at the sound of your approach. Her rats, madness and folly scurry from her hips up to her shoulders. Two sets of beady red eyes fix themselves on you. Hey, Seattle. Oyster? He spears a grey lump of seafood with his fingernail, extends it to you. It smells like low tide at a municipal pier. Sure, why not? You pop the rubbery wad of flesh in your mouth and chew. An explosion of lukewarm brine is your reward. Good, right? Half repressed memories of dumpster diving into parents' dents and merry jig in your brain as the mangled oyster slides in your throat. That'd be even worse. Exactly, right? It may not be fine dining, but it's seafood, and it isn't made of soy. That makes it good in my book. She tilts back the tin, drains the remaining juice, and then flicks it into the overflowing bin at her side. So, what can I do for you? You said that you'd teach me how to be a better Shadowrunner. I'm here to collect. I'll remember that, do you? Huh. I just sort of assumed that you laughed that off. No dice, wizened mentor. You offer, now pay up. She straightens. Okay. How about this? I'll tell you a story about a run gone bad. You tell me what you would have done in this runner's place, and then we'll compare notes on the answer. How does that sound? Works for me. She sweeps a tangled rope of hair out of her eyes and back over one pointed ear. After a moment of silent contemplation, she bites her lip and nods. Okay, so this is a story from early in my career. I was a part of a team here in HK, but I did some occasional moonlighting for another group based out of Macau. I was a busy kid. Go on. The job was a hit on this tower. This is sort of a trend multiplex / apartment complex. I'm sure they got them in Seattle too. You know the kind. 7 huge screens, monster concession stand, coffin apartments on top like barnacles on a whale. Used to go to one back in Seattle. Best way to watch Urban Brawl. Good, you know what I'm talking about then. Our client wants us to break into one of the apartments. The story was that an ex of hers, a guy named Boggs, lived up there. She'd been cooped up with him until about a week prior. Then things went sour in a big way. She wanted us to get back some things that Boggs kept when she kicked her out, or when he kicked her out. Scare the shit out of him, bloody him up a bit. Make it look like a robber. You know the drill. Okay. Standard smash and grab. Yeah, it was a pretty bush league gig, but the pay was decent enough. Not the sort of thing you turn down. But anyways, Sibilance, that was our group leader, had a plan. We knew that we had to go in quiet because the Metroplex had a panic system wired directly to the HKPF. If we'd gone in shooting, we'd have been drowning in cops within 10 minutes. Sib thought that we could maybe take advantage of the apartment's terrible soundproofing and kick in Boggs' door when the movie got loud. We'd camp out near his doorway, wait for the ceiling to start raining plaster, then smash our way in with his neighbors none the wiser. Sounds kind of familiar. Yeah, it's pretty close to what John Wilkes Booth did when he assassinated Lincoln. Sib was an amateur historian and used to bore the rest of us to tears. But I guess that could occasionally come in handy. So we waited in the hall, just like Sibilance planned. We had a guy on the elevator, another at the stairs, and I was waiting by the floor's communal kitchen. Sib took up a position by the door. She had these cyber legs that she dumped a ton of Nuyen into, hydraulic jacks, strength enhancements, the works. The girl could probably leg press a dump truck. She pauses for a moment. Come to think of it, most of her plans involve kicking things. Something a little sad about that. That was her thing, I wouldn't question it. Yeah, you're very supportive. Hey, me, I would have preferred to work for someone who thought with her head instead of her robot legs. Anyway, we heard a boom from downstairs, felt the wall shake with a reverb. Sib wheeled back and gave the door a massive kick, just as she'd planned. From where I was standing, I couldn't really see what happened next. I could hear a massive crack as her boot slammed into Duraplast. The floor flew off its hinges. Exploded off might be a more accurate phrase. A second later, we heard an ungodly crash. There was a moment of silence, then Sib let out this little gasp. The apartment was in shambles. It looked like a hurricane had hit it. Everything was trashed, everything but the door, which was miraculously still in one piece. Remember that this was a coffin apartment. It wasn't much wider than the door was to begin with, and Boggs, well, what was left of him was under the door. Well, he got the rough him up part right. Yeah, unfortunately, he wound up a lot rougher than he was supposed to be. Her nose crinkles in discomfort. That door really did a number on him. Ribs sticking out of the skin, that kind of thing. He was a bloody mess. So yeah, Boggs was dead. The stuff that we'd been sent to the apartment to recover had been smashed to bits, and the building alarm went off. So, that's the situation. Our payday is smashed, my temporary teammates are all standing around with stupid looks on their faces. The cops are coming, I'm standing by the kitchen. What would you have done in my place? That's a good question, honestly. At that point, yeah, it's basically damage control. I've looked for blackmail material to protect myself from a soon-to-be angry client. He nods thoughtfully. Fair. That isn't what I did, but don't think that it didn't cross my mind. What did you do? First thing that popped in my head, that's a lesson to remember, Seattle. The first answer that you come up with is almost always the best one you're gonna have, so just roll with it. Don't second guess yourself. Don't hesitate, just act. You'll live longer that way. As what I did that night. Well, I was standing by a kitchen, remember? I could have cut and run. I looked like any other street kid. I'd have blended in, but instead, I decided to stay and help my team. When I think, proud of the theater, I think, place where you can't shout fire, because it'll cause a panic. And then I thought, cops don't charge into burning buildings. They help people get out of them. And as it happened, I had the means to create real, genuine fire sitting right across from me. A pair of industrial ovens. You set the building on fire. I encouraged it to burn, opened the gas vents wide, set the range on a timer, and motored back into the hallway. Those that started arguing amongst themselves, I told them to snap out of it and follow me down into the hallway. Or into the lobby. I had to clear the hallway out before an errand spark took the whole floor out. Unfortunately, the rest of the group wouldn't listen. Some of the rest of the team were too busy arguing about the relative merits of our let's kick things really hard and see what happens tactical system to want anything to do with me. I shouted back to them that the kitchen was going to explode and continued down the hallway. Just like I'd planned, I got out of that run in one piece. So did every single one of the people in that multiplex. My fire plan worked beautifully. If the rest of the team had listened to me, they might have gotten out of the building too. Kind of a bummer that they didn't, but at least the run turned out well for me. How? Well, I couldn't collect any pay because the run had been a disaster. But, after the explosion, I got to ride in the front of the fire truck, and they gave me cookies and a blanket. I wound up dating one of those firemen a few weeks later. All things considered, it could have gone a lot worse. So, the laughter disappears from her voice. Her expression goes serious. It's like somebody flipped a switch. Suddenly, the look in her eyes is shrewd, calculating. Tell me, what was the moral of this story? What lesson was I trying to convey? Don't go on Shadowruns with idiots? Heh, funny lady. She frowns. While that is a lesson, maybe even a valuable one, it isn't what I was trying to convey. Now pay attention, because this is important. What I was trying to teach you is that you should trust your impulses. When a run has gone south and you need to improvise, don't overthink it. Your scratches fall behind the ears. Once you're committed to doing something, you've got to follow through, though. No arguing and hand-wringing, just do it. If you get caught up in your own head, agonizing over past mistakes, well, don't be surprised if you wind up dead. A kitchen fire can take you down as easily as a cop's bullet if you stand around and let it. Are you certain that they're dead? She shrugs. They weren't with me when I got evacuated with the rest of the moviegoers. I never saw him leave the building and haven't heard from him since. I guess it's possible that somebody made it, but I don't really run in those circles anymore. Odds are good that if anyone from the Macaw team did survive, they'll have died off by now from sheer incompetence. Shadowrunning is an unforgiving business. You don't get to make too many mistakes. Did any of the stuff in that story actually happen, or do you make it up for my benefit? Seattle, I'm hurt. It all went down exactly like I said it did. Well, except for a couple of embellishments here and there, but they make it a better story. Artistic license and all that. Gobble leans back and stifles a yawn. Manus and Folly dart up to her left shoulder and lock their beady eyes on you. Hate to break it to you, kiddo, but I'm beat. It's been a long day. Lesson's over for now. We'll pick it back up next time. Yeah, sounds good. I'll have your next lesson ready and waiting too. Scurry along. Your mentor needs rest. Oh, we're not getting any information on that last run out from her. But I'd say we did good. Alright, let's go, check the inbox. Job offer from Isabel. A recording of Isabel pops onto the screen. She stares into the camera, her eyes full of intensity. If you're watching this, you've decided to listen to my job offer. That's a good thing. I wasn't convinced that you would. Our target is a local decker, a former Wampoan, and the Matrix's handle is Rhombus. He has the software that we need. Unfortunately, he's unassailable from the Matrix, and nobody knows where he lives in meat space. But I know where he's going to be. There's an event coming up that Rhombus can't afford to miss. He might already be on his way there. As you're reading this message, deckers from all over Asia, white hat and black hat alike, are converging on the Harbor Spires Hotel. This year, Harbor Spires is hosting DeckCon, Hong Kong's largest annual decking convention. Rhombus is going to be there, and that gives us an opportunity. We're going to hit the convention, find him in meat space, and get the software quietly away from him. Enclosed, you'll find a copy of the plan that I've worked on for the run. Presented in bullet point format, everything should be fairly straightforward. Isabel's image winks off of the screen, placed by a blinking cursor. As you watch, the screen begins to fill with lines of simple instructions. I'll provide you and one other runner of your choice with visitor passes for the convention. I'll proceed ahead of you, using my own guest badge. I will hide in the women's lavatory on the first floor. You will enter via the kitchen and procure me a uniform from the catering staff. Please be sure that the uniform is size 4. We will rendezvous. I'll change into the uniform, and using it, I will infiltrate the administrative wing on the 6th floor. You'll proceed into the convention hall and await further instructions. Using the admin computer, I will identify Rhombus via his guest registration form. Once I've done this, I will alert you via comlink. I'll upgrade your badge to VIP status, giving you access to the VIP wing of the hotel. You'll tell Rhombus that he has been granted VIP status and offer to escort him to a complimentary hotel room. You'll escort him to a room that I designate and hold him there. I'll jack out of the Matrix and make my way from the admin wing to your room. We will intimidate Rhombus / beat the crap out of him until he gives us the software. We will tie and gag Rhombus and stuff him into a storage closet. We will not be gentle. It's okay if he starts crying. Actually, please prioritize this. I want to see tears. Software in tow, we will make our escape. The glowing text fades and Isabel winks back onto the screen. See, it's a simple plan. Just like I said, we should be able to get through without firing a shot. So, will you do it? Will you help me get the software I need? The pre-recorded footage of Isabel winks off the screen. A real-time feed of her Matrix avatar replaces it. Excellent. I knew that I could count on you. Saddle up. This is gonna be fun. Geomancy is big business in the Free Enterprise Zone. Here in Hong Kong, Feng Shui isn't just the act of rearranging your kitchen to make things look pretty. The fortunes of empires rise and fall with the ebb and flow of qi, and sometimes that flow needs a helping hand. Wu Xing Incorporated are the preeminent practitioners of large-scale qi manipulation here in the Free Enterprise Zone. They've gone to great lengths to channel qi from all over Hong Kong into their headquarters, an enormous monstrosity that they call the Wu Xing Sky Tower. There, it is focused and transformed into good fortune through the building's geometrically attuned architecture and interior decoration. Our client believes that it's time for Wu Xing's good luck to run out. You are to infiltrate the Sky Tower to disrupt the flow of qi throughout the building. We are to do so in 2 distinct factions. First, we disrupt the feng shui of the offices by subtly altering the environment of that level. This will consist of minor adjustments of desks, spilled water, and other small activities that are unlikely to be noticed. Ordinarily, even subtle disturbances of this nature would be noticed. This is why the client wishes you to make a much louder demonstration on the rooftop garden. The garden is to be ransacked, utterly destroyed, set fire to things, uproot trees, that kind of thing. The client has also specified that he would like you to destroy the large Buddhist statue in the garden, smash the thing to bits, and then scatter it across the rooftop. This level of destruction will keep Wu Xing's geomancers busy long enough that the more subtle disruptions below will take effect. In addition, it will send the kind of message our client would like Wu Xing to hear. I have utmost faith in your ability to cause destruction. The more disruption you cause on both levels of the Sky Tower, the happier the client will be. As you're not a spellcaster yourself, it may be wise to bring Gobbet along. She'll be able to see the most effective ways to disrupt the qi. We'll take it. We want all the jobs. First, we're gonna do the DECCON thing, though. I want to get that program, get it running as soon as possible, you know? It doesn't seem wise to leave that just out in the open. So we're gonna need somebody with some interesting abilities. Kai Takta to board a charter bus to DECCON. Gaichu, human, technically. A master of Enreku's proprietary combat techniques, deadly with blade, tooth, and claw. Gobbet and Duncan. Isabel is going to be busy doing her thing. There we go. Oh, Isabel must be present. Okay. Gaichu and Isabel. Gaichu is gonna be tough as hell. That's the thing. I want him because he's a good helper to... Ooh, and he can also intimidate, too. Friend to eat him, basically. A charter bus carries you from Kai Tak to a mid-range hotel in Suwen-Wan. All around you, the happy chatter of your fellow passengers fills your ears. You hear how techs speak in a variety of languages and dialects. Talk about new lines of drones and decks, arguments over innovations in data technology, and baseless speculation about the next season of Urban Brawl. Your guest badge, a glossy slip of laminated paper emblazoned with a flashy logo, hangs on a lanyard around your neck. You're ticketed into the convention hall, and the only disguise that you should need. The bus drops you in front of the Harbor Spires Hotel, and you promptly circle around the back to find a service entrance. Isabel should be waiting for you inside. This should work. There's probably going to be plenty of drones sitting around, gotta admit. The service entrance to the Harbor Spires Hotel looks like any other. Scuffed walls covered in chipped paint. A floor of well-worn hardwood, a time card reader hanging from the wall at a slight tilt. Nothing about the dingy utilitarian confines of the room that you're in hints at the elegance and fine decor of the hotel beyond. This place reeks of crushed hopes and shoddy workmanship. He grabs the time card reader with one hand, strains it. It holds for a moment, then begins to slide. Can you imagine having to tolerate such conditions? It's a miracle that workplace violence is so rare. Your earpiece crackles to life. Isabel calling from the woman's lavatory. Crunchy. A burst of static fills your ear, obliterating Isabel's voice. A second later, she cuts in. You in position? If by in position you mean twiddling my thumbs by the kitchen, then sure. Untwiddle them then. You got... More white noise. Job to do. This doesn't bode well. Are you going to be giving us instructions over the comm? Yeah, hang on a sec. I'm gonna try to boost our signal strength. Sound cuts out entirely for a good 5 seconds. When Isabel's voice comes back, it's half as loud as it was before. There, that's better. What a pain in the ass this is. There's way too much interference coming from the show floor. We're going to be able to rely on our comlinks for this. I'll find us a workabout. Without you do it fast, this entire plan hinges on our being able to communicate. Like I said, I'll find a workaround. For now, let's concentrate on the task at hand. The catering staff should all be in the kitchen, hauling trays of steamed clams and aperitifs out to the convention hall floor. I'm gonna need to find a way to get me one of the uniforms, one that will fit some of my size. Won't it make more sense for me to disguise myself in the admin computer? No. That's the way you feel about it. This is your job after all. Good. Oh, and Crunchy, we aren't going loud yet. Got it. Whatever you do, don't start shooting. We can't afford to send Rhombus running before we can get him cornered. Right, no shooting until we get, have Rhombus. An alarm panel. Send our drone into the vent. The wall vent looks large enough to accommodate a standard security drone. Let's send it through. How do we activate our drone? I guess T? Yeah, there we go. Let's see what we can do here. Brrr. You can do a little drone. What can we see with this thing? Nah. There we go. We need a size 4. Dwarf sized. Alright, we got the uniform. I just need to get it to her. Because I don't trust that. How we get... Oh, it's got sweeping shot. Nice. The Harbor Spires kitchens are a whirlwind of activity. Attractive 20-somethings in white catering uniforms dash in and out of the room, arms laden with heaping trays of steaming shellfish. One man stands still amidst the chaos, the eye of the storm. His white coat is at least half again wider than those of his subordinates. His collar starts as stiff as a board. The floor manager notices you, and his eyes narrow. He stalks toward you, practically frothing at the mouth. You can't help but notice the embroidered corporate logo on his lapel. Pastry, magic, and more. Fine catering. The image is complicated by a stylized rendering of what appears to be a frolicking kitten standing astride a pair of shooting stars. Interesting logo. You! What are you doing in my kitchen? He glances at your chest, sees the visitor badge hanging from the lanyard that Isabel gave you dangling around your neck. Convention goers are not allowed beyond the show floor. I'm sorry, I must have gotten turned around. Do you know where the Shiawaze kiosk is? No, I don't know where your damn kiosk is. Go ask on the show floor. I smell clams. Are you seeing clams back here? He growls in exasperation. Yes, idiot. Yes, we are. And if you want some, you're going to have to wait on the show's floor with everyone else. Now get out. Go. We have work to do. Yeah, that works. Alright, we're on the show floor now. At least we can be a sneaky bastard. Let's, that looks about right for a convention. It could be bigger, but still. About right. You enter the women's restroom to find Isabel waiting impatiently for you. Her guest badge dangles from its lanyard at a canted angle, and the clumped ropes of hair look frazzled. At the sight of you, she steps forward. You're here. Good. I was getting tired of hanging out in the ladies' room. You have the uniform? There we go. The eyes, the embroidery of the logo nodding. Good, good. This'll work. Alright, I'm gonna change this thing and hightail it to the employees-only door to the far side of the convention hall. They'll let me in even without a badge. They'll just figure that some rich guy wants a drink. Where's the VIP area? On the other side of the convention floor. I'll have to cross the show floor to do it, but that should be safe enough. Nobody pays attention to the catering staff at these things. So I'll make my way across, pass through the door, and take the elevator up to the admin wing of the 6th floor. All they need to do is take your position and wait for my instructions without raising an alarm. Pretty simple stuff, should be foolproof. Assuming that you don't screw anything up. Do you have any questions? We figured out what you're going to do about that spotty column connection. Yes, there's a demo kiosk near the VIP entrance. Showing some new Matrix Avatar editing suite or something like that. The software is called Perfect Persona. When I get to the admin area, I'm going to patch myself into the Perfect Persona console. We're going to communicate through that. It isn't a perfect solution, but it beats having to deal with a drop connection. Just be sure to grab the kiosk when you're in position. Don't let anyone else get to it. What should I do between when you leave and when you get in position? Walk the show floor, mingle, try to look like you belong here. Just try not to say or do anything that'll stand out in a bad way. You're supposed to be a hot new decker in town. Try to act the part. Right by the VIP door, when I identify Rhombus, you'll apprehend him. Tell him that he's the lucky winner of a complimentary VIP pass upgrade. You'll escort him through the VIP doors into a room that I'll have empty and waiting. Then we'll all get the software from him together, beat him up and stash him in a closet. No more questions? Let's hit it. Yep, it begins. Who do we talk to? Why not this duder? No. Can I talk with you, my dude? No? How about you? No? Oh, there we go. Dark behind the counter looks up from his sales sheets. He rarely recites what sounds like a rehearsed welcome. Welcome to Mr. Lynn's Big Time Data Shack. Special show prices for this event only. Here's a hand over the booth. Feel free to browse. Look through his inventory. Sure. Novatech Slim Case. Tailored for aggressive decking, the Slim Case has an upgraded basic attack with a lower IP rating. Eh, not bad. I could really use a Renraku, actually. Oh yeah, we'll take a Renraku. Not bad, not bad. And we do need an ESP, something to work with, you know? Execute attackers, bruiser, exploders, shield ESPs, Shiawaze streetwear cowl. Not bad. I'll take one of these. Why not? I will gladly use the Renraku craftwork. There we go. Thank you. Mr. Lin. You're back. He gestures at the booth in front of him. Want to flip through the catalog or rummage through the bins? There we go. We got a little bit of an upgrade, so that's good. That'll definitely help. These deckers look different from many of the others on the show floor. As you approach, you can see the quiet confidence in their postures and the steel in their eyes. Unlike their peers, these are professionals, Shadowrunners. The most vocal of the three, a female orc with an obvious cyber eye, addresses you. Maybe you could help settle this. My colleagues and I have a difference of opinion on the relative merits of mid-range cyber decks. Would you agree that the Fuchi Virtual X is the best mid-range deck in its class? You always do this, Eridan. You word your questions to lead strangers into giving the answers that you prefer. Now, the community consensus is that the Virtual X is just an overpriced rehash of the Cyber 6, nice-looking case. Oh, shut up, Bierce. Her voice is surprisingly deep and brassy. You're doing the same thing. Besides, everyone knows that Fuchi is going down the tubes. Villiers is pulling assets out of the company and transferring them to his other holdings as fast as he can get away with it. So Fuchi is collapsing in on himself. And Fairlight doesn't do mid-range machines. Then Allegiance is obviously primed to. Nova Hot here is Allegiance's #1 superfan, in case you couldn't tell. Never mind the fact that their only current product, the Alpha, is woefully lackluster next to the competition. We've been going around and around on this for hours. So what do you think? Which deck is going to be the best in class at the mid-range price point in 57? Hate to break it to you, but Fuchi's going to stay on top of them in the mid-range market. The Virtua X will be best in class for its price point next year, just like it was this year. Beer groans. Oh, come on. How can you still have confidence in Fuchi? The president CEO of the company doesn't. Go shine and see for yourself. There's a whole mega thread devoted to the subject. I don't let Shadowland posters tell me what to think. Fuchi's on top now, and it'll be on top in a decade from now. Oh, another Fuchi fan, huh? Her eyes twinkle. Do yourself a favor and cozy up to Harridan. I'm sure that you two are going to get along just fine. Oh, shut up, Nova. Just a little good-natured ribbing friend. Thanks for being a good sport about it. How are you enjoying the con so far? It's what it always is. Bad food, a lot of antisocial people, and overpriced vendor kiosks. By the end of the weekend, I'm probably going to have measles and or the flu. To be perfectly honest, I remember why we all fly out here every year. Fierce, we come out here because you start getting excited about the show months in advance every year. You left 15 voice messages to make sure that I remember to book the hotel room. That's because I remember what happened in 52. I do enough sleeping on the street back home I don't need to do when I'm on vacation, too. How many times do I have to apologize for that? I'll let you know when you can stop. Right, see you on the show floor. There we go. That is some weirdly run-down looking kiosks. Huh. Judging by the patches sewn onto his bomber jacket, the elf is from the Nan, Council Island, to be specific. A forested chunk of rock in the middle of Lake Washington that was called Mercer Island until the Native American nations reclaimed it. He doesn't look Amerindian, though. If anything, he looks Chinese in descent. His mask makes it look hard to tell for sure. He turns to face you at your approach. His features are mostly hidden, but you see that he's sporting a high steel collar and spiky hair. Why steel collar? His cheeks are high-boned and hollow. The Decker's eyes track from you to guide you, and his face lights up. Hey man, nice costume. That armor looks almost like real metal. He leans in for a closer look. What's it made of? Foam? Thermoplastic? It is metal. Decadent and battle-worn. Brief pause. I am very devoted to authenticity. His jaw drops open. No dreck. Man, how rich are you? That stuff isn't cheap. He shifts his attention to you, and, do you want something from me? What's up? You from Council Island? Yeah, what gave me away? Makes a point of showing off his jacket. The travel insignias look strangely out of place here on the Declan floor. You from Seattle's? Originally, I've lived all over, though. No dreck. Well, it's good to meet you, chummer. The Seattle shadow slang sounds incredibly awkward when delivered in Cantonese, but it doesn't seem to notice. Good to meet you, too. Gives you an awkward smile. It's pretty clear this guy doesn't get out much. We don't want to raise any alarms. So we're just going to be as antisocial as the rest of them. A troll deck con goer. Well, okay then. A pot-bellied troll with 2 days worth of mangy stubble smiles and turns to face you. The chrome of his data jack shimmers wetly in the light, but his cyberdeck is conspicuously absent. The troll glances down at Gaichu, smirks. Hey, nice costume. Not the kind of cosplay I'd expect to see at a decking convention, but whatever. You got the armor wrong, though. Red samurai pauldrons don't look like that. Gaichu turns to face the troll, clearly taken aback. I assure you, this design is quite authentic, despite what you might have seen on the Trio. Sorry, man, but you're wrong. I mean, I can see that you put a lot of effort in it, but you should have done your homework first. This is red samurai armor, you fool. Oh no. Oh no, we're about to get an alert. The troll snickers in amusement. Gives Gaichu a condescending smile. Yeah, pal, sure it is. That's what I love about you cosplayers. You can never bring yourselves to admit when you're wrong. He turns to you as Gaichu bristles. Hey, what's going on? His badge hangs low on his lanyard. You catch a glimpse of his decking handle, headspace. Nice to see with someone a deck on without a cyber deck. Oh, but I do have a deck. He taps his head with a smile. Got it right here, the next generation of decking technology, the cranial cyber deck. He continues without waiting for a response. It's the apex of modern decking technology, miniaturized, compact, easy to sneak into the most sensitive locations. I don't need to lug a great big external deck around me anymore. It's a night and day difference between this and my old Fairly Excalibur friend, night and day. Why get a deck installed on your head? Why wouldn't I? It's compact, it's versatile, it's fast and powerful. With this sweet baby, I can deck wherever I go, wherever I want, without having to lug something the size of an electronic keyboard around with me. It's the best of all worlds, I'm telling you. You gotta get one for yourself. Isabel's voice crackles in over your comlink. This guy is an idiot. Cranial cyberdecks are a terrible idea for more reasons than I can count. Deckers swap out their gear every couple of months. You want someone monkeying around in your brain that often? I'll make it easy for you. You don't. The troll continues, blissfully unaware of Isabel's interruption. So, have I sold you on a head deck of your own yet? Come on, you know that I have. Don't you have people poking around in your head every time you need to upgrade? He blinks. Well, I guess, but he's going to be obsolete within 6 months, and then you're going to, what, get more brain surgery? He crosses his arms, sets his jaw. It's no different from installing an encephalon, and everyone does that. What do you know anyway? Nothing. Not a thing. Now leave me alone. Well, that's something. Sure. The man staring at the S Technology demo station looks strangely out of place at a Decker convention. He isn't carrying a cyberdeck, and you can't see any sign of cyber on his person. I have a data jack, except from the kiosk blinking. Do you want to use this? Am I in your way? He sounds preoccupied. He shifts his body, and his movements are naturally smooth and graceful. As he moves, you can see that the kiosk screen is flickering. Apparently the demo software is glitched out. I'm just passing by, man. Didn't mean to bother. Oh, okay, that's fine. He turns back to the kiosk, his eyes blank. Enjoy the show. Huh. New format-agnostic cyber deck calibration software. Your comment crackles to life with an ear-splitting hiss. Isabel. Okay, I've jacked into the system, into the admin compute. Primitive, but I can work with it. Are you in position yet? No, not yet. Get to the waiting position near the VIP entry. And use the kiosk. Remember, perfect persona. While you're getting there, I'll start working on getting VIP access and looking the line goes dead. Take me when ready. There is no response. Whether Isabel could hear you or not remains a mystery. If there is anything else that you'd like to see on the show floor, you best do it now before you use the kiosk. I doubt that we'll get the opportunity afterwards. So all I need to see here. Let's get to the kiosk and get this job over with. We don't need to be here. The perfect persona. The perfect persona kiosk flickers to life at your approach. A debug menu pops onto the screen along with the text prompt in all caps. Enter the following key code into this kiosk. Alright. You tap the code. A moment later, a series of 5 loud popping sounds rattles off in your comlink's earpiece. Isabel's voice fills your ear, crisper and cleaner than it was before. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Yeah, I hear you. What was that? A command line code for the kiosk to connect with your comlink via direct link. A hint of smugness creeps into your voice. This way, we can bypass using a comm signal entirely. Very clever. I know. As long as you remain within a couple of feet of the kiosk, we shouldn't have any problems. One too far outside of that range, you're gonna get static again. So basically, I can't move from the spot. That's what I said, right? Now that we're all linked up, give me a second to locate Rhombus. You hear the sound of rattling keystrokes coupled with Isabel muttering under her breath. The line falls silent. The silence stretches 10 seconds, 20, then you hear Isabel explode. What the hell? He already has one? How the fuck does Rhombus merit a VIP pass when I don't? He's already in the VIP area? She rails into your piece, fuming. I'm twice the decker that he is, and everybody knows it. What makes him a VIP when I'm not? He has friends in high places. She takes a moment to calm herself. You can almost feel the heat of her anger radiating through your piece. Alright, I know which room he's staying in now. Another strange silence. I just need a few minutes to get you your VIP upgrade. The line goes dead. I say we cut down the door, find the dwarf, and a series of clicks erupts in your ear, cutting Gaichu's sentence short. The PDA begins planking. You're receiving a video chat request. Isabel blossoms onto the screen along with a pair of towering security guards. The line that connects her to the admin terminal hangs loose from its socket. I'm gonna ask you again, what the hell are you doing here? Take your time and make sure that you're telling me the truth. I'll know if you don't. Isabel stammers helplessly. Well, I was just looking for the person who ordered this coffee. Wait, you were looking for him in the Matrix? Besides, you don't have any coffee, so try again. She continues to sputter. Her eyes dart toward the screen, fixing on you. You can see the desperation on her face. Alright, Isabel, listen up. Say what I say and you'll be fine. Say okay if you understand. Okay. Last chance, start talking sense or spend the night with HKPF. Yeah. I just wanted to surprise my boyfriend. He works in this room. I'm not saying... She catches herself, clenches her jaw. I just wanted to surprise my boyfriend. Apparently he works here. The guard glances at his counterpart. You have time for this. Just kick around and be done with it. The guy in front of Isabel strains. Yeah, you're probably right. I'm gonna let you go with a warning this time, but only this once. If I catch you anywhere near this room again, I'm turning you over to police. Got it? But I... Here you go, lad. Because if you keep arguing with the guard, you're gonna have to start shooting. She clenches her jaw, looks up at the guard. Yes, sir. Good call. The line goes quiet as she moves out of the server room. What a damn nightmare this is turning out to be. I'm sorry, but I couldn't get you your VIP access. You got out of there in one piece and without the cops getting drawn into this. That's what's important. You're right. At least I know where we have to go. Rhombus has a room in the VIP section, and that can get us there. There's only one problem. Without VIP access, you can't open the door without sounding an alarm. The picture on your PDA flickers worryingly. A moment later, Isabel's image returns to the screen that you threw from this side. That's what I'm going to do now. I'll make my way down to you and open the door. Did you fix our communication issues? I did, but that fix required me to be jacked into the hotel's computer network. Not anymore. Oh, so we're going to have some troubles with that. Great. Still using the kiosk to talk to you, but I can't route messages to it directly anymore. It'll still help, but it won't be perfect. You stay put. If you lose that kiosk, we're going to start running into some serious communication issues. Oh, and I may need your help if I run into more people up here. In case you hadn't guessed, I'm not exactly a social butterfly, and if things go out, I'll really need your help. Now you're back. Let's do this. We'll help her out. It seems like the best path to take. Okay, we're good. There we go, we're out. That's what matters. Ah, crap. Wait, what the hell is this music? Isabel's outline goes fuzzy the moment she steps foot into the elevator. A loud rhythmic whooshing sound dominates the low end of your PDA speakers. It sounds a bit like the rotors of a helicopter. Heads up, Isabel, we're getting a lot of interference here. An elf in his mid-20s steps aside to let Isabel in at the floor selector panel. Looks wired, jittery, stemmed to the gills, most likely. There's no telling how long it's been since he's gotten a wink of sleep. Isabel punches the button for the ground floor. Working the show, huh? That has to be hard. The elf smiles down on Isabel, his expression affable. I'd feel tempted to pull off work and go check out the kiosk, maybe take in a panel or two. This Decker stuff isn't really my cup of tea, I'm just here to work. This Decker stuff isn't really my... She falls silent. You can see her staring at the man's VIP badge. What's wrong? Kane Ding, huh? That's an interesting street name. Been decking under it long. A couple of years now, he smiles. Longer than anyone else, to use the hander. I don't know what you're doing, but be careful. If she heard you, she doesn't acknowledge it. I know who you are. You're the one who shut down the Kowloon City power grid 6 months ago. Clears his throat. Yeah, that was me. Let's just keep that between ourselves, though, alright? That little stunt screwed over a lot of local deckers. Her voice is soft, but you can detect a definite undertone of hostility. A couple of them soaked up nasty hits of dump shock because of it. You wrecked the grid while they were jacked into their home machines. My team was in a bind. They needed a power outage right then and there, or they were cooked, so I gave them one. It's the best solution to a bad situation. Let's leave it at that. An icy silence descends on the elevator car. A few seconds later, Isabel pierces it. There was this Decker. She lived out in Hioi, called herself Spinster. She was a good person, now she's in the ground. Never came back out of the coma that your son put her into. Another long pause. Slowly, Ding extends his hand toward the emergency brake. We aren't here for this guy, and we can't afford to start shooting yet. She balls her hands into fists. You can read the tension in her body language. She's biting her tongue. At least that's what I heard. And as a caterer, I'm not a decker myself. He stares down at Isabel. The smile has vanished from his face. Yeah, sure you're not. You've come to get me, haven't you? To get revenge for your friend. Did her people put a contract on me? Is that it? Took the contract, but I decided not to go through with it. When the elevator stops, walk away and don't look back. This isn't good. Please, Isabel, don't be doing anything stupid right now. The sack pops and hisses for 10 seconds. 20. Finally, the picture warbles back into view. Kane Ding is in mid-sense, practically frothing with rage. Did what I had to. If you were in my position, you've done the same. If you'd have gotten them killed. He's shouting. The sound of it reverberates in the cramped confines of the elevator car. There's no way out of that scenario. Isabel starts to respond. The anger is clear in her tone. I would not have. Isabel, stop. Listen to me. She stops short. What? You're crazy. An insane person. And when I get out of this elevator, I'm going to the hotel security office. Biotech 3. Tell him this. I'm sorry. You're right, sir. I've been clinically diagnosed as a paranoid schizophrenic. I forgot to take my med. I'm sorry. You're right, sir. I'm a paranoid schizophrenic. In my rush to get to the show this morning, I forgot to take my meds. Please don't tell anybody. If I lose my job, I lose my insurance, and you've seen what happens when I don't get my pills. Slowly, the anger drains from his face. Pity replaces it. Don't worry. Your secret's safe with me if mine's safe with you. Stack. The comms are cut out again. This is getting old. As quickly as it went, the picture flickers back onto your PDA screen. Kane Ding looks calmer now. The elevator is ascending. Remember what we discussed. You keep your cool, and this turns out well for the both of us. We live and let live, understood? Yes, I didn't want any trouble from you in the first place. I'm just glad it was all a misunderstanding. Please don't take this the wrong way, but I'll be happy if this is the last I ever see of you. The feeling is mutual. The car finally slides to a halt, and the elevator's doors slide open. The other decker doesn't get off. Enjoy the rest of the show. What an interesting theme song for the elevator. The hallway ahead is blocked by a trio of struggling bodies. Interesting bug, but you know, whatever. A blackout drunk troll hangs slung between a pair of cursing security guards, one male and one female. As you watch, they struggle violently to drag her down the hallway. The troll's voice comes out in an inebriated roar. Unhand me, you fools! The older of the two guards, a middle-aged man with a pompadour haircut, struggles with all his might to keep his prisoners flailing unconstrained. Don't let her go, Hoi. She has the strength of 10 men. Yes, sir. You recognize her as the guard who was standing by the employee entrance on the show floor. How she got roped into troll hauling duty is anyone's guess. The security captain locks eyes with Isabel. He barks out an order. Clear the hall. Ray, another roadblock. A small voice trips out, echoing words. Ray, another roadblock. With an exaggerated motion, the troll swings her head toward Isabel. You, dwarf girl, help me, these... She hiccups mightily. The sound reverberates in her ears. These dreckheads want me to leave because I'm a troll. What's happening here? None of your business. You're not even hotel staff. You shouldn't be back here at all. He hugs the troll's left arm to his chest with all of his strength, desperately trying to weigh her down. He lifts his feet a few inches off of the floor, then slams them back down. He lets out an audible whimper. Now clear the way and report to your manager. Quit fighting me, damn it, before I talk to him for you. And the former door guard stares at Isabel. Recognition dawns on her face. Hey, I remember you. You said they had to meet some caterers up on 6. What are you doing down here? I was just checking to see if anybody down here wanted a drink. You want a mojito? The man strains against the troll's drunken efforts. His brow is beaded with sweat. You shouldn't... Hold still. Be here. Not even to offer drinks. The troll looks down on Isabel and issues a mush-mouthed plea. Ignore these pigs and help me. I'll take the runt on the left, you take the right. The troll bucks against the guard's grasp, nearly breaking away from them. They double down on their attempts to hold her. Isabel stares into the PDA. She looks irritated. To hell with this. It's a waste of time we've got a schedule to keep. Her hand moves towards her weapon. What do you mean? What schedule? Catering schedule. We're serving dessert in 15 minutes. Dessert schedule. Dishing up pie in 15. The guard looks at her boss. The security captain strains courageously against the captive's flailing arm, oblivious to everything but his own struggle. Look, just hurry back to the kitchen and get out of our hair. Good job, Isabel. There's a brief pause, then she mutters a response in her breath. The mic barely picks it up. This is exhausting. No more improvisation for me. I'm done with this. From now on, I'm your parrot. Just tell me what to say and I'll say exactly that. That's the way you want to play it. You know, that's fair, Isabel. Social anxiety is a hell of a thing. We need to get her out of there. Ideally as soon as possible. Who the hell are you? An impressive-looking man in a starched white coat blocks the hallway. He turns and he recognizes the familiar pastry, magic, and more insignia on his lapel. He fixes his gaze on Isabel and the expression on his face is anything but happy. What are you doing back here? We went over this in the staff meeting this morning. I'm the only one who's covering this area. The VIPs are to be handled by managers only. You should be on the convention hall floor. I know, sorry, they sent me back here, but I think it was a prank. Looks like she was telling the truth after encounter with the guards. She's repeating everything you say verbatim. And you fell for that? You had specific instructions to stay on the show floor. I didn't know. I'm new here. Yeah, no shit. I don't recognize... Become dimly aware of a figure looming behind you in the convention hall. New here? You must be joking. You've been on the kiosk for 20 minutes now. Excuse me, what? He leans in, gets in your face. You can taste the onions on his breath. I said that it's time to get off the damn demo kiosk. You've been hogging it for way too long, and there's a line here. How many minutes since all yours? What's all mine? What are you talking about? You're not even one of our employees, are you? Do I need to get security? Oh god, I've said that's enough. I've been following the devs of this software for months now, and I've traveled 17 hours to try it out myself. You do not get to tell me that I flew here for nothing. Get the hell off that kiosk or I'm calling security. If I say this, she's gonna say that, and then she's gonna cause problems with that guy. If we say this, it'll calm her down. Hopefully deal with the problem out back. That's just loud. That's just a lie. Violent? He rears back, red-faced. Violent? You're threatening me? What? You think I'm threatening to hurt you? He recoils, clearly offended. I never said that I would do anything like that. Don't blow things out of proportion. Okay, you've caught me. The truth is, I'm recording candid footage of this convention for their hotel's owner. There we go. Wait, what? The Decker blinks confused. You can't use that footage, not unless I sign a release form or something. Okay, Kami, the truth is, I'm recording candid footage of this convention for a documentary. After a moment of stunned silence, a huge smile spreads across the catering manager's face. Wait, am I gonna be on a Trit show? I'm here to check up on the vendors here at the show, tech vendors, the catering crew, all of it, to make sure the reputation of our venue isn't tarnished. Or, I'm here to gauge customer satisfaction with the show. We're trying to decide whether to host DECCON again in 57. Collecting candidate interviews with convention goers and subcontractors is part of that. I want to go with this, yeah. The Decker continues to stare, hands on his hips. Huh. Well, okay, I guess. Just trying to make it quick, okay? I don't want to get my hands on that software. I'm not leaving until I do. I'm here to check up on the vendors here at the show. Tech vendors, the catering crew, all of it, to make sure that the reputation of our venue isn't tarnished. Oh, you're like a secret shopper, that sort of thing. He stares down at Isabel, a newfound respect on his face. Well, I hope you'll tell your employers that Pastry Magic and More Catering went above and beyond the call of duty to respect your hotel and its rules. Yeah, I will. In the convention hall, the decker that you were arguing with backs away to a respectable distance. The catering manager steps aside to let Isabel pass. Oh, thank God. Please let us get out of this and... That's it. Got this way to the suites. Let's go. You can use it now. Poor Isabel. Okay, so where do we have to go? Up here, gotcha. We got it done without causing any bloodshed. Good. Like a secret shopper, eh? I think we did well on that one. Really well. Let's see what we got here. 202, 203, that must be 204. Let's see what we can do here. Hello, Rhombus. How are you today? As you burst through the door, you find yourself standing face to face with a small, heavily tattooed man. Geometric shapes of all descriptions trace their way from his temples down his cheeks and neck to his shoulders. His eyes continue the motif. Each of the irises are a slanted rectangle. Rhombus looks at Isabel and sighs. He's surprised to see her, he doesn't show it. Finally want him back, huh? The memories that were locked away. I always knew they would one day, but you got so hostile after the procedure. Didn't think you'd come around so soon. Isabel glowers at him, her cheeks darkening. Oh, get bent, Rhombus. I'm pretty sure he's already bent. I got hostile with you because you got hostile with me. Like hell I did. I tried to give you some advice, as a friend. If memory serves, you called me a patronizing bastard and slagged my deck. Was I just supposed to take that without punching back? Hang on a second. Isabel cuts in, her normally small voice growing raucous. I called you a patronizing bastard because that's what you were being. You wouldn't have taken that tone if I were a guy or an orc or a troll. You talked down to me like I was your little sister or something. Well, guess what? I'm not. Whoa, hold up. I talk that way to you because... She shouts over him, cutting him short. Also, punch back! That's a funny way of putting it. You tailored an ESP to troll all my posts on Shadowland. What kind of prick would do a thing like that? His face goes beet red, and his chest puffs out. The kind whose cat you would kill, you little monster. Captain Whiskers was just a house cat. He didn't have anything to do with this. She rears back in indignation. That wasn't me. I would never hurt a cat. If I were going to have someone killed, it would have been you. I should check that you are a bickering teenager. Both of you shut up. There's a moment of stunned silence, then Rhombus licks his lips and speaks. I can't believe that this is happening to me. All over me trying to do you a favor. Shakes his head at Isabel. That'll teach me to try to give a friend some advice, I guess. Oh boo-hoo, your unsolicited advice wasn't appreciated. Cry your river. Wasn't even like that. I wasn't telling her what to do with her life. I just wanted to tell her what RAM to pick up for a new deck. I mean, it might not have been exactly like that, but it was trivial. She's the one who took it personal. It wasn't what you said, Rhombus, it was how you said it. She stares up at him, fuming. The argument was nothing. It was what you did after the argument that was unforgivable. Taking the more high ground isn't going to work for you here. You attacked me first, and for no reason. What I'm getting here, you both hate each other, but we were friends, right? Once, I guess. You guess? You let me perform amateur brain surgery on you. You begged me to. We were friends, Isabel. Good friends. And then you went to mess it all up. Amateur brain surgery. Okay, then. Both of you shut up. I get what's happening here. This is an argument about nothing that's spun out of control. You don't know any... Right, it is. Exactly what this is. Look, you want the encryption key for the memories that we locked away. It's yours. I don't envy the pain that you'll feel when you unlock them, but that's your decision to make. Wait, that's the software you're here for? An encryption key? Yes, I had Rhombus move the memories of my childhood into headwear storage. That's why I couldn't give you any details about the walled city. I didn't have access to them. He keys a series of buttons in on his PDA. Isabel's PDA buzzes a moment later. There. Check your inbox. You've got the key. Do with it what you will. I was holding on to it for you anyway. Isabel blinks confusedly. But I thought we were enemies now. We were, but there was no reason for us to be. Just take the key and go, and have a nice life. He waves her off. He looks exhausted. I'm sorry, Rhombus. I don't know how things got as bad as they did, but I'm sorry. Her voice goes solemn. I'm gonna find out what happened to Captain Whiskers. I promise you that. That'd be nice of you, Iz. I'd appreciate it. Almost bashfully, his gaze flits to the ground. He looks away and color surges to his cheeks. Oh, and Iz, I've got something of an admission to make. He rolls her eyes. Look, I get it, Rom. You've always liked me. I hate to break it to you, but it was never that big of a secret. And I know that's why you... His eyes go wide. He shakes his head, palms out. No, Iz, no, that's not at all. I mean, you're a nice girl now, but just... No. Then what? My panic button. He flips his sleeve inside out, and you can see a blinking red LED embedded in the fabric. I tripped it when you broke in. The cops are on their way, but wait, don't freak out. I'll call them off for you. Oh. He shuffles their feet, looks away. Thanks. Hey, what are friends for? You just wait here. I'll go meet them in the hall and draw them off to another room. Shouldn't take 2 seconds. Oh, and it was nice catching up with you. Good luck with the whole memory thing. You're gonna need it. Wait, that's it? Rhombus takes off on a run, then disappears down the hall. I had to flee room 203. Quick, get me out of here. Okay, the room across from us. HKPF capped. Doesn't even bother to look down at you. She waves you off and irritable. Stand back, please. This is a police matter. Sure thing, officer. Keep up the good work. Enjoy the show. We've gone APB on us. And they didn't even look at us. Well, okay then. Yeah, let's go. We got the thing. Well, okay. That works. That works. Hopefully this works out well, I hope. The bus trip back to Kaitak is quieter than the ride in was. Your fellow passengers sit crumpled in their seats, barely moving, barely speaking. The DECCON 2056 t-shirts hang loosely on their frames, and their once cherished guest badges have been crumpled into their pockets. You see more lively groups on their way to the morgue. Isabel looks up at you, her eyes full of the same post-con fatigue that you see in everyone else's. She gives you a small smile and taps her temple with a fingernail. You got what you came for. The show is over. It's time to go home. Alright, we can get some more information out of this. Hopefully. Something useful. Hopefully. Hey! Karma! And a lot of it. Let's kick ourselves up a bit. Just a bit, you know? We'll probably want to pick up Uchi Virtual X, Fairlight Excalibur, right? That thing. Forgot about that for a second. We pick up drone control, and then maybe a little bit of body. Or quickness. We could kick up quickness. And ESP control, yeah, okay. ESP, dodge. That allows us to get out of getting hit, generally speaking. Or at least avoid getting hit more often than not. Alright, we got some work to do. Territoriality, destroy spirit, or steal spirit. Oh yeah, we're taking steal spirit. 99 damage to any hostile spirit, Jesus Christ. Territoriality, destroy spirit, and spiritualist. Steal spirit. Sabotage. Or espionage. Augment ability, mark target, and integrated tactical computer marks weak points in an enemy's armor. Okay. Oh yeah. We'll take that. Mercy kill. Gives an assault rifle ability that has a 99% chance to hit an enemy who has less than 24% health remaining. Oof. Subdue. Okay, yeah, we're taking that. That'll help out a bit. Ghoul gains a ranged ability, spitting infected saliva into the target's face. Ignores all armor. Huh. That is vicious. Not a bad one either. Quick shuriken toss. I think spit. Give him something nasty, you know? We got a few more things that we gotta do out there. Let's see, so we gotta go hang out at the tower to go typo to dig a loot. Let's do the geomantic sabotage, you know? Duncan, Gobbet, a drone rigger. Eos. Brent Shirky, X-Flow. Illuminati Alabrad. A Coyote Shaman with a penchant for shotguns and getting into troubles. Huh. El Deuce. It's El Deuce. A street samurai searching Hong Kong for evidence to use in his personal vendetta against Shiawaze Corporation. We'll go with Gaichu. He could be useful. He's a pretty solid piece of muscle. He might be able to use some of the bodies that are left behind. The subway flies over the tracks towards Aberdeen. Monsoon humidity clings to your skin as if it's followed you from Hioi, or perhaps it's simply sunk this far into the earth, penetrating stone and machine, rousing the acrid smells of Hong Kong's underground in its wake. You've been handed a promising job, geomantic sabotage, with a single objective: disrupt the flow of Wujing Qi to stabilize the corporation. Your client is especially keen on the idea of Wujing's famed geomancy being used against it. The ultimate humiliation. While the corporation's office spaces are free game, the main target is Wujing's treasured lotus statue, which resides within a temple on the topmost floor of the monolithic building. Client's instructions are clear. The more damage you do, the worse the chi, and the better the pay. Okay. That's certainly an idea. We'll take it with us. What the hell? There we go. The subterranean accessway opens to one of the Wujing Sky Tower's few employee-only entrances. As the only underground access point to Wujing's restricted levels, security is tight. It's unheard of for unauthorized personnel to reach its upper levels. Naturally, that's where you're headed. Gobbet presses a slip of laminated plastic into your hand. A grainy black and white reproduction of your own face stares back at you. The rest of the card is filled with the barcode. Leans in to whisper into your ear. I kindly wanted you to have this. Spoof credentials fresh off the Maximum Laws card printer. These should get you past the front door, but won't count on them getting us much further, though. I guess that the client said something about other ways to bypass the check-in system using the building, but he didn't go into specifics. Kindly had some choice words about that, but whatever, we'll find out way past security. Almost on cue, a sturdy Wujing security officer peers up at you from behind his desk console. Evening, swipe yourself in. He looks at his console, then back at you, his eyebrows raised as he observes your company. You realize your credentials only allow you access through floor 10, right? Of course, I have new credentials with guest privileges waiting for me inside. That's why I'm here, to pick them up. The officer nods curtly. Right, go ahead and grab your new creds at the check-in terminal. Have a good night. Wujing employee login. What if we were to deck that? We can make use of that. There's a matrix jack. Bruiser, medic erosion. That'll help out quite a bit. Hopefully we can deal with this quickly. System trace 200. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. Well, we need to get the health through this, so let's go. New. Alert lockout engaged. Okay, then. We can set up a bruiser real quick, but I kind of want to deal with this thing. Okay, these things are not doing much at the moment. Alright, erosion. Erodes integrity points of IC. Minus 25 per round, that's good. And break it, ideally. 50 IP damage per hit. Certainly something. It's almost down. Come on, let me target it. There we go, that'll put it out. It's misery. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hack it. Alright, let's see what we can get here. I'm gonna focus real hard on this, so give me a second. Alright, let's start. 9994. Okay. Okay. There we go. Come on. Oh, wait, I missed that. Let's just go. We got the time. Nope. Where is it? Third slot. Nope. What do we got here? Nope, okay. Hey. Second one's an M, third one's an M. Alright. There we go, we popped it open. God damn it, that was a little more dice than I was expecting. God damn, okay. Ooh, hi there. Melee I see, huh? Well, I don't see why we can't have a friend join us. Because we're definitely gonna need it. And let's erode that thing. Cause it some damage. And it's a critical too, that's pretty good. Oh, we don't even need that then. Okay. Heat suppression routine. Okay. What the hell are you? +5 trace. We can summon our brawler to help us out. Let's do our damage. A white icy. Killjoy does -2 action points to a single target. Yeah, let's prevent that. No actions is good for us. +5 system trace. There we go. I don't know what the heat suppression routine does. We'll try to pop it open. We'll see what we can do here. Eee. Okay. Yee. 3, 3, 4, 9, 8. 7. Okay. 8, 7, 5. Okay. Okay. Anything else? 6, 4, 2, 3, 3, 5, 7. What do we got here? So maybe? Nah. So it's one of these two. No, this one. It needs to be the same, but with this one as a upright W. Yeah, okay, there we go. Thank God. Okay, we got it. The hell does this do? I guess that would increase the heat of the lower floors, wouldn't it? Cause some more havoc for them, you know? Especially for their geomantic shenanigans. Okay, I think I know where I need to go. Right here. Neither of their things hit up that point. I know they would. Crap. I need to destroy you now. Summon forth a brawler so that they can help destroy this thing. Break it. And there we go. I'll destroy that, which will get us into here. Oh, hi! Nice to see you. Administrative override, that's gonna be important. We're gonna need to deal with that. Blanked. We can do some damage on that thing. Ideally, we destroy it completely before it gets a turn, but I don't think that's happening. They're entirely based on tracing us. Okay. Get behind cover. Let's hopefully keep it from doing anything. There we go. -3 action points. Okay, then. Can't even attempt to trace. That's a hell of a thing. There we go. That'll get rid of that one. There we go. Yeah, we'll go with this one, the one that's right up against. Or not. Okay. Poor thing. It doesn't deserve this. Let's help it out by nailing it. Hopefully this will get rid of it quick. I don't want to be here getting traced a lot. You know what I mean? This tracing is a problem. Screw you. There we go, it's gone. Cheeky buggers, planting these things right behind a portal. Alright, let's hack it. 7153. 7156. 1697. Nope. Let's just go for it. There we go. Easy enough. It's been popped open, that's what matters. We got the security override. I feel like we can probably go for the rest of it too. Hopefully. What do we have here? Huh. Not exactly the easiest thing to pass through, but it's passable. I don't know what's on the other side of this thing. That's the thing. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Retrieve Wu Jing delivery data, huh? Okay, we'll go for it. Hey, snuck right by. Let's go for another go. 2641. 6844. 6. 6. Nope. Alright. 68394. 91. 914536. Alright, last one. There we go. First one's that. Got it. Excellent. That first one really gave me a run for my money, huh? Retrieve the delivery data. Alright, I think we got everything. Let's jack out. There we go. We got the stuff we needed. Gain administrative access. Welcome, admin. Alter existing credential clearance. Permissions granted. You are now able to alter the existing information and clearance level of a Wuxing employee ID. Spoofed ID. Heightened access employee ID. Verify credentials. Swipe the spoofed ID. Hardened incorrect. Any further attempts to... Okay. Hello there, security guard. The guard watches you with suspicion as you approach. You seem confused. Something I can help you with? Just clocking in. Alright, have a nice day. There we go. We're a cheeky bugger, aren't we? A very cheeky bugger. Hello! An oil-blotched dwarf half-heartedly scrubs at her hands above a sink. Her ragged clothing resembles a paint canvas covered in multiple hues of mechanical grime. With a slight turn of the head, she looks towards you. Need something? Your cooperation. I'm here to perform a security audit for Wuxing. Well, ain't that wonderful? But I'll opt out. Wuxing's got me doing an air duct audit myself. Let me tell you, I made some pretty upsetting discoveries. Disgusting, slimy, biohazardous discoveries. She half turns towards you and plants a gooey hand on her hip. Anyway, we're both done, we can compare findings, but right now I've got to get this crap off of me. Good luck to you, you need it. Okay! Biohazardous problems. Okay. The hell? A Wuxing employee. Evening. A couple of wage slaves amble about their business inside the corporate locker room. The closet man to you flings the jacket into a locker, then turns towards the showers. He stops short when he catches sight of you, and his weary eyes wide in surprise. Ah, good evening! He glances behind him and, assured by something, turns back toward you with a smile. I'm Charles. Haven't seen your face before. Are new here? New to this building. I know how that goes. I'm pretty new here myself. Still learning the ropes. Any tips for a fellow neophyte? Yeah, the upper floors are off limits. Highly restricted. He glances around, lowers his voice. Not sure what's happening up there, but only company execs, security, and maintenance have access. Are they allowed up there at hours like this? I don't see why not. They're on call 24/7, but that's not my department, so I can't say for sure. Thanks for your help. Anytime, friend. Good luck. Huh. Okay. Security checkpoint. Probably touched that beforehand. Swipe heightened employee ID. Multi-personnel pass accepted. Access granted. Welcome, Miss Pang. Have a nice evening. The terminal emits a chirp of recognition. Everything checks out here, thanks. Easy peasy. The simplest of things to do, honestly. This pristine, hyper-sterilized office glistens as if every surface has been polished. Your client has requested that this area be manipulated as subtly as possible so as not to draw attention away from the temple. The true defacement will happen there, distracting Wuxing's security. Hopefully we won't discover the disruptive chi flow on this floor for weeks. We need to disrupt as much as possible. Although we don't really fit in, do we? Let's see what we can do here. Chi point found. Let's see what we can do about this. Water chi? Chi disruption 10 out of 100. Okay, we got that. Power junction. Ooh, that could be useful. The generator rests on guard before you. Shock to the system can compromise the computer mainframe powers. That seems a little excessive. Just a little bit. Know what I mean? We'll see what we can do about it, but no. Any targets? Chi point. Nice. A light disruption. Wall safes. Key point found. My god. A rack of safe boxes rests against the wall. Let's see what else we can do. There's a chi point. Quench flames. There we go, more disruption. Let's see what else we can mess with. Nothing in the bathrooms. Okay, well that's fine. Any other spots we can fuck with? You know what I mean? Hopefully no spooky, ominous hands go to kill people, you know? A prototype weapon sits locked in a stand. Its locking mechanisms are seemingly tied into the weapon's operation safety, forcing it to damage the weapon. Welcome, user. Please select from the following options. Some folders appear in the second window, below the first. Only a couple look useful. Wu Jing's floor plan documents. Amidst the documents, a few nuggets of information stand out. A section dedicated to the Wu Jing building's chi details the geomancy plans and renovations they made to increase chi flow. It appears that Wu Jing's already made hundreds of minuscule and a handful of not-so-minuscule adjustments to its floor plans and building infrastructure. A recently updated file marks its project to add new water lines for the temple's foundation as complete. The document ends with a large list of future modifications that the company has queued for completion, all ways to improve its positive energy output. You click on the folder, and a large repository of files containing Wu Jing research products pops up. One section is labeled with a symbol similar to the markings on the weapons just a few feet from you. Okay. Review the specifications to see how the weapon's locking mechanism works. Through the specifications file, you learn that the locks on the cradle are magnetized. Disruption to its current and some applied force to remove the restraints entirely. I do want that weapon. The bloody end. This weapon has been customized with a bullet-slivering chamber, creating makeshift flechette when fired. This lowers accuracy but can cause mild to extreme bleeding in the target. Here, you can have that. Sent to stash. Alright, so we can find some unique weapons. Interesting. Chi point. Light and dark balance is key to maintain good chi. Well, it's not going to be as balanced now, is it? I see. We could disrupt this power supply. Although I'm not certain about that one. I guess we'll save here and then, you know, give it a light bump. We don't have a passcode. We're gonna have to walk away from that for now. We don't have the code for this. But a little bit of an electrical burst should do pretty well. To cause some damage, you know? Chi point. Temple access card. Plop that chi. What the hell is that thing? Yeah, it sounds like company. Notes are stacked neatly around. Ordered and clear. 8484. Hi. Ooh, those are some mad spirits. I don't like this. Doberman, you know what to do. Let's get to, you know, cover so that we don't get annihilated. But we should be able to take this on, hopefully. Yeah, here should help. Flush target. Loses their cover bonus for the rest of the turn. Yeah, we could use that. If we go... He's only got 2 moves, so we're just gonna go here. Firepower round. Bound Earth Spirit. Maybe that'll help. Light it ablaze, you know? Gobbet can't do anything anyway, so we might as well get it to safety. And you... I need you to annihilate. Just obliterate. Rushing Stream. The opener can attack in the water... in the water stance chain. Huh. Ow. That's some damage to my drone. Oh, Jesus! Okay, they got piercing shots. Or at least chain lightning. That is unfortunate. So if we go here... Burst fire. Do as much damage as you can. There we go, that'll take him out. Aimed burst. Yeah, let's deal with this thing. Bound Nature Spirit, huh? They really like attacking him, huh? Ow, that's me, thank you. Ow. Anybody got a dock wagon? You've got a dock wagon. I need to go apply it. And then get back to cover. Alright, we got a problem. A real big problem. Nature is probably going to get bodied by fire. Would begets fire, after all. Gaichu, yeah, we need you up. And then go for a burst fire. There we go, that's something at least. I'll prevent them from just immediately destroying us. At the very least, so there's that. Oh no! Poor drone! The hell behind cover. We don't have any healing, but we do have an ability that we can use. But you know, we need to control our drone. Give it something to do, you know? Basic self-repair. Repair. That'll do it. Yeah, okay. Burst fire will help a lot. Duncan, I need to take some shots on him. Full auto. Make sure that we get the kill. Yeah. That'll do it. It's not a lot of damage because of the cover, but, you know. It's something. Heal yourself and then go straight for the Nature Spirit. Chop it in 2. Let's get you marked up. A hand-forged katana, huh? That's a hell of a claim to have. Duncan, get behind cover ASAP, please. That'd be great. Can you take a no, not really. Yeah, we stole it. There we go. Well, support us. At least if only for a little bit. We're also gonna have to deal with it, though. I don't think it's gonna stay okay for a while. Heaven stance, metal stance, water stance. Your attacks will do AP damage or reduced HP damage. In exchange, your dodge is increased by 1 and you take 2 less damage from all attacks. The stance cycles through 3 attacks in sequence. Dodge is reduced. I see. Heaven stance will help out a lot. Surging volcano. There we go. Thank you. Gobbit, you saved our asses. Alright, let's pop this thing open. 8484. Overload. There we go. I'll disrupt as much chi as possible. Oh, wait, there was something over there. Move divider. Disrupt it a bit more. Move divider. Key point found. Let's keep buggering it. This place is utterly screwed. It's in a little bit of disarray, you know? Yeah, there we go. We got a little bit of a power issue there. Energy here is still largely imbalanced. More damage can be done. Unless the chi disruption reaches fairly high levels, you won't get paid. Hold up. I'm not sure we should just leave yet. There's still more we can do to ruffle the chi. Take another look around before we head upstairs. How can we mess with this chi further? I don't think there's much we can do in here. Maybe in here? I don't know. Where do we go for these chi points? Guess we can go... yeah. There's gotta be something in the bathroom, right? It can't just be this. Right? Ah, there's a chi point. Looks like we just battered this place enough. But just like our client wanted. All this left is to trash the temple statue and then we can leave. Or we can stick around and keep making problems. Disrupt the flow of chi by 75 to 100%. The chi is becoming more and more turbulent. It has reached the point where the churning energy has a physical manifestation visible in the atrium. Disruptions are working. I see. Starting to really fuck with it. How can we further mess with this chi? The code. Yeah. Few cred sticks. For us. Any more things that we can fuck with? I don't think so. I think that's as good as we're getting. Yeah. I think that's as good as it gets right now. We've insulted the spirits enough. This should cause plenty of disarray. Gain access to the temple. Disrupt chi in the temple. This is going to cause some havoc. Hello? Ooh, okay, there's a few of them here. Positive chi disruption. 0 willpower. Well, they look happy to see us. Well, we can use the help of our friends here. Get behind cover. Activate the drone. The Doberman's ready to go. Let's make it lose its cover, shall we? No? Okay, well, we tried. Get behind cover. Use your rat spirit to claim the bound nature. Stolen! Excellent, we got a friend now. I need you to go deal with this water spirit, buddy. Big whiffs, okay. Mana arc that bounces between the next closest two enemies. The first bounce is a range of 8 tiles, the second is a range of 6. Aim. Or it can go with cudgel. Okay, well that's fine. Nice whiffs, nature spirit. Positive chi disruption, 1 willpower. Not sure what that means. Yeah, this'll work nicely. Actually, full auto. Why not? Yeah, that'll wipe it out. I'll wipe it off the face of the earth. I don't know what the willpower thing is. I guess resistance to spells? Yeah. That'll give you resistance against spells and all that. Yeah, there we go. We got some fire on him. There we go. Alright, we're in cover now, so that's good. Can we flush it out? No. Spray and pray. There we go. There's some bullets. We can take it over here, make it a good target, basically. Negative chi disruption. -2 willpower. I see. So we're gonna start getting some weird... Oh, the more... Okay, so the more chi disruption, the more havoc it's gonna play against people trying to resist spells. Let's go get you to punch this thing so that we don't have to deal with it anymore. Really? It's still alive? Okay. Huh. Well, go figure. And nobody's wounded, per se, so that's fine for now. Actually, no, I want to keep you so that we don't have to worry about the chi disruption on that hostile spirit. Deal with you so that we can properly put you out of your misery. Properly. There we go. No more nature spirits. How can we fuck with this? D-point. We're gonna cause some problems with these bushes. Ooh, fire. Yeah, that'll do it. That's clearly a chi point. Let's see what damage we can cause here, shall we? Behind cover. Activate our Doberman. So that it can get properly positioned. Do a little bit of an alpha strike, you know. Alright, we're definitely going to want to capture them. There we go. We're in cover. In the open, flanked. Alright, let's deal with it. Positive chi disruption. Meh. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? It's been charged, has it? Marked target, mana charge, dragon line. Well, you know, we might be able to make use of that. Yoink! He's ours now. Smash! There we go. That'll do some damage. Hopefully we can take care of it for good, you know? Rather not have to worry about it. There we go. I'm fine with scatter fire, honestly. If it takes damage, who cares? There we go. Properly dealt with. Mark it so we can kill it real quick. I don't trust these bound spirits. Not in the least. There, it's been dealt with. Now we can properly interfere, unbothered by spirits and such. Creepy buggers, aren't they? How do we deal with the temple? How much damage will it do if we were to... Oh, we got a chi point. A water valve. There we go. We're up at 75%. We can do better, though. We can do way better. How much more can we interfere with this? That lotus there is a major hotspot for chi. How much more can we do? Maybe at the starting area there's something? It's possible. No, no. Come on, show me something we can use. Shadowrun Hong Kong chi points. Let's see. Yep, ID. Not to ignore any side quests, you don't have to spend a lot of time here. Just destroying the temple will provide you your 15% of required disruption percentage. I find the other places where you may go to disrupt the chi flow in the chapter focused on side quests. Oh, we can't really do that, huh? Okay, everything seems fine. 5 elementals. At first you would contact 3 of them, and after that another 2 on the opposite side. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we got all of it. This will provide us with 15 experience, which will kick us up to 90%. We still have to get 10 more percent, though. No, wait. 10 equals... No, wait. That'll do it. Desecrate the shrine. Ooh. That looks horrid. That shrine is down and out. God damn. Escape the sky tower. Hello there. A well-dressed man steps forward, his peers staring smugly in your direction. His clothes are smart and clearly expensive, but lack the typical padding worn by guards and thugs. A quick look at his associates reveals the same style, mages. On behalf of Wu Jing Inc., we've been instructed to prevent your further vandalizing of the property's property and assets. However, they never specified how, so I vote we do this the easy way. The mage motions to you with a flick of his wrist. Leave no survivors. Well, time to delete, shall we? Yeah, our enforcer here is probably going to be just fine. I wonder what those little tanks on the side are. -4 willpower. Ooh. Now that'll do it. Let's pop that open. And flush you out so you don't get any benefit. Duncan, get behind some cover, please. And, yeah, let's see. Some fire shots should do some nasty damage. These guys are capable of doing some serious AoE damage if they want. I'm a little worried about that. So we're probably just gonna deal with it as it comes. Yeah. You go delete this Geomancer nerd. There we go. Yeah, you better run. Armor broke. Oh, these guys are just gonna buff themselves? Is that? No, okay, they're doing some fire damage. My poor drone. My drone. Oh, Jesus, they're doing some actual damage. What the? Oh, okay, there we go. There goes our boy, I guess. We don't really have anything else we can do. Duncan, I need to go deal with this. Yeah, make sure he dies. There we go. I need to heal up us, because we don't have enough health to really work with here. Increase your aim, so you get a little bit of a better boost. Dodges were reduced by 1 and you take 2 additional points of damage for attacks. The stance cycle. Okay. AP damage or reduced HP damage. In exchange, your dodge is increased by 1 and you take 2 less damage. Okay, yeah, we're going with this. Changing the stance a bit. Changing it up, you know? There we go. Yeah, you're not doing anything, buddy. Get to a more advantageous spot. We got problems. A lot of problems. Be that one. Ghoul spit. You know, okay. We're gonna deal with you. There we go. That's exactly what we needed. And then you dump your mag directly into this. There we go. That'll deal with you. Okay. That's not good, but it's better than nothing. He can't do anything, so... Neither of us have any medkits. That's a problem. There we go. Heaven stance and go wild. Okay, we only have one left. That's fine. I don't know what will happen if we die without having a medkit available. I really don't. I'm a little worried, I gotta admit. There we go. Yeah, she's not surviving this. That's nice, buddy. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Well, they'll be extracted, so there's that. Go for it. Get the hell out. Leave Wu Jing. We got the 100%. That's what we wanted. That's the important part. Can I not boop the button? Can I not boop the button? We done the work. Leave Wu Jing. Is the game bugged? Because we're not here. I think the game's bugged. God damn it. We spent so long getting up to here. We did the thing. Mission items, mainframe code. Gaichu. Okay, can I really not? Okay, well, we gotta load. The game's bugged. Give me a second. That's unfortunate, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, subway flies over the tracks, yada yada. That's nice. They'll probably put us up at the top of the tower, and that's about it. The worse the chi, and the better the pay. Alright, back into it. God damn it. Yeah, we gotta start over. That's nice. Hello. That's lovely. Well, they look happy to see us. Well, damn it. We're just gonna have to work with what we got. 35 HP, 35 HP, 35 HP. Okay, so... If we use this to grab you... Water Spirit might actually have more abilities to it, rather than... Oh no, the Nature Spirit's still pretty nice to have. Might as well go for it. We'll take him out again. We might as well. Let's quickly bring out our drone again. Give it something to work with, you know. Yeah, that's some decent damage. Get behind cover. First and foremost, heal up us so that we have the health. And you get to go forward and beat up a water spirit. That'll work. I need you to mark up targets so that they can't do anything about it. Yeah, I think we're doing well. Aside from the bugs, you know, it's something. Yeah, that's right. Eat some bullet. There we go. Then we can do a fire shot at him. Hopefully we do some serious damage. Yeah, that's something. Never underestimate the damage we get from this. Just to heaven, that way we do as much damage as we can. But I know exactly what we need to mess with in order to make this work. We need to burn these bushes. We need to light up that, or not light up, free the water, because water was meant to be free. Yeah, big whiffs, that's fine. How far can you steal from? Let's bind that earth spirit, shall we? And they're ours now. You're my friend now. Basically. Let's go. And now we just rock this guy's world. There we go. Some serious damage, you know? Make sure it can't do anything about it. Duncan, you know what to do. Put it out of its misery. Break the water main, that way we can start that going. go. And then desecrate the statue. And we're gonna save here. Once we deal with those, no good people, we're gonna go deal with that. Alright. Let's go. This is a really nice temple, I gotta admit. Yes, 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 the nerds are here to fight us. Thankfully we got our boy, basically. These guys are going to be a problem because they have the dragon lines. The little hot spots for magic, you know? Activate our Dober. That way he can do some real damage. Yeah, no cover for you. Flush him out. You know what to do, Jerome. Take some cover. Boost Duncan's aim so he can do some more damage. And now you get to go out and go a little ham on people. There we go. That's the damage I'm looking for. That's the big numbers we're after. A little bit of fire never hurt anyone. Much, I guess. Oof, that looked painful. Right. We need to do some stuff here. Go here. Daka into them. Mark you, because you're a problem. Go for the full auto on this guy so he never gets back up. Or at least oh god, he actually survived that. That's kind of surprising, actually. There we go. Dump shock. Hey. They really like targeting me, huh? Shockwagon basic trauma kit, good. That'll help out quite a bit. Launch that attack on them. Okay, no dice, that's fine. There we go. Take a shot at you. Make sure that you take some damage at least. Yeah, let's make sure that we don't stay too injured, yeah? The problem is that we don't have our melee user now, so we can't really rely on sheer overwhelming damage. That and now we don't have our... Oh god, yeah, that's a problem. Jesus Christ, these guys are doing damage. Unfortunately, we're just gonna have to do it next time, I think. This isn't a winning move, and we're already pretty close to the end, so... Yeah, we'll just call it an end there. For those of you who happen to be on YouTube, thank you very much for stopping by, and I hope you enjoyed. I hope you join us sometime. But otherwise, goodbye, YouTube.